A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating at first, complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing, but think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, called it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine injustice, a child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize immediately and with certainty that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether their right, might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively. Receiving it, now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, "If you want to get good grades, you should study," that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on you wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, "You should keep your promises," they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being, regardless of your personal goals or desires. This distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, "I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict," they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law, they're written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment. Or I'll follow my first instinct. Or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not. But they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly at least for you in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it, but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways, in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent at all to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves, because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but Kant realized they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? ... that it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim effective. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both, that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will, and it marks actions that are imperfect due to things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John, and it's raining on a Tuesday in March, and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors, like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quote, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends, deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it. And seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with, the same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it, and to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity. To claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal: lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or their lies would have no effect. But their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely, someone objects, we can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones, between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth. Even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible. And once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't, that you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie, about what we're claiming about ourselves and others, about whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what Kant warned against: an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities, in personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other, in institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors, in conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation exactly? It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it. but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to left in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only two in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on, rather than a person to be reasoned with. But, someone objects, isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency. You're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, "But I know what's good for them better than they do." This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons, and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing, an entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion, finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking, creating needs that didn't exist, exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention, presenting our products attractively, giving people what they want. But look at the methods, associating products with unrelated positive feelings, creating artificial social pressure, targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills, using subliminal techniques, exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others, good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons. If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. You're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment. And you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate. The manipulator wants to have it both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a world built on mutual respect while refusing to provide that respect themselves, to use others as tools while insisting on being treated as an end. But they cannot have both. The universalization test forces the choice. Either everyone can manipulate everyone, in which case manipulation becomes impossible, or no one can, in which case you must stop. There is no exception for when you think you know better. No justification based on good intentions. No excuse that your manipulation is sophisticated or subtle or for the right reasons. To be a rational being is to respect rational beings. To claim dignity for yourself is to grant it to others, and to grant it truly is to engage with them as agents, never as mere objects of manipulation. We have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. This phrase has justified countless actions over the past century: exploitation of workers, environmental destruction, predatory pricing, tax avoidance schemes that deprive communities of resources, lobbying against regulations that would protect public health, offshoring to exploit cheaper labor and weaker safety standards. The logic seems airtight. A corporation exists to generate profit for its owners. Managers are legally obligated to pursue this goal. Therefore, any action that increases profit is not just permissible but required. To do otherwise would be failing in your duty. This is perhaps the most influential moral justification in the modern world. It shapes how billions of people work, consume, and think about economic activity. It's taught in business schools, defended by economists, enshrined in law, and it's completely incompatible with Kant's ethics. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying corporate behavior justified by profit maximization? I will treat employees, customers, communities, and the natural world as mere means to the end of generating profit for shareholders. Can this be universalized? Can you will that all corporations follow this principle without restriction? Think about what that world looks like. Every company treats its workers as interchangeable units, paying minimum wage, providing no benefits, firing at will, caring nothing for their welfare beyond what's legally required. Every company treats customers as sources of revenue, selling them whatever they can regardless of actual value or benefit. Every company treats the environment as a free resource to exploit, dumping waste wherever cheap is, extracting resources without regard for sustainability. In such a world, human beings exist to serve economic activity. Their dignity, their welfare, their very lives become subordinate to profit generation. They are means, not ends. But notice something crucial. The people making these decisions, the executives, the shareholders, don't want to be treated this way themselves. They want fair wages, safe working conditions, honest products, clean environments. They claim dignity as persons, not mere economic units. They're making the classic exception. The categorical imperative applies to how others must treat them, but it doesn't constrain how they treat others when profit is at stake. This becomes clearer when we apply the formula of humanity directly. Does treating workers as expendable resources respect their rational nature? Does selling harmful products to uninformed customers treat them as ends in themselves? Does destroying ecosystems for quarterly earnings recognize the dignity of all the human beings affected? Obviously not. These actions treat human beings as tools, as obstacles to profit that must be overcome or resources to be extracted. The entire framework reduces persons to economic functions. But, the defender responds, we're not forcing anyone. Workers choose to work here. Customers choose to buy. If they don't like the terms, they can go elsewhere. This is the consent defense. As long as people voluntarily participate, no wrong is done. But Kant would ask, what choice do they really have? A worker who needs income to survive doesn't have meaningful freedom to refuse exploitative conditions. A customer who lacks information about product harms or alternatives isn't making an informed choice. A community that has no say in whether a factory pollutes their air and water hasn't consented. To anything, real consent requires rational agency. The ability to make informed choices among genuine alternatives. When you exploit someone's desperation, ignorance, or lack of options, you're not respecting their agency. You're taking advantage of circumstances that compromise their ability to choose freely. This is using them as mere means. The fact that they agree doesn't change the underlying moral reality. A person who agrees to exploitative terms because they'll starve otherwise isn't exercising rational autonomy. They're being coerced by circumstances you're exploiting. Moreover, the consent defense itself can't be universalized. The corporation claims the right to pursue profit limited only by what people agree to. But do they grant others this same right? When workers organize to collectively bargain for better conditions, corporations resist. When communities try to regulate business practices, corporations lobby against it. When customers demand safer products, corporations fight disclosure requirements. When governments try to enforce labor standards, corporations relocate to places with weaker protections. In other words, corporations want freedom for themselves, but oppose others exercising freedom to constrain corporate power. They claim the right to treat people as means, while resisting when people try to assert their status as ends. This is straightforward hypocrisy. If the consent defense were genuinely principled, corporations would accept workers' right to refuse exploitative conditions, customers' right to full information, communities' right to protect their interests. But they don't. They claim freedom for themselves and resist it in others. The deeper problem is that the entire framework of profit maximization treats human dignity as negotiable. It says, respect for persons is a cost to be minimized, a constraint to be evaded, an obstacle to overcome. If paying workers fairly reduces profit, pay them less. If honest disclosure hurts sales, obscure the truth. If environmental protection costs money, fight the regulations. Always, always. The question is, how little can we respect human dignity while remaining legal and profitable? This inverts the proper relationship. Human dignity isn't a cost. It's the foundation of all value. Rational beings aren't resources for economic activity. Economic activity is supposed to serve rational beings. When you make profit the ultimate goal and treat everything else, including human welfare, as mere means to that goal, you've created a system fundamentally at odds with Kantian ethics. Kant would ask, what is profit for? Why does it matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because it serves human ends. People need resources to live well, pursue their goals, develop their capacities. Economic activity has value because it helps rational beings flourish. But if you organize economic activity to maximize profit without regard for human flourishing, you've made the means more important than the end. You've created a system where rational beings serve the economy rather than the economy serving rational beings. This is treating humanity as mere means on a massive, systemic scale. But capitalism has lifted millions out of poverty, the defender argues. Profit-seeking creates innovation, efficiency, growth. The system works. This is the consequentialist defense. Whatever the moral problems, the results justify the system. But remember, Kant rejects consequentialism. Good outcomes don't justify treating people as mere means. You cannot violate human dignity and then claim the violation was worthwhile because it produced benefits. Moreover, this defense assumes the benefits couldn't have been achieved while respecting human dignity. But that's not obvious. Maybe we could have innovation and efficiency and growth while also treating workers fairly, being honest with customers, and protecting the environment. The fact that we've organized things one way doesn't prove it's the only way. It might just prove we've chosen to prioritize profit over dignity. And notice what the consequentialist defense reveals. If you're justifying corporate behavior by pointing to good outcomes, you're admitting the behavior itself is morally problematic. You're saying, yes, we treat people as mere means, but it's worth it because of the results. This is exactly what Kantian ethics forbids. The moment you start weighing good outcomes against violations of human dignity, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made respect for persons conditional rather than absolute. There's also a deeper issue with the fiduciary duty justification. It assumes shareholders' interests override all other considerations. But why? Shareholders are rational beings. But so are workers, customers, community members, and everyone affected by corporate decisions. What gives shareholders rational agency priority over everyone else's? The answer is usually because they own the company. But ownership is illegal. Fiction, a social construct. It doesn't give shareholders metaphysical priority as rational beings. Their dignity isn't greater just because they hold stock certificates. From a Kantian perspective, all stakeholders are rational beings whose dignity must be respected. You cannot treat workers, customers, and communities as mere means just because. Shareholders have a different legal relationship to the corporation. The corporation itself isn't a rational being. It's a too illegal structure humans created to organize economic activity. And tools should serve human ends. All human ends, not just shareholders. When we organize corporations to maximize shareholder value while treating everyone else as mere means, we've created an institution fundamentally at odds with human dignity. We've built exploitation into the system's basic logic. Kant would say this is irrational. Not just morally wrong, but actually incoherent. Because the corporation depends on all those people it treats as mere means. It needs workers who show up, customers who buy, communities that provide infrastructure. It operates within a social order built on mutual respect and cooperation, but it's parasitic on that order. It takes the benefits while refusing the obligations. It depends on others acting morally while claiming exemption from morality itself. This can't be universalized. If every institution treated human dignity as subordinate to its organizational goals, society would collapse. There would be no stable expectations, no trust, no cooperation. The very conditions that make corporate activity possible would be destroyed. The corporation succeeds by treating people as means while depending on most of society continuing to treat people as ends. It's making an exception for itself that cannot be generalized. Some defenders try a different approach. They argue that corporations can pursue profit while also respecting human dignity. That good corporate citizenship is compatible with profit. Maximization. That the two goals align more than they conflict. Perhaps sometimes they do, but structural incentives matter. When quarterly earnings drive decisions, when executives are compensated based on stock price, when competition rewards whoever can cut costs most aggressively, the system pushes toward treating dignity as expendable. You see this in how corporations behave when they think no one is watching. When oversight is weak, when regulations are unenforced, when consumers can't easily tell the difference between ethical and unethical practices, corners get cut, people get exploited, communities get harmed. This reveals the underlying logic. Respect for human dignity happens when it's profitable or required, not because it's recognized as unconditionally binding. A genuinely Kantian corporation would be different. It would start from the premise that all stakeholders are rational, beings whose dignity must be respected. Profit would be pursued only within constraints set by this fundamental commitment. That might mean lower returns for shareholders. It might mean slower growth. It might mean competitive disadvantages against less scrupulous rivals. But that's the point. Moral obligations aren't conditional on convenience. You don't get to violate human dignity because respecting it is costly. The categorical imperative doesn't have an exception for but profit. The uncomfortable truth is that much of modern corporate behavior is simply incompatible with treating people as ends in themselves. The entire structure is built on the premise that profit justifies treating human beings as resources to be exploited rather than persons to be respected. This doesn't mean all business is immoral. It means we need to rethink how we organize economic activity, to ask whether the institutions we've created truly serve human flourishing or whether they've made humans serve institutions. From a Kantian perspective, the answer is clear. Any system that treats profit maximization as the ultimate goal, while treating human dignity as a constraint to be minimized, has inverted the proper order of values. Rational beings are ends. Economic systems are means. When we organize things the other way around, we've committed a fundamental moral error, one that corrupts everything built on that foundation. The greatest good for the greatest number. This principle sounds obviously right. Who could object to maximizing overall welfare? Isn't that what morality should aim for, making the world as good as possible for as many people as possible? This is utilitarianism, and is probably the most intuitively appealing alternative to Kantian ethics. While Kant focuses on duty and principle, utilitarians focus on outcomes and consequences. While Kant asks whether your maxim can be universalized, utilitarians ask whether your action produces the best overall results. The conflict between these approaches runs deep, and Kant's critique of consequentialism reveals something crucial about the categorical imperative. Consider a classic utilitarian scenario. 5 people are dying and need organ transplants. One person walks into the hospital for a routine checkup. That person is a perfect match for all 5. If you kill the one and harvest their organs, 5 people live instead of 1 dying. The utilitarian calculus seems clear. 5 lives outweigh 1 life. You should kill the one person. Most people recoil from this conclusion. But why? From a purely consequentialist perspective, what's the objection? You've maximized welfare. You've saved the most lives. You've produced the greatest good for the greatest number. The Kantian answer is immediate. You've treated the one person as a mere means. You've used them as a resource, as a source of organs, as a tool for saving others. You've completely violated their dignity as an end in themselves. That person didn't consent to being killed. They had their own life, their own project, their own rational agency. You've treated all of that as irrelevant, as something that can be sacrificed if the numbers work out right. This is the fundamental problem with consequentialism from a Kantian perspective. It makes human dignity negotiable. It says that respect for persons can be overridden when doing so produces enough benefit. But, Kant argues, this gets the relationship backwards. Consequences matter only because they affect rational beings. Value exists only because rational beings can recognize and pursue it. Therefore, rational beings themselves, their dignity, their agency, their status as ends must be prior to, and more fundamental than any calculation of consequences. You cannot coherently say we should maximize value, while treating the very beings who are the source of all value as expendable when the math requires it. The utilitarian might respond, but we're not saying individuals don't matter. We're saying every individual matters equally. One person's welfare counts the same as anyone else's. We're being perfectly impartial. This sounds fair, but consider what it means in practice. It means that if violating one person's rights produces enough benefit for enough other people, you should violate those rights. If enslaving a minority produces enough happiness for the majority, slavery is justified. If torturing one person saves many others, torture is required. The utilitarian might say these scenarios are unrealistic, that violating rights rarely produces net benefits. But that's an empirical claim, not a principled objection. If the numbers did work out that way, utilitarianism would endorse the violation. This reveals something crucial. Utilitarianism doesn't actually protect human dignity. It protects people's welfare only instrumentally, only when protecting it maximizes overall utility. The moment violating dignity becomes more useful than respecting it, utilitarianism requires. The violation. Kant would say, this makes dignity conditional. And if dignity is conditional, it's not really dignity at all. It's just another value to be weighed against other values. But the whole point of dignity is that it's unconditional. Rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on consequences, on utility calculations, on whether respecting them produces good outcomes. They have worth simply because they're rational agents capable of setting ends. To treat this worth as negotiable, as something that can be sacrificed for sufficiently good consequences, is to deny what makes human beings different from objects. It's to treat persons as if they were just a very complicated source of utility rather than beings with intrinsic value. The deeper problem is that utilitarianism can't be universalized in the Kantian sense. What's the maxim of utilitarian action? Something like, I will do whatever produces the greatest total utility, even if it requires treating some people as mere means. Can everyone follow this maxim? Can it be willed as universal law? Consider what happens if everyone acts to maximize utility without constraints on respecting dignity. You get a world where anyone can be sacrificed at any time if doing so benefits enough others. There are no stable rights, no protected freedoms, no inviolable dignity. In such a world, you cannot plan your life. You cannot trust that others will respect your agency. You cannot know whether you'll be the one selected for sacrifice when the utility calculus requires it. More fundamentally, the entire framework of morality breaks down. Because morality requires stable expectations, reciprocal respect, and recognition of each other as agents with claims that bind others. But utilitarianism says these only matter when they produce good consequences. This is incoherent. The very idea of moral obligation of being bound to respect others, regardless of whether doing so benefits you, is incompatible with making everything conditional on consequences. Kant saw this clearly. Either morality is categorical or it's not morality at all. It's just sophisticated prudence. Doing what's useful while calling it duty. Utilitarians might object that this is unfair. They're not abandoning morality, just grounding it differently. Instead of abstract principles, they base ethics on the concrete reality of human welfare. But Kant would ask, why does human welfare matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because humans are beings whose well-being has value. But why does their well-being have value? Because they're rational agents capable of caring about their lives, setting goals, pursuing ends. In other words, human welfare matters because human agency matters. The value of good consequences derives from the value of the rational. beings who experience those consequences. But if that's true, then you cannot coherently sacrifice the agency that gives consequences their value for the sake of those consequences. You're sawing off the branch you're sitting on. This is the deep incoherence in consequentialism. It depends on the value of rational agency to explain why consequences matter, but then treats rational agency as expendable when pursuing good consequences. Cons. Ethics doesn't have this problem. It says, rational agency is the source of all value. Therefore, respect for rational agency is the fundamental moral requirement. Consequences matter, but only within the constraint of respecting dignity. You cannot produce good outcomes by methods that violate what makes outcomes good in the first place. The utilitarian might make one more argument. Maybe, in theory, utilitarianism allows rights violations. But in practice, respecting rights generally produces the best outcomes. So Kantian. Principles and utilitarian calculations usually lead to the same conclusions. This is true more often than not. But it's a contingent coincidence, not a principled convergence. Kant would say, if you're following moral principles only because they produce good outcomes, you're not actually following them morally, you're using them instrumentally. And the moment you encounter a case where violating principles produces better outcomes, you'll violate them. True moral action requires acting from duty itself, not from calculation of consequences. It requires recognizing moral principles as categorically binding, not as useful rules of thumb. This matters because humans are very good at convincing themselves that their rule violations will produce good outcomes. The person who betrays a confidence tells themselves it's for the best. The official who takes a bribe tells themselves they'll do more good with power than without it. The person who breaks a promise tells themselves that consequences justify it. If morality is fundamentally consequentialist, these rationalizations might sometimes be correct. And if they might sometimes be correct, everyone will think their case is one of those times. This is why Kant insists on categorical principles, not because consequences don't matter, but because making morality conditional on consequences opens the door to unlimited rationalization. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can maximize good outcomes while treating the beings who are the source of all value as means to those outcomes. But this is incoherent. Value exists because of rational agency. Therefore, rational agency must constrain how you pursue value. You cannot violate what makes value possible for the sake of producing more value. When you try, you end up with conclusions that shock moral intuition. Killing the innocent to save the guilty if the numbers work. Torturing one to benefit many. Enslaving minorities for majority happiness. Breaking promises when convenient. Lying when useful. Each conclusion follows logically from utilitarian premises. Each reveals what's at stake when you abandon categorical respect for human dignity. Kant isn't saying consequences are irrelevant. He's saying they're not fundamental. They matter, but they matter within constraints set by respect for rational agency. You should produce good outcomes, but only by methods that treat people as ends, never merely as means. This is harder than pure consequentialism. It means sometimes you cannot do what would produce the best outcomes because doing so would violate someone's dignity. It means constraints on pursuing the good that have nothing to do with whether the pursuit would be successful. But Kant would say this: difficulty reveals moral truth rather than obscuring it. Morality is difficult because human dignity is unconditional. Because rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on whether respecting them is convenient or beneficial. Because some things are simply wrong regardless of consequences. If you abandon this, if you make dignity conditional on producing good outcomes, you've given up the substance of morality while keeping its language. You're left with sophisticated calculation, dressed up as ethical reasoning. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can avoid this while still being consequentialist. But you cannot. The moment you make consequences fundamental in dignity derivative, you've opened the door to treating people as expendable resources, to violating rights when the numbers require it, to sacrificing persons for impersonal goods. And once you've done that, you're no longer doing ethics in any meaningful sense. You're just doing accounting with human lives. In the real world, power matters. Ideals are nice, but survival requires strength. The strong dominate the weak. That's just how things are. This is perhaps the oldest justification for a moral behavior, before sophisticated philosophical systems, before appeals to greater goods, before elaborate rationalizations, there was simply power. The assertion that might makes right, that winners write the rules, that morality is just a story the strong tell to control the weak. This view has enormous, intuitive appeal. Look at history, look at nature. The powerful do seem to prevail. Resources flow to those who can take them. Those with strength impose their will on those without it. Why shouldn't we acknowledge this reality? Why pretend otherwise with talk of dignity and moral obligation? Kant's response to this position is devastating, not because he denies the reality of power, but because he shows that the power player's logic is self-refuting. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying pure power ethics? I will take whatever I can get through superior force, and others have no legitimate claim against me except their own power to resist. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? The power player might say yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let everyone exercise whatever power they have. May the best survive. But notice what this actually means. If everyone follows this maxim, you live in a world of pure conflict, a war of all against all, where every interaction is a test of force, where no commitments bind, where cooperation is impossible except as temporary alliance based on mutual threat. In such a world, you cannot sleep safely, cannot trust anyone, cannot plan beyond immediate survival, cannot develop anything requiring time and cooperation, cannot build, create, or achieve anything complex. More fundamentally, you cannot even assert claims. When you say this is mine, you're making a claim that goes beyond mere physical possession. You're asserting a right that should bind others, even when you're not actively defending the resource. But if might makes right, there are no such rights. There's only current ability to control. The moment you turn your back, lose your strength, or face superior force, you lose everything. Can you will this? Can you rationally choose a world where you have no stable claims, no protected space, no security beyond immediate force? You cannot, because willing requires planning. Planning requires stability. Stability requires that others respect claims. You're not currently enforcing with power. In other words, the power player depends on others not following the power maxim. They depend on a world where most people respect rights, keep commitments, and cooperate so the power player can exploit that cooperative order while refusing to be bound by it themselves. This is the classic exception cancer ethics exposes. The power player wants the benefits of a moral, order-stable property, honored agreements, predictable behavior while claiming exemption from moral constraints themselves. But they cannot have both. If power is really the only reality, then their own claims based on power have no more validity than anyone else's. They cannot object when others use power against them. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, or violated agreements. Because, in a world of pure power, there is no justice. There is only force and counterforce. The formula of humanity reveals another dimension of this failure. When you treat others based solely on power relations, you're not engaging with them as rational agents. You're treating them as obstacles to overcome or resources to exploit. But you don't treat yourself this way. You regard yourself as an agent with legitimate projects, justified claims, and reasonable expectations. You think others should respect your interests, honor their commitments to you, and recognize your autonomy. This is inconsistent. Either rational agency creates legitimate claims, or it doesn't. If it does, then others' rational agency creates claims on you. If it doesn't, then your own rational agency creates no claims on others. You cannot coherently assert your own dignity while denying others. Because the same rational nature that grounds your claims grounds theirs. The power player might respond, "I'm not making moral claims. I'm just taking what I can. I don't ask others to respect my rights. I defend them with power." But this is self-deception. The moment the power player expects others to honor agreements, the moment they object to theft or betrayal, the moment they appeal to any principle beyond immediate force, they're making moral claims. And they do this constantly. When someone steals from them, they don't just physically resist. They claim it was wrong. When someone breaks an agreement with them, they don't just shrug. They assert betrayal. When someone challenges their authority, they don't just apply force. They justify their position. All of this reveals that even the pure power player doesn't actually believe might makes right. They believe it when they're exercising power over others. But when others exercise power over them, suddenly principles matter. Justice matters. Rights matter. This hypocrisy is built into the power position, because power by itself cannot justify anything. It's just a fact about who can do what. To move from "I can do this" to "I should be able to do this," or others should not interfere requires normative claims that go beyond power. And once you're making normative claims, you're in the moral domain. You're implicitly asserting principles that should bind others, regardless of their power to resist you. But if those principles bind others, they bind you. You cannot claim rights for yourself while denying them to others based solely on power. Differential. Kant saw that power ethics is fundamentally incoherent. It tries to assert claims while denying the basis of all claims. It depends on moral concepts while rejecting morality itself. There's also a practical problem. The power player assumes they'll always have power, but power is unstable. Fortunes change. Today's dominant become tomorrow's vulnerable. Age weakens. Circumstances shift. Allies become enemies. When you've built your position on pure power, you have no recourse when power fails. You've granted everyone the right to dominate you if they can. You've eliminated any basis for appealing to their restraint, compassion, or sense of justice. This is profoundly irrational. You're willing a world where you have no protection except strength, knowing that you will inevitably experience weakness. A rational person would want principles that bind others even when you lack power to enforce them. Principles that protect you when vulnerable, constrain you when strong, and create stable expectations for everyone. But these are precisely the principles the power player rejects. They want freedom when strong and protection when weak. But they cannot have both without accepting moral constraints that operate independently of power. The categorical imperative forces consistency. If you claim others should respect you regardless of whether you can force them to, you must respect others regardless of whether they can force you to. If you think there are constraints on what stronger parties can do to weaker ones, you must accept those constraints when you're stronger. There's no middle ground where power justifies your actions but not others, where might makes right when you're wielding it, but wrongs you when others wield it. The power player's logic collapses into either pure nihilism, nothing matters. There are no legitimate claims, force is the only reality, or concealed moralism, where they make exception for themselves while denying others the same claims. If they choose nihilism, they've given up any grounds for objecting to anything. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, cruelty. They can only resist or submit. This makes rational agency impossible, because agency requires being able to make and receive claims. If they choose concealed moralism, they're admitting that moral principles exist and bind others. But then why don't those same principles bind them? What makes them special? Usually the answer is, because I'm stronger, because I can, because I have the power to make exceptions for myself. But this is circular. You're using power to justify claiming exemption from moral principles, while depending on those principles to constrain others' use of power against you. This doesn't work. Either moral principles are binding regardless of power, or they're not binding at all. You cannot have it both ways. Kant would say, the power player's mistake is treating power as if it were a source of normativity, as if being able to do something gave you the right to do it, as if superior force made your claims more valid than others. But power is normatively neutral. It's just a capacity. What matters morally is how you use that capacity, whether you exercise it in ways that respect the rational nature of those affected. When you have power over others, you have greater responsibility, not greater permission. Because you can do more harm, can violate dignity more extensively, can create more suffering through careless exercise of strength. The person with power who uses it purely for self-interest, while disregarding others' dignity, is acting worse than the powerless person who would do the same. Because they're doing more damage to the moral order, treating more people as mere means, causing more violation of rational agency. This is the opposite of what power ethics claims. It says power gives you a pass from moral constraints. Kant says power gives you greater obligations precisely because you can do more harm. The fundamental insight is this: rational agency is what grounds moral claims. Power has nothing to do with it. The weakest person has the same dignity as the strongest, the same status as an end in themselves, the same right to respect. Power can't change this. It can only create temptations to violate it and opportunities to uphold it. when the powerful respect the weak despite having no external compulsion to do so. They demonstrate genuine moral character. They show they recognize dignity as unconditional, not dependent on whether others can force respect. When the powerful exploit the weak simply because they can, they reveal themselves as morally bankrupt. They show they recognize no principles beyond convenience, no constraints beyond external force. And most tellingly, they show they don't really believe their own position, because they still expect others to respect them, still make claims, still appeal to principles when it suits. Then, the power player wants moral order for themselves and moral freedom over others. But this cannot be universalized. It depends on asymmetry that cannot be rationally willed. Either we all live under power alone, in which case no one has legitimate claims and life is nasty, brutish, and short, or we all live under moral principles that bind regardless of power, in which case the strong must respect the weak. There is no coherent middle position where power justifies the strong dominating the weak, while moral principles protect the strong from each other. Kant's ethics reveals that might doesn't make right, it only makes might. And if that's all it makes, then the mighty have no more justified claims than anyone else. Their power is just a fact, not a justification. The only thing that makes claims justified, that gives anyone the right to expect anything from anyone, else is rational agency. And rational agency belongs equally to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the vulnerable, the dominant and the dominated. To recognize this is to see that power ethics is not just wrong, but incoherent. It asserts claims while denying the only possible basis of claims. It demands respect while refusing to give it. It wants the benefits of morality while rejecting moral constraints. And it cannot be universalized without destroying itself. The power player depends on others not being power players, depends on a world of generally moral behavior that they exploit while contributing nothing to its maintenance. This is parasitism, not realism, and Kant's ethics exposes it completely. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Anyone would have done the same. It was necessary. This is perhaps the most common moral excuse, not an assertion that the action was right, but a denial of responsibility, a claim that circumstances eliminated alternatives, that necessity overrode obligation, that the normal rules don't apply when you're backed into a corner. The excuse of necessity appears everywhere. The person who lies says they had to, that telling truth wasn't an option. The person who breaks a promise says circumstances changed, that keeping it became impossible. The person who betrays someone says they were forced, that they faced pressures, leaving no room for loyalty. Sometimes these claims are legitimate. Sometimes circumstances genuinely eliminate options, creating tragic situations where any choice causes harm. But far more often, the excuse of necessity is sophisticated self-deception, a way of denying agency when agency would require difficult choices, a way of avoiding responsibility by claiming helplessness. Kant's ethics cuts through this evasion ruthlessly. First, we need to distinguish genuine necessity from false necessity. Genuine necessity means literal impossibility. You cannot keep a promise to meet someone if you're physically prevented from traveling. You cannot tell truth if you're unconscious. You cannot fulfill an obligation if circumstances make the action literally impossible. But this kind of necessity is rare. Most claims of necessity aren't about impossibility, but about cost. I had to lie usually means telling truth would have been costly. I had to break my promise usually means keeping it would have been difficult. I had no choice usually means the alternative was uncomfortable. This is false necessity. Not the elimination of options, but the rejection of options. You don't. Like, Kant would ask, what's your maxim when you claim necessity? I will violate moral obligations when following them would impose costs I'm unwilling to bear. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone abandons moral constraints whenever they face significant difficulty? Obviously not, because moral obligations are binding precisely in difficult circumstances. When following them is easy, you don't need obligation, you denade. Anyway, from inclination. The whole point of moral duty is that it applies even when you don't want to follow it, even when following it is costly, even when alternatives would be easier. If everyone abandoned moral constraints when circumstances became difficult, there would be no moral constraints at all. Because circumstances are always difficult for someone. There's always some pressure, some cost, some reason why following morality is inconvenient. The person claiming necessity is making a classic exception. They want others to follow moral obligations even when difficult, but they claim exemption when facing their own difficulties. This is the familiar pattern. Universalization exposes asymmetry. You're asserting a right you cannot grant to others without destroying the very moral order you depend on. But there's a deeper issue. The claim of necessity often reflects confusion about what moral obligation requires. Kant distinguishes between perfect and imperfect duties. Perfect duties are strict and allow no exceptions. You must never lie, must never treat someone merely as means, must never violate the categorical imperative. Imperfect duties allow latitude in how and when you fulfill them. You should help others, should develop your talents, should promote your own happiness. But you have discretion about specific applications. When people claim necessity, they're usually trying to turn perfect duties into imperfect ones. They want discretion when none exists. They want to weigh costs and benefits when the obligation is categorical. I had to lie because telling truth would have been too costly. But truth-telling is a perfect duty. Cost is irrelevant. You're obligated to tell truth regardless of consequences to yourself. I had to break my promise because circumstances changed, but promise-keeping is a perfect duty. Changed circumstances don't eliminate obligations, though they might make them more difficult to fulfill. The excuse of necessity tries to smuggle consequentialist reasoning into a deontological framework. It says, this particular instance of following duty would produce bad results, so I don't have to follow it. But this contradicts the categorical nature of moral obligation. Duties are binding regardless of consequences. That's what makes them categorical rather than hypothetical. You might disagree with this. You might think consequences matter enough to override obligations. But then you're abandoning Kantian ethics entirely, not claiming its protection while evading its constraints. The formula of humanity reveals another aspect. When you claim necessity as an excuse for violating someone's dignity, you're treating them as expendable when circumstances require it. I had to deceive them, the situation forced me. But they're a rational being deserving respect regardless of your situation. Your difficulty doesn't give you the right to treat them as mere means. I had to break my commitment. I faced pressures they don't understand. But your pressures don't eliminate their legitimate expectations or their status as an end in themselves. The excuse of necessity places your concerns above others' dignity. It says, my convenience, my welfare, my ability to avoid difficult choices matters more than respecting your rational agency. This cannot be universalized, because others face pressures too. If everyone gets to violate dignity when circumstances are difficult, dignity becomes conditional on everyone having easy circumstances, which is the same as saying it's not real dignity at all. There's also a practical problem with the necessity excuse. It trains you to see yourself as helpless, as a passive victim of circumstances, rather than an active agent making choices. Every time you say I had to, you're denying your own agency. You're treating yourself as an object pushed around by forces beyond your control rather than a rational being choosing among options. This is a form of self-disrespect. You're failing to recognize your own capacity for autonomous choice. You're treating your own rational nature as if it were mere nature subject to causal forces but not capable of self-determination. Kant would say this degrades your own humanity. When you claim helplessness where you actually had choice, you're treating yourself as less than what you are being capable of acting from principle regardless of pressure. Moreover, the necessity excuse becomes a habit. The more you invoke it, the more you train yourself to see obligations as optional when difficult. You develop character structured around avoiding responsibility rather than accepting it. This corrupts moral judgment. You lose the ability to distinguish genuine impossibility from mere difficulty. You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to principle. Over time, you become someone who always finds reasons why normal rules don't apply to you, why your situation is special, why circumstances justified the exception. But, of course, everyone's situation feels special to them. Everyone faces pressures they think others don't understand. Everyone encounters circumstances that make morality inconvenient. If necessity excuses everyone, it excuses no one. Because the excuse eliminates the very concept of obligation. Kant saw this clearly. Either moral obligations or categorical binding, regardless of cost, regardless of difficulty, regardless of what you'd prefer, they're not really obligations at all. They're just suggestions that apply when convenient. Guidelines that hold unless following them is hard. Ideals you nod toward while acting on entirely different principles. This doesn't mean Kant was naive about difficulty. He recognized that humans are finite beings with real limitations. That circumstances sometimes genuinely constrain options. That moral life involves genuine dilemmas. But he insisted on distinguishing genuine constraints from self-serving excuses. Real impossibility from unwillingness to pay costs. Tragic circumstances from convenient rationalizations. The test is simple. Are you claiming you couldn't do something that was literally impossible? Or are you claiming you had to abandon a moral obligation because following it would have been difficult? If the former, fine. No one can demand the impossible. If the latter, you're making an excuse, not stating a fact. And the excuse can't be universalized, because everyone faces difficulty. If difficulty eliminates obligation, obligation eliminates itself. There's one more aspect to consider. The excuse of necessity often reveals failure of moral imagination, an inability to see options that would allow you to fulfill obligations. Despite difficulty, when you claim I had no choice, you're usually wrong. You had choices. You just didn't like them. You didn't want to pay the price of acting morally. But moral life requires creativity, finding ways to honor obligations despite obstacles, discovering paths through difficult circumstances that respect everyone's dignity. The person who immediately claims necessity has often simply stopped thinking. They've identified the easy option that violates obligation and declared all others impossible without seriously considering them. Kant would say this shows insufficient commitment to morality. A genuinely moral person would exhaust all options before concluding that obligation cannot be fulfilled, would accept significant cost to themselves before violating others. Dignity. This doesn't mean moral heroism is required of everyone, but it means you cannot casually abandon obligations while claiming you had no alternative. The excuse of necessity, in most cases, is simply moral laziness, a refusal to think hard about options, to accept costs, to honor the categorical nature of obligation, and when you examine it through Kant's test, it fails immediately. You cannot will that everyone abandons obligations when circumstances are difficult. You cannot universalize the maxim of convenience over duty, because you depend on others maintaining their obligations to you even when doing so is costly for them. You depend on a world where most people honor commitments, tell truth, respect, dignitize despite pressures and difficulties. You're claiming exception from the very order you require to function, asserting that others must follow rules you won't follow, treating your convenience as more important than the moral fabric of human community. This is the characteristic failure that Kant's ethics exposes in all its forms. The attempt to benefit from morality while evading its constraints, to enjoy the protections of a moral order while contributing nothing to its maintenance. The excuse of necessity is just one more version of this eternal human tendency to claim helplessness when agency would require sacrifice, to invoke circumstances when principle would require cost, to deny responsibility when accepting it would be difficult. But Kant shows us we always have a choice, not always an easy choice, not always a choice we like, not always a choice that spares us difficulty, but a choice nonetheless, between following the categorical imperative or violating it, between respecting human dignity or treating people as means, between acting from duty or from inclination. The excuse of necessity tries to deny this choice, to claim that circumstances made the decision for you, that you were forced to violate obligation. But this is false. You chose. You decided that your convenience mattered more than your duty, that the cost of morality was more than you were willing to pay. You can admit this honestly, accept responsibility, and face whatever consequences follow from your choice, or you can hide behind necessity, pretending you had no agency, denying the choice you actually made. But you cannot do both. You cannot claim helplessness while also claiming moral status. You cannot deny agency while expecting to be treated as an agent, and you cannot universalize the excuse without destroying the very concept of moral obligation, without reducing ethics to a system where everyone follows rules when convenient and abandons them when not. Kant's ethics demands more. It demands recognition that moral obligation binds regardless of difficulty, that human dignity matters regardless of cost, that some things are simply required of rational beings, regardless of whether circumstances make compliance easy. This is demanding. It's meant to be. Because morality isn't about convenience, It's about what rational agency itself requires, about what must be true if human community is to be possible at all, and the excuse of necessity, in the end, is just another way of denying these truths while depending on them, of claiming helplessness while demanding that others remain bound. By principles you refuse to follow, Kant's test exposes this completely, and leaves no room for the comfortable lie that circumstances can eliminate what reason demands. We've seen how various justifications for immoral behavior fail the categorical imperative, but there's a deeper pattern worth exploring. A reason why bad maxims always fail universalization, and understanding this pattern reveals something profound about the structure of morality itself. Every immoral maxim has the same fundamental problem. It depends on conditions it simultaneously undermines. It requires stability it destroys. It exploits an order it refuses to maintain. Think about lying. The liar needs people to believe them. But lying, if universalized, destroys belief itself. The practice of communication depends on a presumption of truthfulness. When that presumption collapses, words lose their power to convey information. The liar is sawing off the branch they're sitting on. Their maxim only works because most people don't follow it. They're making an exception for themselves that cannot be generalized. This isn't an accident. It's structural, built into the nature of rational agency in communication. When you speak, you implicitly claim to be communicating something true. Not necessarily that your statement corresponds to reality, but that you believe what you're saying. You're presenting your words as expressions of your actual thoughts. Lying violates this implicit claim. You're using the communication system while refusing to play by its rules. You're exploiting others' assumption of good faith while acting in bad faith yourself. This is why the contradiction isn't just about consequences. It's about the internal coherence of the maxim itself. You cannot universalize lying because doing so destroys the very practice that makes lying possible. The same pattern appears in promise breaking. Promises work because people generally keep them. They create expectations that guide planning and enable cooperation. When someone makes a promise, others adjust their behavior in reliance on that commitment. The promise breaker exploits this system. They gain the benefits of being trusted, without bearing the costs of being trustworthy. They want others to treat their promises as binding while treating those same promises as optional for themselves. But if everyone broke promises when convenient, the institution of promising would dissolve. No one would adjust their behavior based on commitments. Promises would become mere predictions, not obligations. The promise breaker, like the liar, depends on others maintaining what they refuse to maintain. They're parasitic on a practice they're undermining. This reveals something important about why Kant's ethics works. It's not imposing arbitrary constraints from outside. It's showing what rational agency itself requires. To be a rational agent is to act for reasons, to claim that your actions are justified. And to claim justification is to assert principles that apply beyond your particular case. When you act, you're implicitly saying, this type of action, in these types of circumstances, is permissible. You're making a universal claim, whether you realize it or not. The categorical imperative simply makes this implicit universality explicit. It asks, can your maxim actually function as a universal principle, or does it depend on others not following it? If the latter, you're being incoherent. You're claiming a justification that undermines itself when universalized. You're trying to have things both ways to benefit from a practice while refusing to maintain it. This is why bad maxims always self-destruct, not because God punishes them, not because society disapproves, not because they produce bad consequences, though they often do, but because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot survive their own universalization. Consider manipulation. The manipulator needs people who aren't suspicious, who take communications at face value, who assume good faith. Manipulation works by exploiting trust. But if everyone manipulated everyone, trust would disappear. Everyone would constantly suspect ulterior motives. Every communication would be analyzed for hidden agendas. The baseline of good faith that makes manipulation effective would be destroyed. The manipulator depends on most people not being manipulators, on a world where trust is the default, so violations of trust can be exploited. This dependency reveals the incoherence. You cannot coherently will that everyone manipulates, because doing so eliminates what makes manipulation work. You're asserting a right that destroys its own conditions of possibility. The pattern extends to all immoral maxims. The thief needs property rights to exist, or there's nothing to steal. The fraudster needs honest commerce, or fraud would be expected and anticipated. The person who refuses all help needs a society where most people do help, or human cooperation would be impossible. In every case, the immoral agent is free-riding, taking advantage of a moral order they refuse to support, exploiting others' good behavior, while exempting themselves from reciprocal obligations. Kant's genius was recognizing that this free-riding is not just unfair, it's logically incoherent. You cannot rationally will a world where everyone free rides, because free riding depends on others not free-riding. This gives us a different way of understanding why morality is binding. Not because of divine command, not because of social contract, not because of consequences, but because of what rational agency itself requires. To be rational is to act according to principles. To act according to principles is to claim those. Principles could be universal. To claim they could be universal is to be bound by them yourself. You cannot escape this by denying you're making universal claims, because any justification of your action implicitly universalizes. When you say, "It was okay for me to do this because of these reasons," you're saying these reasons justify this type of action, and that's a universal claim. The only way to avoid universal claims is to admit you're not acting for reasons at all, that you're just doing what you feel like, with no justification, making no claim that your action is permissible, but then you're not exercising rational agency. You're just behaving. And if you're just behaving, you cannot object when others behave toward you in ways you don't like. You've given up any basis for making claims against others. This is the choice Kant presents. Either you act rationally, according to principles that could be universal, in which case morality binds you, or you give up rationality entirely, in which case you give up any basis for asserting claims, making demands, or expecting anything from anyone. Most people don't want to give up rationality. They want to be rational agents who act for reasons and can justify their choices. But they also want to avoid moral constraints when those constraints are inconvenient. Kant shows this is impossible. You cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. You cannot assert justifications while refusing to universalize them. You cannot expect others to respect your claims while refusing to respect theirs. The self-destructive nature of bad maxims isn't a curious feature. It's the fundamental fact about immoral action. Every violation of the categorical imperative is an attempt to assert something that cannot be coherently asserted, to claim a right that destroys itself. When universalized, to enjoy benefits while refusing to bear their costs. This is why you can always tell when someone's reasoning is bad. Not because you have moral intuitions that disagree, not because you calculate different consequences, but because their maxim, when made explicit and universal, reveals its own incoherence. They want special treatment they cannot justify, exceptions. They cannot universalize, rights they cannot grant to others without undermining their own position. Kant gives us the tool to see this, to take any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim and test whether it can survive its own universalization. If it can, the action is at least permissible. If it cannot, the justification is hollow. Not wrong in some subjective sense, but objectively incoherent, self-undermining, rationally untenable. This is the deeper pattern. Bad maxims fail not because they violate external rules, but because they violate the internal requirements of rational agency itself. They try to claim what cannot be claimed, to assert what cannot be asserted, to universalize what destroys itself when universalized. And once you see this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every rationalization reveals itself as an attempt to make an exception that cannot be made. Every excuse exposes itself as a claim to rights that undermine themselves when, extended, the categorical imperative is not a constraint imposed from outside. It's the internal logic of rational agency made explicit. Acting morally is not sacrificing your interests for some external authority. It's being consistent with what you're already implicitly claiming whenever you act rationally at all. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Not because reason tells us what to desire or what goals to pursue, but because reason itself has a structure, and acting according to that structure requires acting morally. The person who violates the categorical imperative isn't just doing something wrong. They're being irrational, incoherent, self-contradictory. They're claiming what they cannot claim, asserting what they cannot assert, willing what they cannot will. And this irrationality is visible, not through moral intuition or divine revelation or cultural conditioning, but through simple, logical analysis, through asking, can this maxim be universal? Does it survive its own generalization, or does it depend on conditions it undermines? When you ask this question honestly, bad maxims always reveal themselves. They collapse under their own weight. They prove unable to sustain what they require. This is the deeper pattern, and understanding it transforms how you think about morality. It's not about following rules because someone said so. It's about being coherent, about not soaring off the branch you're sitting on, about not claiming rights you cannot grant, about what cannot be willed. It's about recognizing what rational agency itself demands, and accepting that you cannot escape those demands while remaining rational. Having understood why bad maxims self-destruct, we can examine the deeper architecture of how people try to evade moral constraints. There are patterns to manipulation and rationalization, strategies that appear again and again, and understanding these patterns helps you recognize violations before they deceive you. The first strategy is particularization, taking a universal moral principle and adding qualifications that make it apply only to others. You shouldn't lie becomes people shouldn't lie to me. Promises should be kept becomes others should keep their promises to me. Human dignity must be respected becomes my dignity must be respected. The pattern is subtle because it uses moral language while evacuating moral content. It sounds like you're affirming moral principles, but you're actually claiming special status that exempts you from them. Kant's test exposes this immediately. Can you universalize your actual maxim? Not the principle you cite, but the principle you actually follow. If your real maxim is, others must respect my dignity, but I can treat them as mere means when convenient, that obviously fails universalization. You're claiming an exception with no justification. The second strategy is false equivalence, treating fundamentally different situations as if they raise the same moral issues, then using one to justify the other. Everyone lies sometimes, so my lies are no different. But your lies and white lies about someone's haircut are categorically different. One manipulates someone for your benefit. The other spares minor hurt feelings. The maxims are completely different. All business involves some exploitation, so my exploitation is normal. But there's a difference between employing someone at market wages and systematically abusing workers because you can. The fact that all economic relationships involve power doesn't mean all exercises of power are equivalent. This strategy works by blurring distinctions, by grouping all instances of some behavior together, regardless of maxims, intentions, or contexts, then using the acceptability of mild instances to justify severe violations. Kant's ethics requires examining actual maxims, not surface behaviors. Two people might tell falsehoods. Following the maxim, I will speak falsely to protect someone from harm. Another following, I will deceive others for personal gain. Same behavior, completely different moral status. The third strategy is infinite regress, questioning every moral claim until the person either gives up or admits uncertainty, then treating this as permission to ignore morality entirely. Why should I respect human dignity? Because Kant said so. Why should I listen to Kant? Because he gave good arguments. Why should I care about good arguments? Because rationality matters. Why does rationality matter? This can continue indefinitely, but it proves nothing. You can apply the same strategy to any claim whatsoever, including the strategy itself. Kant's response is that some things are simply presupposed by rational agency. You cannot question whether rationality matters while engaging in rational questioning. The very act of asking undermines the skeptical conclusion. Similarly, you cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. Questioning moral principles is fine, but you cannot question them while simultaneously making moral claims against others. The fourth strategy is hypothetical extremes, presenting bizarre scenarios where moral principles seem to lead to absurd conclusions, then using these to reject the principles entirely. What if an asteroid was going to destroy Earth, and the only way to stop it was by torturing one person? Would you really say we shouldn't torture them? These scenarios are designed to make moral principles seem rigid or unrealistic, but they prove nothing about ordinary cases. The fact that principles might face dilemmas in wildly improbable situations doesn't eliminate their binding force in normal life. Moreover, these hypotheticals often smuggle in assumptions that beg the question: They're constructed specifically to make the violation seem necessary. Then treat this construction as revealing a flaw in moral reasoning. Kant would say, focus on actual situations you face. Don't let imaginary edge cases undermine your commitment. 2 principles that apply clearly in real life. The 5th strategy is motive questioning. Instead of engaging with moral arguments, attacking the motives of people making them, you only care about honesty because you're judgmental. You only oppose exploitation because you're envious. You only emphasize duty because you're repressed. This is ad hominem reasoning. It tries to discredit moral claims by discrediting their advocates. But the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the character of the person making it. Kant's principles stand on their own logical merits. They're true or false based on whether they survive rational examination, not based on who endorses them. The 6th strategy is selective empathy. Focusing intensely on how moral principles constrain you, while ignoring how your violations harm others. When told not to lie, you vividly imagine the awkwardness of telling truth. When told not to manipulate, you focus on how difficult, honest persuasion would be. When told not to break promises, you emphasize how circumstances have changed, but you don't imagine what it's like to be lied to be manipulated, to have commitments broken. You don't feel the violation of agency, the loss of dignity, the harm to trust. This asymmetry allows you to see moral constraints as unreasonable impositions, while not seeing your violations as significant. Wrongs. Kant would say, apply the formula of humanity consistently. Imagine yourself in the position of those affected by your actions. Ask whether you're treating them as you'd want to be treated, as an end, not merely as a means. The 7th strategy is moral diffusion, spreading responsibility so widely that no one feels personally accountable. Everyone else is doing it. The system is corrupt anyway. My individual action doesn't matter. I'm just following orders. It's not my decision alone. Each statement might be factually true. Others might be doing it. The system might be corrupt. Your individual action might have small impact. You might be following orders. But none of this eliminates your personal responsibility for your own maxims. You choose what principles to act on. That choice is yours, regardless of what others do or what systems you operate within. Kant's ethics is radically personal. You're responsible for your maxims. You must ask whether you can universalize them. You cannot evade this by pointing to others' behavior or institutional structures. The 8th strategy is temporal compartmentalization, treating past actions as irrelevant to present identity and future actions as too uncertain to constrain present choice. Yes, I lied before, but I've changed. I might need to lie in the future, so I can't commit to never lying. The present moment becomes the only reality. Past patterns don't reveal character. Future implications don't constrain choice. This allows you to repeatedly violate principles while claiming each instance is an exception, not a pattern. To avoid accountability for establishing habits and corrupting character, Kant would emphasize that moral development matters. Each choice shapes who you become. Each exception makes the next exception easier. Character is built through consistent commitment, not through treating each situation as isolated. The 9th strategy is emotional override, using intense feelings to bypass rational evaluation. I was so angry. I was terrified. I was desperate. The emotion becomes both explanation and justification. as if feeling something strongly makes acting on it permissible. But emotions don't suspend the categorical imperative. They explain why you violated it, showing you acted from inclination rather than duty. But they don't justify the violation. Kant isn't saying emotions are bad. He's saying they can't override moral obligation. When duty and inclination conflict, duty must prevail if you're to be genuinely moral rather than merely following your feelings. The 10th strategy is definitional games. Redefining terms to make violations seem like compliance. I'm not lying, I'm being strategic with information. I'm not manipulating, I'm influencing. I'm not exploiting. I'm engaging in mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not violating dignity. I'm being realistic about human nature. The words change, but the underlying maxims remain the same. You're still deceiving, still treating people as mere means, still making exceptions for yourself. Kant would focus on the actual maxim you're acting on, regardless of how you label it. What principle are you really following? Can that principle be universalized? Understanding these strategies reveals something important. They're all variations of the same fundamental evasion, trying to claim moral status while avoiding moral constraint, claiming others must respect you while refusing to respect them, claiming rights while denying equivalent rights to others, demanding principle from others while allowing exceptions for yourself. Every strategy tries to maintain the asymmetry that Kant's ethics exposes, to preserve the gap between how you want to be treated and how you're willing to treat others. This is why manipulation has an architecture. It's not random. It follows patterns because it's always trying to solve the same problem. How to violate the categorical imperative while claiming its protections? The answer is, you can't, not coherently. Every evasion strategy fails under examination. Every rationalization reveals itself as special pleading. Every exception proves unable to generalize. But humans are remarkably persistent. When one strategy fails, we try another. When direct violation is too obvious, we obscure it with rhetoric. When logical analysis exposes the problem, we appeal to emotion or authority. The architecture of manipulation is intricate because people are clever. But it's also fragile because all its structures rest on the same incoherent foundation. The attempt to have moral order without moral constraint. Recognizing these patterns makes you harder to manipulate and less likely to manipulate yourself. When someone tries one of these strategies, you can identify it. When you're tempted to rationalize, you can catch yourself. The categorical imperative, once truly understood, acts like a philosophical immune system. It recognizes attempts to evade it, rejects sophistical reasoning, and maintains clarity about what rational consistency requires. This doesn't make moral life easy. Recognizing manipulation doesn't eliminate temptation. Understanding doesn't automatically produce right action. But it does strip away comforting illusions. It makes self-deception harder. It exposes the architecture of rationalization so you can see it operating in yourself and others. And seeing clearly is the first step toward acting well. Throughout our exploration, one concept has appeared again and again: autonomy. It's time to understand why this concept is so central to Kant's ethics and why it unlocks everything else. The word autonomy literally means self-law. Auto, self. Nomos law. A being who gives laws to themselves rather than receiving them from outside. This might sound like moral relativism, everyone making up their own rules. But Kant means something entirely different, something profound about what it means to be rational. To see this, we need to distinguish autonomy from mere independence. Independence is simply doing what you want without external constraint. A person stranded alone on an island is independent in this sense, but they're not autonomous in Kant's sense. Autonomy isn't about absence of constraint. It's about the source of constraint. An autonomous being is constrained by principles, by laws, by obligations. But these constraints are self-imposed. They come from the rational nature of the being itself, not from external forces. Think about mathematics. When you recognize that 2 + 2 = 4, you're constrained. You can't rationally believe that 2 + 2 = 5. But this constraint isn't imposed from outside. It comes from the nature of rational thought itself. You give this law to yourself through your own reason. Moral autonomy works similarly. When you recognize that the categorical imperative binds you, you're constrained. You can't rationally will maxims that can't be universalized. But this constraint isn't imposed by God, society, or nature. It comes from your own rational nature. This is why Kant says that autonomy is the foundation of human dignity, because to be autonomous is to be the source of your own laws, to be self-determining rather than determined by outside forces. An animal acts from instinct. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by natural drives. It doesn't choose. A programmed machine acts from its code. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by external programming. But a rational being can step back from any particular drive or desire and ask, should I act on this? Is this consistent with principles I can will as universal law? This capacity for critical reflection, for self-legislation, is what makes rational beings special, and it's what gives them dignity rather than mere value. Things with value can be traded, replaced, or sacrificed for something of greater value. But beings with dignity are priceless. They cannot be traded or replaced because their worth is unconditional. Why? Because they're the source of all valuing. They're what makes value possible in the first place. Without autonomous, rational beings, nothing would have value because there would be no one to recognize it, pursue it, or care about it. This is why the formula of humanity commands treating rational beings as ends in themselves. Not because they're useful, though they often are. Not because they produce good outcomes, though they often do. But because they have the capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to themselves through reason. When you respect someone's autonomy, you're acknowledging their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, determine their own life through reason. You're recognizing them as a fellow legislator in the kingdom of ends. When you violate someone's autonomy by lying, manipulating, coercing, or otherwise treating them as mere means, denying this capacity, you're treating them as if they were an object to be used rather than an agent to be respected. This is why all moral violations involve treating rational nature as mere means. Because all moral violations override autonomy. They substitute your judgment for someone else's, your ends for theirs, your will for their self-legislation. But here's the key insight. You cannot coherently deny autonomy in others while claiming it for yourself. Because the same rational capacity that grounds your autonomy grounds theirs. When you assert your own dignity, make claims against others, Demand respect for your choices, sure, implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal. It's not something you uniquely possess. It's what makes any being capable of moral status. So to claim autonomy for yourself while denying it to others is incoherent. You're asserting that rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. You're making an exception that cannot be justified. The categorical imperative simply makes this explicit. It says, if you're going to act as an autonomous being setting ends, making choices, following principles, then you must recognize autonomy in others. You must act only on maxims you could will as universal law. This isn't an external constraint on your autonomy. It's what autonomy itself requires. Because to be truly autonomous isn't to do whatever you happen to want. It's to act according to principles that reason can endorse. And reason can only endorse principles that respect rational nature wherever it appears. Principles that could serve as universal laws for all autonomous beings. This is why Kant says that autonomy is both the ground and the goal of morality. It's the ground because rational beings' capacity for self-legislation is what makes moral law possible. It's the goal because moral action aims to respect and promote autonomy in all rational beings. When you act morally, you're exercising your own autonomy, giving law to yourself through reason, and you're respecting others, autonomy treating them as self-legislating beings rather than mere objects. This creates a beautiful symmetry. Moral action expresses what you are, an autonomous being, while recognizing what others are equally autonomous beings. It's consistent with your nature while respecting the equivalent nature in everyone else. Immoral action, by contrast, is self-contradictory. You're exercising your autonomy to deny others autonomy, using your capacity for self-legislation to override others' equivalent capacity. Acting as if rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. This is why evil is always, fundamentally, irrational. Not just wrong, but incoherent. It involves claiming for yourself what you deny to others, while possessing no basis for the distinction. Understanding autonomy also explains why moral development matters. You don't become autonomous simply by reaching a certain age or achieving independence. Autonomy must be developed through practice. Every time you act from duty rather than inclination, you strengthen your capacity for self-legislation. Every time you universalize your maxims rather than making exceptions for yourself, you exercise autonomy more fully. Every time you respect others' rational agency despite pressure to violate it, you become more genuinely autonomous. This is because autonomy isn't just a capacity you have. It's a capacity you must actively realize through your choices. You can have the potential for autonomy while consistently acting heteronomously, following desire, social pressure, or arbitrary authority. True autonomy requires consistently choosing to act from principles that reason itself endorses. And that means acting morally. There's no gap between being genuinely autonomous and being moral. They're the same thing. This is perhaps Kant's most radical claim. Morality isn't a constraint on your autonomy. It's the fullest expression of autonomy. When you act morally, you're most fully yourself, most fully realizing your nature as a rational, self-legislating being. When you act immorally, you're less autonomous, not more. You're allowing inclination, pressure, or desire to override your rational nature. You're being determined by forces outside, your rational agency rather than determining yourself through reason. This inverts common assumptions. People often think morality constrains freedom, that moral obligations limit what you can do, that being moral means sacrificing your autonomy to external rules. But Kant shows this is backwards. You're most free when you act morally because you're acting from your own rational nature rather than being pushed around by desires, circumstances, or manipulation. You're least free when you violate moral principles because you're being controlled by forces outside your rational agency. You're allowing heteronymous factors: desire for pleasure, fear of consequences, social pressure to determine your action. True freedom is autonomy, and autonomy is moral action. They're inseparable. This doesn't mean moral action is easy. It means it's the only action that's truly free, that expresses what you really are rather than what external forces push you to do. Understanding this transforms how you think about moral obligation. It's not a burden imposed from outside. It's the demand of your own rational nature. When you feel obligated, what you're feeling is your own reason calling you to act consistently with what you are. When you resist this call, when you act from inclination against duty or not asserting your freedom, you're surrendering it. You're allowing something other than your rational agency to control your action. This is why Kant places autonomy at the center of his ethics. It's not just one value among others. It's the foundation of all moral value, the source of human dignity, the condition of genuine freedom, the goal of moral development. And it's the key to understanding why the categorical imperative binds, not because some external authority demands it, but because your own rational nature demands it. Because to be autonomous is to act on principles that could be universal laws. Because to claim autonomy for yourself is to recognize it in others. The categorical imperative isn't a constraint on autonomy. It's autonomy making explicit what it requires. It's reason calling you to consistency with your own nature as a rational, self-legislating being. And once you see this, you see why morality isn't optional for rational beings. Not because they'll be punished for immorality, but because immorality is incompatible with what they essentially are. To be rational is to be autonomous. To be autonomous is to be moral. There's no way to be fully human, fully realizing your nature as a rational being, while consistently violating the categorical imperative. This is autonomy's central place in Kant's ethics. Not just important, but foundational. Not just a value, but the condition of all value. Not just relevant to morality, but identical with it. Understanding this unlocks everything else we've explored. Why bad maxims self-destruct, why manipulation fails universalization, why moral violations are irrational, why human dignity is unconditional. All of it flows from the nature of autonomy, from what it means to be a rational being capable of giving law to yourself through reason, from the recognition that this capacity is what makes morality possible and what morality must protect. Kant gave us a third formulation of the categorical imperative, one that synthesizes the insights of the first two while pointing towards something aspirational. He called it the formula of the kingdom of ends. Act according to maxims of a universally legislating member of a merely possible kingdom of ends. This formulation is more complex, but it captures something beautiful about what morality aims toward. A vision of human community at its best. A kingdom is a systematic union under common laws. But this isn't a political kingdom ruled by a monarch. It's a moral kingdom where all members are both legislators and subjects. Each member legislates universal laws through their rational nature, but each is also subject to the very laws they legislate. You make moral law through your reason, but you're also bound by it. This dual status, legislator and subject, simultaneously is what distinguishes the kingdom of ends from hierarchical structures. There's no ruler imposing law on subordinates. Everyone participates equally in moral legislation. The kingdom consists of ends, rational beings who are valuable in themselves, not merely as means. Each member recognizes every other member as an end. Each treats everyone else with the respect due to autonomous agents. This creates a moral community, where everyone relates to everyone else as fellow rational beings, where no one is used as a mere tool, where each person's dignity is recognized and respected by all. Kant describes this as a merely possible kingdom because it's an ideal rather than a current reality. No actual human society fully realizes it, but it represents the goal toward which moral action tends when you act according to the categorical imperative. You're legislating for this kingdom. You're acting as if it already existed. You're treating others as ends, following only maxims. That could be universal laws, recognizing the dignity of all rational beings. Each moral action is like a vote for the kingdom of ends, a contribution toward making it real, a refusal to treat the current state of imperfection as justification for further violation. The beauty of this vision is how it combines equality with respect. Everyone is equal as a legislator. Each person's rational nature has the same status and authority, but this equality grounds respect rather than uniformity. Each person's unique ends, projects, and choices deserve respect precisely because they're exercises of autonomous, rational agency. The kingdom of ends isn't a place where everyone does the same things or pursues identical goals. It's a community where everyone pursues their own rationally chosen ends while respecting others' equivalent freedom to do the same. This vision has political implications. It suggests what legitimate political authority looks like. Not ruled by the powerful over the weak, but self-governance by rational beings who recognize each other's equal status. Laws are legitimate when they could be willed by everyone as self-legislation. When they respect the autonomy of all citizens, treating them as ends rather than means. When they create conditions for each person to develop and exercise their rational capacities. But the kingdom of ends goes beyond politics. It's a moral ideal that applies to all human relationships, to families, friendships, businesses, institutions, any context where rational beings interact. In each context, the question is, are people treating each other as ends in themselves, as autonomous agents whose dignity deserves respect? Or are they treating each other as mere tools, as means to their own ends? A family that respects the kingdom of ends would recognize each member's rational agency. Parents would guide children toward autonomy rather than merely controlling them. Adults would respect each other's choices, even when disagreeing. Relationships would be structured by mutual respect rather than domination. A business that respected the kingdom of ends would treat workers as agents, not resources. Customers as persons, not revenue sources. Communities as partners, not externalities. Profit would be pursued within constraints set by respect for human dignity. An institution that respected the kingdom of ends would empower rather than subordinate. It would create space for people to exercise autonomy rather than merely following orders. It would be accountable to those it affects rather than imposing decisions on them. None of this means conflict disappears. Rational beings with different ends will sometimes clash. But in the kingdom of ends, these conflicts are resolved through reason, dialogue, and respect rather than through power, manipulation, or violation of dignity. The ideal might seem impossibly distant. Human societies are full of hierarchy, exploitation, and violation. Most relationships involve some degree of using others as means. Perfect respect for autonomy seems utopian, but Kant would say this doesn't undermine the ideal. It just means we have work to do. Each action that respects dignity moves us closer. Each refusal to treat people as mere means contributes to realizing the kingdom. And importantly, you can act as a member of the kingdom of ends regardless of whether others do. You can treat people as ends even when they treat you as means. You can follow universal laws even in an unjust world. This is what acting from duty means. Not waiting until conditions are perfect, but acting morally now. Treating the kingdom of ends as already existing through your own behavior, even when others haven't caught up. This is hard. It means respecting people's dignity even when they don't respect yours. Maintaining moral principles even when others violate them. Acting as if rational nature deserves unconditional respect even in circumstances that make this costly. But it's the only way the ideal can ever be realized. Not through some sudden transformation, but through individuals choosing to act morally despite imperfect conditions. Through each person taking responsibility for their own maxims, their own treatment of others, their own contribution to moral community. The kingdom of ends represents Kant's answer to cynicism. Yes, people often act badly. Yes, the world is full of exploitation and violation. Yes, perfect justice seems impossibly distant. But this doesn't mean moral action is pointless. Every moral action is a contribution. Every respect for dignity creates a small instance of the kingdom. Every universalizable maxim legislates for the ideal, and gradually, through accumulation of individual moral choices, human community can approximate the ideal more closely. Not perfectly. Human nature is flawed, circumstances are difficult. Conflicts are inevitable, but better than before, more respectful of dignity, more consistent with what rational beings deserve. This is Kant's vision. Not naive optimism about human goodness, but realistic hope based on what autonomy makes possible. Not fantasy about perfection, but commitment to progress through moral action. The kingdom of ends is the goal. The categorical imperative is the path. Each individual's choice to act morally is a step forward. And while no one can create the kingdom alone, everyone can refuse to act as if dignity doesn't matter. This refusal, this commitment to treating rational nature as an end regardless of circumstances is what moral action means. And it's available to everyone, always, regardless of what others do. You cannot create the kingdom of ends by yourself, but you can be its representative in every action. You can legislate its laws through your maxims. You can treat everyone you encounter as the fellow member of a moral community. They deserve to be recognized as This is what the formula of the kingdom of ends asks. Not that you wait for perfect conditions, but that you act now as if those conditions existed. Not that you create utopia, but that you refuse to let imperfection justify violations. It's demanding, but it's also liberating, because it means your moral action always matters, always contributes, always makes the world slightly more like what it should be. The kingdom of ends is possible, precisely because each rational being can choose to realize it in their own actions, can treat others as ends, can follow universal laws, can recognize dignity regardless of what others do, and through these individual choices, the merely possible becomes increasingly real. Kant's ethics has faced serious objections since its inception. Understanding these challenges helps us appreciate both the theory's strengths and its genuine difficulties. Let's examine the most important criticisms, honestly. The first major objection is rigidity. Critics argue that Kant's categorical imperatives allow no exceptions, even when exceptions seem obviously right. The murderer at the door case is the classic example. Surely you should lie to save an innocent life. Kant's response seems heartless to many. He insists you cannot lie even here. This leads critics to say his ethics is too rigid for real life, that it produces counterintuitive conclusions, that flexibility matters. But defenders point out that Kant offers options besides lying. You can refuse to answer. You can physically prevent the murderer from entering. You can do many things. The prohibition is specifically against lying, not against protecting the innocent. Moreover, if we allow exceptions for good consequences, where do we stop? Once we say lying is acceptable when it produces good outcomes, we've abandoned the categorical nature of moral obligation. We're back to consequentialism with all its problems. The deeper response is that Kant's ethics isn't about maximizing good outcomes. It's about respecting human dignity regardless of consequences. If this sometimes requires accepting worse outcomes, that's the price of treating moral principles as truly categorical. You might still disagree, but the disagreement is about whether morality is fundamentally deontological or consequentialist, not about whether Kant is consistent within his framework. The second objection concerns conflicts of duty. What happens when two perfect duties conflict? When keeping one promise requires breaking another? When telling truth to one person means violating confidentiality to another? Kant has no clear procedure for resolving these conflicts. He tends to deny they can genuinely occur, to suggest that careful analysis will reveal one duty takes priority, or that there's a creative solution respecting both. But critics say this is unrealistic. Real life does present tragic choices where any option violates some duty. Kant's ethics seems to break down here. Defenders argue this objection misunderstands the theory. Kant isn't claiming moral life is easy or that dilemmas never occur. He's claiming that moral principles are categorical. When you face a genuine dilemma, you do your best to reason through which obligation is stronger, then accept responsibility for the choice. The theory doesn't provide mechanical answers, but it does provide a framework for thinking through difficult cases. And it prohibits certain easy outs like sacrificing others' dignity for your convenience. The third objection involves moral motivation. Kant says actions have moral worth only when done from duty rather than inclination. But this seems to devalue natural sympathy, love, and compassion. Surely the person who helps others from genuine care is more praiseworthy than someone who helps grudgingly from duty alone. Doesn't Kant's ethics make morality cold and mechanical? Kant's response is often misunderstood. He's not saying emotions are bad or that you should help people without caring about them. He's saying moral worth comes from acting on principle, not from acting on feeling alone, when duty and inclination align. That's wonderful. When you help someone you care about, you're acting from both duty and love. But the moral worth specifically comes from the recognition that you would have obligations, even if you didn't feel like helping. The person who helps only when they feel like it isn't genuinely moral. They're just following their feelings. Moral character requires helping even when you don't feel like it, because duty requires it. The fourth objection concerns application. How do you determine the right level of specificity for maxims? How do you know which features of your situation are morally relevant? The theory seems to require perfect judgment while providing limited guidance. This is a fair concern. Kant's ethics requires practical wisdom to apply correctly. You can't just mechanically test maxims without understanding which formulations capture the morally relevant features. But defenders argue this is true of any ethical theory. All require judgment in application. Kant at least provides clear principles to guide that judgment, the tests of universalization and respect for humanity. Moreover, practice improves judgment. As you apply the categorical imperative over time, you develop better intuitions about which maxims accurately describe your actions and which features matter morally. The fifth objection involves scope. Does the categorical imperative apply to non-human animals? To future generations? To artificial intelligences if they become rational? Kant's framework seems unclear about boundaries. Kant himself limited moral status to rational beings. Animals, in his view, have only indirect moral significance. We shouldn't be cruel to them because cruelty corrupts our character, not because they have rights. Many modern philosophers find this too narrow. They argue that the capacity to suffer, not just rationality, creates moral status, that we have direct duties to animals, not just indirect ones mediated through effects on human character. This is a real tension. Kant's focus on rational agency as the sole source of moral status seems problematic to many contemporary thinkers. But extending moral status beyond rational agency requires rethinking the foundation of his theory. The sixth objection concerns realism. Is Kant's account of autonomy psychologically realistic? Can humans really act from pure rational principle, rather than emotion and desire? Doesn't his theory require capacities humans don't have? Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that emotion and reason are deeply intertwined. The so-called rational decision-making always involves emotional components. That pure practical reason might be a myth. Defenders argue Kant isn't denying the role of emotion. He's making a normative claim about what gives actions moral worth, not an empirical claim about how human psychology actually works. Moreover, the fact that perfect autonomy is difficult doesn't make it irrelevant. It's an ideal we can approximate, a standard that guides self-improvement, even if we never achieve it completely. These objections are serious. They point to genuine difficulties in Kant's ethics, but none of them devastate the theory. Each has responses that preserve the core, insights while acknowledging limitations. Perhaps the fairest assessment is this: Kant's ethics captures something deeply true about morality and human dignity. The categorical imperative reveals real inconsistencies in immoral reasoning. The formula of humanity identifies genuine violations we should care about, but the theory isn't perfect. Application requires judgment it doesn't fully provide. Some conclusions seem counterintuitive. Some questions don't have clear answers within the framework. This doesn't mean we should abandon Kant. It means we should engage with his ideas thoughtfully. Take what works, grapple with what doesn't, and recognize that ethical thinking is an ongoing project without final answers. The categorical imperative remains a powerful tool for moral reasoning. Even if you don't accept every detail of Kant's system, the universalization test and respect for humanity can guide ethical thinking. What matters most is the core insight. Rational beings have dignity that deserves unconditional respect. Moral principles must be universal, not arbitrary exceptions. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental about what they are. These insights survive even if specific applications are debatable. They provide framework for moral thinking even if they don't resolve every dilemma. They call us to higher standards even if perfect. Consistency is difficult. Kant's ethics isn't the final word in moral philosophy, but it's an essential word, one that transformed how we think about duty, dignity, and what it means to be rational beings living together. The challenges make the theory richer, not weaker. They show where more work is needed, where judgment matters most, where difficult choices remain difficult. But they don't undermine the fundamental achievement, showing that morality can be grounded in reason itself, that human dignity has philosophical foundation, that rational consistency demands moral action. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to provide a framework for thinking them through. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And that revelation, what we are and what this demands remains, Kant's enduring contribution to human self-understanding. Now we move from theory to practice. You understand the categorical imperative intellectually, but how do you actually use it? How do you recognize violations as they happen in the messy, complex flow of daily life? The first step is developing what we might call moral attention, the ability to notice when someone is treating rational beings as mere means, when universal principles are being violated, when dignity is being compromised. This is harder than it sounds. We're surrounded by violations so normalized we don't see them, practices so common they seem natural, behaviors so standard they feel inevitable. Consider advertising. Every day you're exposed to hundreds of messages specifically designed to bypass your rational judgment, to trigger desires you didn't have, to create needs that don't exist, to associate products with emotions unrelated to the product itself. Watch a commercial carefully. Notice how it works. It's not presenting rational arguments for why you should buy something. It's showing you attractive people, creating artificial scarcity, exploiting insecurities, triggering social pressure. This is manipulation in its purest form, using your psychology against you, treating you as a system to be hacked rather than a rational agent to be convinced. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The entire commercial landscape reveals itself a systematic violation of the formula of humanity. Every ad is trying to use you as a means to someone else's profit, without engaging your rational agency honestly. Does this mean all advertising is immoral? Perhaps not every instance, but the dominant model certainly violates Kantian principles. And recognizing this changes how you relate to commercial messages or consider workplace dynamics. How many conversations involve people treating each other as obstacles rather than persons, as functions rather than agents, as means to productivity rather than ends in themselves? A manager who sees employees only as resources to be optimized. A colleague who views others only as competition or tools. A system that measures human worth by output and treats dignity as overhead cost. These aren't dramatic violations. No one is shouting about their contempt for human dignity. But the structure of how people relate treats rational agency as secondary to organizational goals. Treats persons as occupying roles rather than as beings whose autonomy deserves respect. Watch for phrases that reveal this: human resources, labor costs, productivity metrics. Each phrase subtly treats people as inputs rather than ends, as things to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Or consider social media. You post something, immediately you're aware of performing for an audience, crafting your image, managing impressions, competing for attention and validation. But what's your actual maxim? Not the stated one I'm sharing my thoughts, but the real one that drives behavior. Often it's closer to, I will present a curated version of myself designed to maximize approval and minimize disapproval, even if this misrepresents my actual experience. Can this be universalized? If everyone presents carefully curated false versions of themselves, does authentic communication survive? Or does all social interaction become performance, everyone manipulating everyone else's perceptions? The platform's design encourages this. It optimizes for engagement, not authenticity, for addiction, not well-being, for time spent, not flourishing. The business model treats users as commodities, packages of attention and data to be sold to. Advertisers, you're not a customer of social media platforms. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your behavior patterns. These are what's being sold. The actual service is provided to advertisers who pay to manipulate you. This is treating humans as means on industrial scale, but it's so normalized, so integrated into daily life, that most people don't consciously recognize the violation. Developing moral attention means learning to pause and analyze these situations. To ask, what's actually happening here? What are people's real maxims, not their stated ones? Who's being treated as means rather than ends? In personal relationships, this is even more crucial, because violations are often subtle, rationalized, wrapped in good intentions. Someone says they're giving you advice for your own good, but actually they're trying to control your choices because they're uncomfortable with your autonomy. They want you to be what they think you should be, not what your own rational judgment determines. Someone says they're just being honest, but actually they're being cruel, using truth as a weapon, treating your emotional well-being as less important than their desire to express negative judgments. Someone says they need you to do something, but when you examine their actual maxim, it's, I will use guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure to get what I want, regardless of whether this respects your autonomous choice. These violations are harder to spot because they're close to us, because we're emotionally invested, because calling them out creates conflict, because the perpetrator might be someone we love or depend on, but the categorical imperative doesn't make exceptions for difficulty. If your parent, spouse, friend, or colleague is treating you as a means rather than an end, that's a violation regardless of their intentions, regardless of how much you care about them. Recognizing this isn't about becoming judgmental. It's about seeing clearly, about understanding what's actually happening beneath the surface of social interaction. And once you develop this attention, you notice patterns. Certain types of people consistently violate. Certain situations reliably create pressure toward treating others as means. Certain institutions structurally encourage violation. The salesperson who builds rapport just to close a deal, the date who uses strategic ambiguity to maintain multiple options, the colleague who shares information selectively to maintain power, the institution that creates rules that serve administrative convenience rather than human flourishing. Each instance has its own surface story, but underneath the same pattern, treating rational beings as tools, as obstacles, as resources, as anything except what they actually are: autonomous agents whose dignity deserves unconditional respect. Learning to recognize this in others is valuable, but it's even more important to recognize it in yourself, because you do it too. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you ever treat people as means, but whether you notice when you're doing it and commit to doing better. You're late to meet someone. Your maxim isn't "I prioritize punctuality." It's closer to "my time is more valuable than others' time, so they should wait when convenient for me. Can you universalize that? You tell a story that makes you look good but omits details that would complicate the narrative. Your maxim isn't "I'm sharing my experience." It's "I will manipulate others' perceptions of me by selectively presenting information." Can you universalize that? You've promised to do something with no real intention of following through. Your maxim isn't "I'm making a commitment." It's "I will say whatever is convenient now, regardless of whether I'll honor it later." Can you universalize that these casual, everyday violations are where most moral failure happens? Not in dramatic confrontations with evil, but in small compromises, in treating people as slightly less important than you, in making minor exceptions for yourself, in allowing convenience to override principle. The categorical imperative, properly applied, catches all of it. Every rationalization, every excuse, every comfortable compromise with treating people as less than ends in themselves. This can feel overwhelming. If you look carefully at daily life through Kantian lens, violations are everywhere. In yourself, in others, in institutions, in culture. But the point isn't to become paralyzed by guilt or rage. It's to develop clarity, to see what's actually happening, to recognize patterns of violation so you can begin addressing them. Start small. Pick one area of life and apply moral attention consistently. Maybe it's how you interact with service workers, checking whether you're really treating them as persons or just as functions. Maybe it's how you present yourself online, examining whether you're being authentic or performing. Maybe it's how you handle workplace relationships, noticing when you treat colleagues as obstacles versus agents. Apply the tests. When you're about to act, pause and ask, what's my actual maxim? Can I universalize it? Am I treating people as ends or as means? Initially, this feels unnatural. You're interrupting the flow of habitual behavior to inject conscious, ethical analysis. It's slow and awkward, but with practice, it becomes more automatic. You develop intuitions. You start catching yourself before acting rather than noticing. Violations only in retrospect. Your default behavior shifts toward greater consistency with the categorical imperative. This is moral development in the Kantian sense. Not becoming emotionally warmer or socially smoother, but becoming more rationally consistent, more aware of your actual maxims, more committed to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. The violations don't disappear. You'll keep spotting them in yourself and others forever. But you'll get better at recognizing them quickly, better at correcting course, better at maintaining standards despite pressure, and something interesting happens. As you develop moral attention, as you consistently apply the categorical imperative, you start seeing the world differently. You notice the constant manipulation more clearly, but you're less controlled by it. You recognize dignity violations, but you maintain your own dignity in response. You see how often people treat each other as means, but you commit more firmly to treating them as ends. The categorical imperative becomes less like a rule you follow and more like a perspective you inhabit. A way of seeing that reveals what's really happening beneath social surfaces. A clarity about what rational beings deserve and what violations look like. This clarity is liberating, because once you see clearly, you can choose consciously. You're no longer just floating through social interactions, unconsciously participating in mutual instrumentalization. You're an agent, making real choices about how to relate to other agents. Sometimes you'll compromise. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll choose convenience over principle. But at least you'll know what you're doing. You'll be conscious rather than habitual, responsible rather than reactive, and increasingly you'll choose the harder path. Not because you're morally superior, but because you've developed the clarity to see what's at stake. You understand that every violation, however small, is a failure to respect what makes humans special. Every exception you make for yourself erodes your own rational integrity. The categorical imperative, properly understood and consistently applied, transforms how you navigate daily life. It gives you tools to see clearly, standards to aspire toward, and principles that don't bend when things get difficult. This is what living the imperative means. Not perfection, but attention. Not freedom from all violation, but commitment to recognizing and reducing it. Not moral heroism, but rational consistency. And it starts with simply noticing, with paying attention to actual maxims rather than stated intentions, with asking whether actions can be universalized, with checking whether people are being treated as ends or as means. Once you start noticing, you can't stop. The violations are everywhere, but so are the opportunities to do better. Recognizing violations in others is easier than addressing them in yourself, because in yourself you see all the complexity, all the reasons, all the circumstances that make your violations seem necessary or justified. But the categorical imperative doesn't care about your special circumstances. It asks only, can your maxim be universalized? Are you treating rational nature with the respect it deserves? Personal application starts with brutal honesty about your actual maxims, not the principles. You claim to follow, but the rules you actually act on. Not your ideals, but your practices. This is harder than it sounds. We're experts at self-deception, at describing our behavior in flattering terms while acting on entirely different principles. You say you value honesty, but your actual maxim might be, I will be honest when convenient, but lie when truth would create significant awkwardness or cost. You say you respect others' autonomy, but your actual maxim might be, I will respect others' choices when I agree with them, but pressure and manipulate when I think I know better. You say you keep commitments, but your actual maxim might be, I will honor promises when easy, but feel free to break them when circumstances change or when I find something better to do. The gap between stated values and actual maxims is where all moral failure lives. Closing that gap is what personal application means. Start by picking specific situations and reconstructing your maxims honestly. A recent interaction where you felt uncomfortable afterward. A choice you rationalize but now question. A moment when you treated someone as less important than yourself. Write out what you actually did and why. Not the charitable interpretation, but the real reason. The maxim you actually followed, even if it's embarrassing to admit. Then test it. Can this maxim be universalized? If everyone followed this principle, would the world still function? Would it create the kind of community you want to live in? Often the answer is obviously no. Your maxim was selfish, short-sighted, or inconsistent. You were making an exception for yourself that you wouldn't grant others. This recognition is uncomfortable. It reveals that you're not living up to your own standards, that the gap between your ideals and your actions is real and significant. But discomfort is useful. It's your own rational nature calling attention to inconsistency, your own reason, pointing out that you're not being what you claim to be. The next step is commitment. Not vague resolution to do better, but specific commitment to changed maxims. 2 principles you'll actually follow, not just endorse. If your maxim has been treating your time as more valuable than others, commit to punctuality. Not someday, but now. Not when convenient, but categorically. If your maxim has been lying when truth is awkward, commit to honesty. Accept the discomfort. Face the consequences. Stop treating communication as strategic rather than authentic. If your maxim has been breaking promises when circumstances change, commit to keeping them. Or don't make promises you're uncertain about. But stop treating commitments as provisional. This will be costly. That's the point. Moral action requires sacrifice. Not because sacrifice is valuable in itself, but because respecting dignity often conflicts with convenience. You'll be late sometimes, but you'll respect others' time. You'll face awkward conversations, but you'll respect truth. You'll honor inconvenient commitments, but you'll respect the institution of promising, and you'll discover something interesting. The costs, while real, are smaller than you imagined. The world doesn't collapse when you stop lying. Relationships survive honesty. People respect punctuality. Kept promises create trust. What felt like necessary violations often turn out to be convenient excuses. What seemed like impossible demands often turn out to be difficult but manageable. This doesn't mean personal application is easy. It means your initial resistance was often exaggerated, that your fears about the cost of morality were partly projection, but sometimes the costs are real and significant. Sometimes respecting dignity genuinely requires major sacrifice. Sometimes the right action genuinely hurts. This is where moral character is tested. Not in easy cases where duty and inclination align, but in hard cases where they conflict sharply. Your friend betrays you. Your inclination is to retaliate, to hurt them back, to treat them as they treated you. But the categorical imperative requires maintaining respect for their dignity, even when they've violated yours. This doesn't mean accepting abuse. You can protect yourself, set boundaries, end the relationship. But you cannot treat their wrongdoing as license for your own, cannot respond to their violation with equivalent violation. A colleague gets credit for your work. Your inclination is to expose them, to damage their reputation, to make them suffer. But the categorical imperative requires treating them with the respect their rational nature deserves, regardless of whether they reciprocate. This doesn't mean silence. You can address the injustice, correct the record, protect your interests, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as permission to violate their dignity in return. Someone causes you serious harm. Your inclination is to see them as less than human, to deny their moral status, to respond with cruelty. But the categorical imperative recognizes their dignity even in their worst actions. This is perhaps the hardest application. To maintain moral principles when someone has forfeited all claim to your sympathy. To treat their rational nature with respect even when they've failed to respect yours or others. But this is what categorical means. Not binding when convenient. Not applicable when others deserve it. But absolute, unconditional, non-negotiable. The temptation is always to make exceptions, to say this case is special, this person is different, these circumstances justify violation. But every exception undermines the categorical nature of moral obligation. Every justice once becomes a pattern. Every justified violation becomes a precedent for future violations. Personal application requires catching yourself making exceptions, noticing when you're treating moral principles as provisional, recognizing when you're claiming special circumstances that don't actually matter morally. This is ongoing work. You never reach a point where you've mastered it, where violations stop tempting you, where consistency becomes automatic. Because you're a finite being with desires that often conflict with duty, with pressures that push toward violation, with circumstances that make moral action costly. Moral development isn't about eliminating these conflicts. It's about choosing rightly despite them, about strengthening your commitment to principle through repeated practice. Each time you act from duty rather than inclination, you reinforce that capacity. Each time you maintain principle despite cost, you build character that makes future moral action easier. Not easy moral action is always demanding when duty and desire conflict, but easier than it was before, more natural, more integrated into who you are. This is why Kant emphasizes virtue as a disposition, not a single act, but a stable tendency toward moral action, a character structured by commitment to the categorical imperative rather than by pursuit of personal advantage. Building this virtue requires conscious effort over time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it be so. You must practice, must repeatedly choose principle over convenience, must strengthen moral commitment through exercise, like strengthening a muscle, and you must be honest about failures. When you violate principles, Acknowledge it clearly. Don't rationalize. Don't minimize. Don't pretend circumstances justified what they merely explained. You lied. You broke a promise. You treated someone as a means. Face this honestly. Accept responsibility. Commit to doing better without pretending you didn't fail. This honesty is crucial, because self-deception about past violations enables future violations. If you convince yourself that your exceptions were justified, you'll make similar exceptions again. But if you recognize them as failures, as moments when you failed to live up to what rational consistency requires, you maintain clear standards. You know what you're aspiring toward even when you fall short. Personal application also means being honest about limitations. You're not perfect. You're not going to perfectly follow the categorical imperative in every moment. You're going to fail, rationalize, compromise. This doesn't make the imperative less binding. It makes you human. The goal isn't perfection, but genuine effort. Not flawless consistency, but honest commitment. What matters is the direction of your development. Are you becoming more consistent or less? More attentive to your maxims or less? More committed to treating rational nature with respect or more willing to make exceptions? If the direction is positive, if you're genuinely trying to close the gap between your ideals and your actions, then you're developing morally even when you still have far to go. If the direction is negative, if you're increasingly rationalizing violations, making more exceptions, treating principles as optional, then you're regressing morally even if you maintain appearances. The categorical imperative provides the standard. Personal application provides the practice. Character development provides the goal. An honest self-assessment provides feedback on whether you're moving in the right direction. This is demanding work. It requires constant attention to your actual behavior, willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, commitment to changing patterns that are deeply ingrained. But it's also liberating, because moral clarity about your own behavior eliminates the constant, low-level guilt that comes from knowing you're not living up to your standards while refusing to examine why. When you're honest about violations, you can address them directly. When you commit to genuine principles rather than convenient ideals, you know what you're actually aspiring toward. When you take responsibility for your choices, you become genuinely autonomous rather than just reactive. Personal application isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real, about closing the gap between who you claim to be and who you actually are, about living with integrity in the deepest sense, being whole rather than divided between stated values and actual practices. And this integration, this alignment of claimed principles with lived reality, is what moral development means. Not achieving perfection, but achieving honesty. Not becoming flawless, but becoming genuine. The categorical imperative asks you to be what you claim to be, to follow the principles you assert, to treat rational nature with the respect you demand for yourself. Personal application is accepting this challenge, examining your actual maxims, testing them for universality, changing them when they fail, and building character through repeated practice of principled action. It's hard work. It never ends. But it's the only way to truly respect your own rational nature by living consistently with what rational agency requires. Personal moral development matters, but humans don't live in isolation. We exist in communities, institutions, and relationships. The categorical imperative has implications for how we structure these social contexts. The first question is whether you can maintain moral principles in immoral environments. If everyone around you violates dignity, treats people as means, and follows self-interest rather than duty, can you be different? Kant's answer is yes, you must be. Because the categorical imperative binds you regardless of what others do. You're responsible for your own maxims, not for whether others respect theirs. This is both empowering and isolating. Empowering because you're not dependent on others' moral behavior to act morally yourself. Isolating because maintaining principles when others don't creates friction. When everyone lies, your truthfulness makes you seem naive or rigid. When everyone manipulates, your honest communication seems ineffective. When everyone treats relationships transactionally, your respect for persons seems foolish. But the categorical imperative doesn't promise ease. It promises rational consistency, and rational consistency requires maintaining principles even when costly. This doesn't mean withdrawing from society. It means participating while refusing to adopt society's violations. Being in the world, but not of it, in the sense of maintaining moral clarity, despite surrounding compromise. You work in an organization that treats employees as resources. You cannot change the system alone, but you can treat people you interact with as ends, can recognize their dignity in your specific relationships. Even when the broader structure doesn't, you live in a culture saturated with manipulation. You cannot eliminate advertising or social media mechanics, but you can refuse to manipulate in your own communications, can be authentic in your presentations of self, even when everyone else is performing. These individual acts of integrity might seem small. What difference does one person's moral behavior make in vast systems of violation? But this question misses the point. You're not responsible for fixing everything. You're responsible for your maxims, for whether your actions can be universalized, for how you treat the rational beings you encounter, and your example matters more than you might think. Because most people participate in violations without examining them. They follow social scripts, adopt normal behaviors, do what everyone else does. When you don't, when you maintain standards others have abandoned, you make the invisible visible. You reveal that alternatives exist, that dignity can be respected, even when it's not standard practice. This influence works subtly. You're not preaching or judging, you're simply being consistent, treating people with respect they're not used to receiving, communicating honestly in contexts of routine manipulation, keeping commitments in environments of casual breach. Others notice, maybe not consciously, maybe not immediately, but your behavior creates contrast, makes others aware of violations they'd stopped seeing, reminds them that integrity is possible. Some will resist this. Your moral consistency threatens their rationalizations. If you can maintain principles they've decided are impracticable, their excuses look weaker. Your integrity indicts their compromise. Expect pushback. You think you're better than everyone. You're being rigid. That's not realistic. These responses reveal discomfort with moral clarity they've avoided. Don't defend yourself by claiming moral superiority. You're not better than them. You're just trying to be consistent with what rational agency requires. But also don't abandon standards to make others comfortable with their violations. This is delicate navigation. Maintaining principles without self-righteousness, being clear about standards without being judgmental, offering example without demanding others follow it. The key is recognizing that you can only control your maxims. You can be clear about principles. You can explain why you act as you do if asked. But you cannot force others to adopt the categorical imperative. Each person must recognize moral requirements through their own reason. You can't argue someone into genuine moral commitment. You can only demonstrate what it looks like and hope. The example resonates with their own rational nature, but you can do more than just model individual behavior. You can also advocate for structural changes that reduce systematic violations, for institutional designs that respect rather than violate dignity, for policies that treat people as ends rather than means. This is where personal morality meets social reform. Kant wasn't naive about institutions. He recognized that structures shape behavior, that environments can make moral action easier or harder. A workplace designed around respect for autonomy makes treating people as ends more natural. A marketplace regulated to prevent exploitation reduces systematic violations. A political system structured to protect dignity creates conditions for moral community. Advocating for such changes is consistent with the categorical imperative. You're not just maintaining your own principles, you're working toward conditions where more people can maintain theirs, where the default is respect rather than violation. This doesn't require perfection. You can work for better institutions while acknowledging they'll never eliminate moral challenge. You can advocate for structural improvements while recognizing that individual character still matters. The goal isn't creating conditions where morality is automatic. That would eliminate autonomy. It's creating conditions where moral action is possible, where dignity is protected rather than systematically violated, where the categorical imperative can be followed without heroic resistance to overwhelming pressure. Education plays a crucial role here, not moralizing lectures or rote memorization of rules, but cultivation of capacities for moral reasoning, teaching people to examine their maxims, to test for universality, to recognize when they're treating others as mere means. This kind of education empowers autonomy rather than replacing it with external authority. It develops people's ability to think morally rather than just enforcing compliance with rules. Kant believed enlightenment meant learning to think for yourself, to examine received wisdom rather than accepting it blindly, to use your own reason rather than depending on others to tell you what to think. This applies to moral education. The goal isn't producing people who obey. It's producing people who can think through moral questions themselves, who understand why dignity matters and how to recognize violations. Such education requires patience. You cannot shortcut moral development, cannot make people understand through force or manipulation, can only create conditions where understanding becomes possible and hope individuals choose to develop it. In relationships, the social dimension of the categorical imperative means recognizing that treating individuals as ends requires respecting their connections. Their families, communities, and relationships matter to them. Your actions toward them affect these broader networks. You cannot treat someone's welfare as irrelevant while claiming to respect them as an end. Cannot destroy their relationships, harm their communities, or damage their social connections while maintaining that you respect their dignity. This doesn't mean never disagreeing or opposing. but it means recognizing that persons exist in webs of relationship, that respecting them requires some regard for what they care about, even when you don't share their values. The categorical imperative applies to communities as well as individuals. A genuine moral community would be structured by mutual recognition of dignity, by practices that respect autonomy, by institutions that treat rational nature as an end rather than a means. Building such communities requires collective effort. No individual can create them alone, but each person can contribute through their choices about how to relate to others, through refusing to participate in systematic violations, through advocating for better structures. This is the social dimension of living the imperative, not withdrawing into private virtue while society crumbles, not compromising principles to fit in, but maintaining integrity while engaging constructively, being clear about standards while working to help others meet them. It's harder than pure individual morality because you must navigate complexity, must balance principle with practical engagement, must maintain standards while avoiding self-righteous withdrawal. But it's necessary, because humans are social beings, because isolation isn't autonomy, because the kingdom of ends is a community, not a collection of hermits. The categorical imperative calls you to be a moral agent in social contexts, to treat the people you encounter as ends, to advocate for structures that respect dignity, to contribute to building communities where rational beings can flourish, not by force, not by manipulation, not by imposing your vision on unwilling others, but by example, by advocacy, by persistent commitment to principles others have abandoned. This is how moral progress happens, not through sudden transformation, but through gradual accumulation of individuals choosing integrity, through slow construction of institutions that respect rather than violate, through patient education that develops moral capacities. Your contribution might seem small, but small contributions accumulate. Each person who maintains principles despite pressure makes it easier for the next person. Each instance of integrity creates space for others to follow. This is the social dimension. Not replacing personal morality with structural change, but complementing it. Not abandoning individual responsibility for collective action, but recognizing both matter. You're responsible for your maxims, but you also live in community with others. The categorical imperative applies to both dimensions, to how you treat individuals and how you work toward better collective conditions. Both matter. Both require attention. Both demand commitment to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. We've explored the categorical imperative as if it resolves all moral questions. But honesty requires acknowledging its limits alongside its possibilities. The first limit is determinacy. The categorical imperative provides a test for maxims, but it doesn't tell you which maxim describes your action. You must supply that interpretation, and sincere people can disagree about the right formulation. Consider helping someone. Is your maxim, I will help this person because they need assistance? Or I will help this person to feel good about myself? Or I will help people I like, but not those I dislike? The moral evaluation depends entirely on which maxim you're actually following. Kant provides no mechanical procedure for determining true maxims. You must examine your motivations honestly, and self-knowledge is difficult. You can deceive yourself about why you act as you do. This doesn't make the categorical imperative useless. but it means applying it requires judgment, honesty, and self-awareness that the formula itself doesn't provide. The second limit is conflict resolution. When perfect duties seem to conflict, the categorical imperative doesn't clearly specify which takes priority. Should you keep a promise or tell the truth when they conflict? Should you respect one person's autonomy or another's when both can't be fully respected? Kant often denied such conflicts are genuine. He suggested careful analysis would reveal creative solutions respecting both duties. But this seems optimistic. Life does present tragic choices, where any option violates some principle. The categorical imperative tells you to respect all perfect duties, but when circumstances force choice between them, it provides limited guidance. You must use practical wisdom the theory doesn't fully explain. The third limit is scope. The categorical imperative clearly applies to rational beings. But what about beings with partial rationality? Young children? People with cognitive impairments? Non-human animals with some cognitive capacities? Kant's framework suggests dignity attaches to rational nature. But rational nature comes in degrees. Pure rationality is an ideal no human perfectly achieves. Where exactly does moral status begin? These boundary questions matter practically. How should we treat animals? How should we regard people at different developmental stages? The categorical imperative doesn't provide clear answers. The fourth limit is motivation. Kant argues that acting from duty has moral worth, but he acknowledges humans are not purely rational. We have desires, emotions, inclinations that influence behavior. Can humans really act from pure duty rather than mixed? Motives. Psychological research suggests reason and emotion are deeply intertwined. That pure rational motivation might be a philosophical fiction. This doesn't invalidate Kant's normative claims, but it suggests the psychology he assumes might not match human reality, which raises questions about whether his ideal of moral agency is achievable. The fifth limit is cultural variation. Kant claimed the categorical imperative as universal binding on all rational beings. But moral intuitions vary significantly across cultures. What seems obviously universalizable in one context seems obviously non-universalizable in another. Does this mean the categorical imperative is culturally relative? Or does it mean some cultures have false moral beliefs? Kant would choose the latter, but this seems problematically dismissive of moral diversity. These limits are real. The categorical imperative doesn't answer every question, resolve every dilemma, or work exactly as Kant described. But recognizing limits doesn't require abandoning the theory, because alongside limits, there are genuine possibilities. Things the categorical imperative accomplishes that no other framework matches first. It grounds morality in reason rather than authority. You don't need to believe in God, accept tradition, or defer to experts. You can discover moral principles through your own rational reflection. This is enormously empowering. It makes moral knowledge accessible to everyone with rational capacity, creates philosophical foundation for human rights, provides basis for moral critique of unjust traditions. Second, it protects human dignity unconditionally. Not based on usefulness, not contingent on good behavior, not dependent on someone liking you, but simply because you're a rational being capable of autonomy. This protection is robust. It doesn't disappear when protecting dignity becomes inconvenient. Doesn't depend on calculating good outcomes. Doesn't require that you deserve it through virtue. Third, it exposes sophistical reasoning. When someone tries to justify bad behavior, the universalization test reveals inconsistency immediately. No more clever rationalizations that sound plausible but don't survive scrutiny. This is practical power. You can evaluate any moral claim by asking whether it can be universalized. Can cut through complexity to core questions about consistency and respect for rational nature. Fourth, it connects individual morality to broader social ideals. The kingdom of ends isn't just personal virtue. It's a vision of human community where everyone respects everyone's dignity, where institutions protect rather than violate autonomy. This connection between personal ethics and social justice is powerful. Your individual moral choices contribute to larger transformation. Your respect for dignity isn't isolated virtue, but participation in building better community. Fifth, it explains why morality feels binding, not through external enforcement, but through internal recognition. When you grasp that violating the categorical imperative is rationally inconsistent, you understand why you should be moral without needing threats or rewards. This makes moral obligations self-enforcing for rational beings. You cannot coherently deny it without denying your own rational nature. The bindingness is internal, not imposed. These possibilities are significant. They provide what Kant promised, foundation for morality based on reason itself, protection. For human dignity, tools for moral reasoning, connection between personal virtue and social justice. The theory isn't perfect. No theory is. But its strengths are genuine and its limits are navigable. You can use the categorical imperative effectually while acknowledging questions it doesn't fully answer. The key is holding limitations and possibilities together, neither dismissing the theory because of its limits nor ignoring limits because of its strengths, but engaging honestly with both. Use the categorical imperative for what it does well, testing maxims for universalizability, identifying violations of dignity, providing principled foundation for moral reasoning. Don't demand it, resolve every edge case or answer every boundary question. Supplement it with practical wisdom for situations requiring judgment it doesn't fully provide. Combine it with honest self-examination to identify actual maxims. Integrate it with understanding of human psychology to make ideals realistic, but don't abandon its core insights. That rational beings have unconditional dignity, that moral principles must be universal, that treating people as mere means violates something fundamental. That rational consistency demands moral action. These insights survive the theory's limitations. They provide genuine guidance even when application requires additional judgment. They ground human rights even when boundary cases remain unclear. The categorical imperative is a tool, powerful but not omnipotent, clarifying but not automatic, principled but requiring wise application. Used well, with awareness of both limits and possibilities, it transforms moral reasoning, provides standards that don't shift with convenience, protects dignity that other frameworks leave vulnerable, connects personal integrity with social justice. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to ground the most important answers. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. and for beings who are rational but finite, who must navigate complex reality with imperfect knowledge, who need both principle and judgment as combination of limits and possibilities, is exactly what moral theory should provide. We arrive at the final, practical implication, the one that makes the categorical imperative truly dangerous to systems built on manipulation and exploitation. When you genuinely understand and commit to the categorical imperative, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being uncontrollable or rebellious, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation, resistant to exploitation, impossible to deceive. Because you now possess a tool that exposes every sophisticated rationalization, every clever excuse, every attempt to use you as a means while claiming to respect you as an end. You're immune to advertising because you recognize it as systematic manipulation. You see through the psychological tricks, the manufactured needs, the exploitation of insecurity. You cannot be manipulated by what you clearly see as manipulation. You're immune to political rhetoric that treats citizens as means to power. You recognize empty appeals, false promises, strategic ambiguity. You demand actual principles rather than accepting comfortable lies. You're immune to social pressure that demands you violate your principles to fit in. You understand that following the crowd when the crowd violates dignity is itself a violation, that conformity is no excuse for treating people as means. You're immune to institutional demands that you compromise integrity for organizational goals. You recognize when systems ask you to treat people as resources rather than persons, and you refuse, regardless of career consequences. This is what ungovernable means. Not that rules don't apply to you, but that bad rules have no moral authority. That corrupt systems cannot claim your willing participation. That sophisticated manipulation cannot overcome your rational clarity. Organizations built on exploitation need willing participants who don't examine the actual maxims they're following, who accept surface justifications without testing for universality, who prioritize their careers over others' dignity. When you commit to the categorical imperative, you become the wrong kind of person for such systems. You ask uncomfortable questions. You refuse convenient violations. You maintain standards others have abandoned. This makes you difficult to manage, hard to control, resistant to corruption. Not because you're rebellious by nature, but because you've developed clarity about what rational consistency requires. The powerful often prefer people who are confused about morality, who can be convinced that violations are necessary, that exceptions are justified, that circumstances override principles. Such people are manageable. They'll do what they're told. If the rationalization is sophisticated enough, but you're no longer confused. You understand that moral principles are categorical, that human dignity is unconditional, that no sophistical argument makes violation acceptable. This clarity is freedom, true freedom. Not freedom from all constraint you're constrained by rational consistency, but freedom from manipulation, from exploitation, from sophisticated systems designed to use you. You cannot be recruited into violating dignity because you see the violation clearly. Cannot be persuaded that treating people as means is acceptable because you understand why it isn't. Cannot be pressured into compromising principles because you grasp their categorical nature. This is why philosophy matters, why abstract, ethical reasoning has concrete implications, Why understanding the categorical imperative changes how you navigate reality. You're not just learning theory. You're developing capacities that protect you from manipulation and enable you to protect others. You're becoming a rational agent who truly exercises autonomy rather than just responding to sophisticated control. This doesn't make life easier. Being ungovernable means accepting costs. When you refuse to participate in violations, you lose opportunities available to those who compromise. When you maintain principles others have abandoned, you face social pressure. When you demand actual, universalizable maxims rather than accepting clever excuses, you create conflict. But you're free in the deepest sense. Free from the exhausting work of rationalizing violations. Free from the corruption that comes from repeated compromise. Free from manipulation by those who understand psychology better than you do. Because you understand something deeper than psychology. You understand what rational agency itself requires. And that understanding cannot be overcome by clever tricks or sophisticated pressure. Systems of exploitation depend on people not seeing clearly, on confusion about what morality demands, on sophisticated rationalization that makes violations seem acceptable. The categorical imperative cuts through all of this. It provides clarity that cannot be obscured by complexity. Principles that cannot be negotiated away. Standards that don't depend on whether maintaining them is convenient. When enough people achieve this clarity, exploitative systems lose their power. Not through violent revolution, not through dramatic transformation, but through simple refusal to participate in violations. One person refusing is easily marginalized. But as more people develop moral clarity, the costs of maintaining exploitative systems increase. Eventually, systems must change or collapse. This is the long-term promise of moral philosophy. Not immediate transformation, but gradual erosion of structures built on violation. Through education, through example, through persistent commitment to principles that survive rational scrutiny. You're part of this process. Every time you refuse manipulation, you make manipulation slightly less effective. Every time you maintain principles despite pressure, you'll demonstrate that integrity is possible. Every time you treat someone as an end when others treat them as means, you create contrast that reveals the violation. This is your contribution, not changing everything, not perfecting society, but being ungovernable, maintaining clarity, refusing to participate in sophisticated systems of exploitation, and helping others develop the same clarity, not by preaching, not by judging, but by demonstrating what principled consistency looks like, by explaining the categorical imperative when asked, by living in ways that make dignity visible. This is becoming ungovernable through philosophy, using rational tools to protect autonomy, developing clarity that resists manipulation, building character that cannot be corrupted by sophisticated pressure. It's available to anyone. Doesn't require special talent or privileged background, just willingness to think clearly, to examine maxims honestly, to maintain consistency despite cost. The categorical imperative gives you everything you need. A test for evaluating any maxim, a principle that protects all dignity, a framework that grounds morality in reason itself. The rest is practice, applying principles despite pressure, maintaining clarity despite confusion, building character through repeated choice of duty over inclination. This is what it means to live the imperative, to let it transform not just your thoughts but your actions, your relationships, your participation in institutions, your very being as a rational agent, and in doing so, to become truly free, truly autonomous, truly ungovernable by those who depend on confusion, manipulation, and sophisticated exploitation. This is philosophy's ultimate gift. Not just understanding, but liberation. Not just knowledge, but power. Not just theory, but transformation. The categorical imperative makes you dangerous, not to legitimate authority or genuine community, but to systems built on violation, to manipulation disguised as persuasion, to exploitation justified by necessity. And that danger is exactly what corrupt systems cannot tolerate, which is precisely why understanding Kant matters now more than ever. You possess the tool. The question is whether you'll use it. We began by noting something remarkable. A principle formulated in 1785 still exposes modern deceptions. An insight from an 18th century German philosopher still reveals 21st century violations. How is this possible? If morality were culturally constructed, you'd expect moral insights to become obsolete. What worked for Kant's world shouldn't necessarily work for ours. Different technology, different social structures, different problems surely these require. Different moral frameworks. But the categorical imperative persists. It exposes violations in contexts Kant never imagined. Social media manipulation, corporate exploitation, political propaganda, algorithmic manipulation, technologies that didn't exist, but patterns of violation that remain fundamentally unchanged. This persistence suggests something profound, that Kant discovered something real, not invented a useful fiction, not proposed a culturally specific framework, but actually identified genuine features of moral reality. Consider why manipulations that work today would work in Kant's time. Why lies succeed now as they succeeded. Then, why exploitation follows. Similar patterns across centuries and cultures. It's because human rational nature hasn't changed. We're still beings who communicate through language, who form expectations about others' behavior, who require trust for cooperation, who possess dignity that can be violated. The categorical imperative works because it's keyed to this stable nature. It identifies what rational agency itself requires, not what any particular culture happens to value. It reveals violations of dignity that don't depend on historical circumstance. This is why the universalization test still catches rationalizations, why the formula of humanity still identifies violations, why the kingdom of ends still represents a meaningful ideal. The sophistication of manipulation has increased enormously. Modern psychology provides tools for exploitation Kant couldn't have imagined. Technology enables violations at scales he never conceived. Systems of control have become vastly more complex and subtle, but the fundamental pattern remains unchanged. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating. The liar depends on others telling truth. The exploiter depends on others maintaining cooperative order. The person claiming exception depends on others not claiming equivalent exceptions. Every attempt to violate dignity while enjoying its protections faces the same logical incoherence. Every rationalization that can't be universalized fails the same test. Every treatment of persons as mere means violates the same fundamental principle. This structural consistency is what makes Kant's insights timeless. He wasn't describing features of his particular moment. He was identifying what rational agency itself requires. And rational agency has the same requirements whether you're in 18th century Prussia or 21st century anywhere. The details change. The contexts evolve. These specific forms violations take very enormously, but the underlying logic of violation and the test for detecting it remain constant. This suggests something about moral truth, that it's not arbitrary or constructed, that discovering it is possible, that reason can identify principles that really bind, not just conventions that happen to work. Kant believed this. He thought moral philosophy could be objective truths about what rationality requires, rather than inventing useful fictions. And the persistence of his insights across radical historical transformations supports this belief. If the categorical imperative were just a product of Enlightenment culture, it would have become dated. If it were merely useful rather than true, changing circumstances would have rendered it obsolete. If it were an invention rather than a discovery, it wouldn't continue exposing violations in radically different contexts. But it does continue working. The same test that revealed inconsistency in 18th century rationalization reveals inconsistency in 21st century sophistication. The same principle that protected dignity then protects it now. The same ideal that guided moral aspiration continues to guide it. This is the persistence of truth. Not because people keep choosing to believe Kant, but because he identified something real about what rational beings are, and what this requires. You can reject his specific conclusions, you can question his applications, you can identify limitations in his framework, but the core insights survive scrutiny across centuries, precisely because they're not time-bound. Rational beings have dignity. This dignity doesn't depend on utility or majority preference. Moral principles must be universal, or they're not really moral. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental. Rational consistency demands acting on principles you could. Will as universal law. These aren't claims about Kant's historical moment. They're claims about rational nature itself. And rational nature persists across historical change. This persistence has implications. It means moral progress is possible not just changing moral beliefs, but actually approaching truth. It means moral knowledge can accumulate later thinkers, building on genuine insights rather than just replacing old fashions with new ones. It means that when you commit to the categorical imperative, you're not choosing one ethical system among many equivalent options. You're aligning yourself with requirements that genuinely bind rational beings, with truths that don't depend on anyone believing them. This is both comforting and demanding. Comforting because moral truth exists to be discovered, not invented. Because principles that survive rational scrutiny really do apply. Because dignity has objective foundation. Demanding because these truths don't adjust to circumstances, don't become less binding when inconvenient, don't care whether you like them or find them comfortable. The persistence of truth means you cannot escape moral requirements by claiming they're outdated, cannot dismiss principles because they're old, cannot reject obligations because circumstances have changed. If treating people as ends was required in 1785, it's required now. If universalization exposed rationalization then, it exposes it today. If dignity deserved respect in Kant's world, it deserves respect in yours. The sophistication of your violations doesn't change their character. The complexity of your rationalization doesn't survive scrutiny any better than simpler excuses. The novelty of your circumstances doesn't create exceptions to principles that apply to all rational beings. This is what persistence means. Not that nothing changes, but that what matters most, the requirements of rational agency, the demands of dignity, the logic of moral consistency remains constant, beneath surface variation, and recognizing this changes how you relate to moral principles. They're not suggestions from the past. They're requirements of the present. They're not historically situated opinions, but timeless truths about what rational nature demands. This doesn't mean Kant was right about everything. Doesn't mean his specific applications were perfect. Doesn't mean his framework has no limitations. But it means he discovered something that persists because it's true. That continues revealing violations because violations really are violations, regardless of how skillfully they're disguised or how much circumstances have changed. The categorical imperative works today for the same reason it worked then, because rational beings are rational beings, because dignity is dignity, because treating people as mere means is treating people as mere means. Whether you do it through 18th century exploitation or 21st century algorithms, this persistence is the test of genuine insight. Ideas that capture something real survive contextual change. Principles that identify genuine requirements apply across historical transformation. Truth persists when fashion fades, and the categorical imperative has persisted through 2 centuries of radical change, through technological revolution, through social transformation, through challenges from multiple philosophical traditions. It persists because it's true, because it identifies what rational agency actually requires, because it protects what genuinely deserves protection, because it reveals what consistently needs revealing. This is why an 18th century principle still matters, why Kant's insights remain relevant, why understanding the categorical imperative transforms how you see modern violations. Not because he was particularly clever at constructing systems, but because he was particularly clear at seeing what was really there, at identifying requirements that genuinely bind, at discovering truths that don't depend on historical circumstance. The persistence of truth is the ultimate validation, not immediate popularity, not universal acceptance, but survival across time, across context, across challenge. And by this measure, Kant's core insights have proven themselves. They persist because they're true. They continue working because they identify what really matters. They remain relevant because rational nature remains constant. This is the first meditation, that truth persists, that Kant discovered something real, that the categorical imperative works across centuries because it keys into what rational agency itself requires, and that recognizing this transforms obligation from historical accident to genuine requirement, from interesting idea to binding. Truth, from philosophical system to revelation of what you really are and what this demands. But this raises a deeper question. How did Kant discover these truths? How did rational analysis alone reveal requirements that genuinely bind? How is moral knowledge possible at all? This is the mystery at the heart of ethics. Not just what's Right, but how we can know what's right. Not just what obligations exist, but how we access them through thought. Kant's answer is simultaneously elegant and mysterious. Moral knowledge is possible through the same rational faculty that makes any knowledge possible. Through reason examining its own requirements, through rational self-reflection revealing what rational agency itself demands. But this seems almost magical. How can thinking about thinking reveal genuine obligations? How can examining the structure of rationality uncover duties that really bind? Consider what Kant actually did. He analyzed what's involved in making any moral judgment at all. What you're implicitly claiming when you say something is right or wrong. What rational agency requires when you act for reasons rather than mere impulse. And from this analysis, he derived the categorical imperative, not from external authority, not from empirical observation, not from surveying what people happen to believe, but from examining what's involved in being a rational agent at all. This is the crucial move. Morality emerges from rational agency itself, from what you must presuppose to act rationally, from requirements that come with claiming to be a reasoning being. When you assert your own dignity, demand respect, make claims against others, you're implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal, so you're committed to respecting it wherever it appears. When you justify your actions by citing reasons, you're implicitly claiming your reasons could justify similar actions by others. But then you cannot coherently reject others acting on equivalent reasons in relevantly similar circumstances. When you treat certain things as binding on others, you're implicitly granting that principles bind. But principles, by their nature, apply universally, so you're committed to being bound by the same principles. You assert, bind others. Each of these moves reveals that rational agency comes with commitments. Not commitments you choose, but commitments built into what rational agency is. Requirements that come with thinking and acting rationally at all. This is how moral knowledge is possible. Not through mystical intuition or divine revelation or empirical observation, but through analyzing what rational agency itself requires. Through reason examining itself and discovering what it demands. The mystery is how this works. How examination of rational structure reveals genuine obligations. How thinking produces knowledge of what you ought to do. Part of the answer is that rationality has intrinsic norms. To be rational isn't just to follow any patterns of thought whatsoever. It's to conform to standards of consistency, coherence, and universality. These standards aren't imposed from outside. They're what makes thought rational rather than arbitrary. Moral norms emerge from applying these standards of rationality to action. An action is rational when it conforms to principles you could will universally, when it respects the rational nature that makes principle following possible, when it treats rational beings as ends rather than mere means. These aren't additional requirements added to rationality. They're applications of rational standards to the domain of action, logic extended to practice, consistency demanded in behavior as well as belief. This is why moral obligations are categorical. They're not based on what you happen to want or contingently value. They're based on what rational consistency itself demands, on requirements that come with being a rational agent at all. But the mystery deepens when you recognize that these requirements are simultaneously discovered and binding. You don't create them by thinking about them, but you cannot know them without thinking about them. They're objective, but accessible only through subjective, rational reflection. This is the paradox at the heart of moral knowledge. The requirements are real, they bind, whether or not you recognize them. But knowing them requires rational self-examination. They're accessible only through your own thinking. Can't resolve this by arguing that rational nature is both empirical and noumenal. As empirical beings in time, we discover moral requirements through reflection. As noumenal beings, we're subject to those requirements independently of whether we discover them. The moral law is both in us and above us. We give it to ourselves through reason, yet it binds us unconditionally. We're simultaneously the legislators and the subjects of moral law. This might sound paradoxical, but it captures something important about moral knowledge. You cannot delegate it to others. Cannot accept moral truth on authority. Cannot know what you ought to do except through your own rational reflection. Yet what you discover through reflection isn't arbitrary or invented. It's genuine knowledge of requirements that really bind, of truths about what rational agency demands. This is the mystery. How examination of your own rational nature reveals requirements that apply to all rational beings. How subjective reflection produces objective knowledge. How thinking discovers rather than invents moral truth. Perhaps the mystery can never be fully resolved. Perhaps there's something irreducibly puzzling about how rational self-examination produces moral knowledge, about how we can know through pure thought what we genuinely ought to do. But the mystery is productive. It reveals that moral knowledge is unique, not like empirical knowledge of external facts, not like mathematical knowledge of abstract structures, but something distinct knowledge of requirements that emerge from what we are as rational agents. This uniqueness is important. It means moral truth can't be reduced to other kinds of truth, can't be discovered through the same methods that work for science or logic. Requires its own form of rational reflection, and it means moral education must cultivate this capacity for reflection, must teach people to examine their own rational commitments, to discover through their own thinking what rational consistency demands. You cannot be told what your moral obligations are and genuinely understand them. You must discover them yourself through rational analysis, must work through the arguments, test the principles, examine your own commitments. This is why Kant's philosophy is simultaneously accessible and demanding. The insights are available to any rational being, but accessing them requires work, requires thinking carefully about what rational agency involves, requires honest examination of your own principles and their implications. The mystery of moral knowledge is that it's both profoundly personal and completely universal. Personal because you must discover it yourself through your own reason. Universal because what you discover applies to all rational beings. This combination makes moral truth unique, neither purely subjective nor purely objective, neither invented nor simply found, but discovered through rational self-examination and binding on all who share rational nature. The mystery remains, but it's a productive mystery, one that reveals something important about what we are and how we know what matters most, about the strange gift of rational agency that examining ourselves reveals truths that bind everyone, that thinking produces knowledge of what we ought to do. Kant didn't fully resolve this mystery, but he showed us its contours, revealed how moral knowledge is possible even if we can't completely explain why. demonstrated that rational reflection produces genuine insight into what really binds. And in doing so, he opened a path, not to certainty about every moral question, but to confidence that moral knowledge is possible. That examining rational requirements reveals real truths. That thinking carefully about what rational agency involves produces understanding of what rational agents ought to do. This is the second meditation. That moral knowledge is mysterious but real. That rational self-examination reveals genuine requirements. That we can know through thought what we ought to do, even if we cannot fully explain how this knowledge is possible. The mystery remains. But it's a mystery that enables rather than prevents moral understanding. A productive puzzle rather than an insurmountable obstacle. A reminder that we are mysterious to ourselves, capable of discovering through thought what we genuinely owe to ourselves and others. We arrive at the final meditation, the insight that is threaded through everything we've explored, the principle that grounds all else. Human dignity is not earned, not granted, not contingent on behavior, achievement, or virtue, but unconditional, belonging to every rational being simply by virtue of their rational nature. This is a staggering claim, that every person you encounter possesses unconditional worth, that this worth doesn't increase with accomplishment or decrease with failure, that it remains constant regardless of what they do or who they become. Feel the weight of this. Every person, the stranger who annoyed you today, the colleague you disliked, the person whose politics you despise, the criminal whose actions you find abhorrent, everyone possesses the same fundamental dignity you claim for yourself, not because they've earned it, not because they deserve it, but because they share the capacity that makes any valuing possible rational agency, the ability to set ends, make choices, act from principle. This capacity is precious. It's what makes human beings different from objects. It's the source of all value. It's what makes moral law possible, and it belongs equally to all who possess it. You cannot destroy this dignity, only violate it. Cannot eliminate it, only fail to respect it. The dignity persists even when trampled, even when ignored, even when the person possessing it fails to recognize or honor it themselves. This persistence is important, because it means your obligations don't depend on whether others fulfill theirs. Don't evaporate when people act badly. Don't require that dignity be earned or maintained. Through good behavior, you must respect dignity in the person who respects no one. Must treat as an end the person who treats everyone as means. Must honor rational nature even in those who dishonor it. This is demanding. It requires maintaining moral standards when others abandon them, respecting dignity when it's violated, treating people as they ought to be treated rather than as they've earned. But this is what unconditional means. Not conditional on good behavior, not conditional on reciprocity, not conditional on whether you feel like it. Unconditional. Period. The weight of this recognition changes everything. When you truly see that every person possesses unconditional dignity, you cannot casually instrumentalize them, cannot thoughtlessly use them as means, cannot dismiss their rational nature as irrelevant. Every interaction becomes fraught with moral significance. Every choice about how to treat someone becomes a choice about whether to honor their dignity or violate it. Every relationship requires conscious attention to whether you're respecting their autonomy or undermining it. This weight is heavy, It's meant to be, because what's at stake matters absolutely. The dignity you're called to respect is the foundation of all value. Violating it isn't a minor transgression, but a fundamental failure to recognize what rational beings are. Yet this weight is also liberating, because recognizing dignity in everyone means recognizing it in yourself. Understanding that your worth doesn't depend on achievement, on others' approval, on being useful or productive, but is simply given with your rational nature. You cannot lose this dignity, cannot forfeit it through failure, cannot have it taken away by others' rejection. It belongs to you unconditionally, just as it belongs to everyone unconditionally. This should change how you see yourself. Not as a resource to be optimized or a function to be performed, but as a rational being whose worth is absolute, whose capacity for autonomy deserves respect even from yourself. Many people treat themselves as mere means, instrumentalize their own lives, sacrifice their autonomy for goals that matter less than the capacity being sacrificed, treat their own rational nature as expendable. But the formula of humanity applies to yourself as much as others. You cannot justifiably treat your own dignity as mere means any more than you can treat others. Dignity that way, this creates duties to yourself, to develop your capacities, to maintain your integrity, to resist corruption of your rational nature. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect. The weight of dignity is thus double. You must respect it in others and in yourself, must treat all rational beings, yourself included, as ends, never merely as means, must honor rational nature wherever you encounter it, including in the mirror. This is demanding, but the demand comes from what you are, from the rational nature you possess, from the capacity that gives you worth and that gives everyone worth. When you grasp this fully, when you really understand the weight of dignity, two things happen simultaneously. First, you become more serious about morality, because you see what's actually at stake. Not arbitrary rules or social conventions, but recognition of what makes beings valuable at all. Violations aren't just bad behavior, but failures to respect what really matters. Second, you become more free, because your worth doesn't depend on anything external. Your dignity is given with your rational nature and cannot be taken away. Others can violate it, but they cannot eliminate it. You possess unconditional worth regardless of circumstances. This combination increase seriousness about moral obligation and increased confidence in your own worth is what understanding dignity produces. You're called to more because you recognize what's at stake, but you're also liberated because you understand that your value is secure, that nothing can diminish your fundamental worth as a rational being. This is the weight of dignity, heavy because it demands unconditional respect for all rational beings, light because it secures your own worth unconditionally, heavy because you must maintain standards when others don't, light because your worth doesn't depend on others maintaining standards toward you, heavy because every interaction carries moral weight, light because this weight comes from something precious, the rational nature that makes you and everyone special. Kant's ethics returns us to this fundamental insight again and again, that rational beings have dignity, that this dignity is unconditional, that respecting it is what morality requires. Everything else follows from this. The categorical imperative, the formula of humanity. The kingdom of Enzol are applications and elaborations of this basic recognition. When you truly grasp the weight of dignity, you understand why lying violates morality, why manipulation fails the categorical imperative, why exploitation is wrong, why all violations of rational agency are fundamentally failures to recognize what matters most. You understand because you see clearly, not through moral intuition or cultural conditioning or divine revelation, but through recognizing what you are and what this means: a rational being capable of autonomy, possessing dignity that deserves unconditional respect, worthy not because of what you achieve, but because of what you are. This is true of you. It's true of everyone. And recognizing this truth, recognizing it, letting it transform how you see yourself and others, is what moral enlightenment means. The weight of dignity, both burden and gift, demand and liberation, obligation and assurance. This is what Kant revealed, not invented, but discovered, not constructed, but seen, the unconditional worth of rational beings and what this requires. We end where we began, with a question that exposes every lie, every manipulation, every excuse for treating people as less than they are. But having traveled through Kant's ethics, having examined its implications and applications, having understood why it works and what it demands, a deeper question emerges. What does it mean that one 18th century principle still exposes modern evil? Not just that it works, we've seen why it works. Not just that it persists, we understand its persistence. But what does this persistence reveal about human nature, about moral reality, about what we are? It reveals that beneath all surface change, something essential remains constant. That rational beings in the 21st century face the same fundamental choice as rational beings in any century, whether to respect dignity or violate it, whether to treat people as ends or as means, whether to act from principle or from mere inclination. The technology changes. The sophistication of manipulation increases. The complexity of social systems grows. But the basic structure of moral choice remains the same, because rational agency remains the same. The capacity that makes humans special, that gives them dignity, that creates moral obligations, this hasn't evolved. It's as present now as it was in Kant's time, as it has been throughout human history, and the violations remain the same in Marès. Structure, new methods, new contexts, new rationalizations, but the same fundamental pattern: treating rational beings as mere tools, making exceptions for yourself you won't grant others, claiming dignity while denying it to those you exploit. The categorical imperative exposes all of it, not because Kant was uniquely clever, but because he identified something real and permanent about what rational beings are, and what this demands. This reveals something sobering about human nature, that the same violations keep recurring, that each generation must rediscover moral truth, that clarity about dignity is constantly threatened by convenient rationalization, but it also reveals something hopeful, that moral truth persists to be rediscovered. That reason can still identify what really matters. That understanding is possible even when convenient forgetting is tempting. The question that remains is thus not about Kant or his principle. It's about you and your choice. Will you use the tool you've been given? Will you apply the categorical imperative to your own maxims? Will you examine your behavior honestly and change what fails the test? Will you recognize dignity in everyone you encounter? Will you treat rational beings as ends rather than means? Will you maintain standards when others abandon them? Will you become ungovernable through clarity? Will you resist manipulation that you now recognize? Will you refuse to participate in violations you now see clearly? These aren't theoretical questions. They're practical demands. The categorical imperative doesn't just describe moral truth. It calls you to live by it. And this call cannot be escaped through clever argument, cannot be evaded through sophistical reasoning, cannot be rationalized away by claiming special circumstances, because you now understand how all those strategies work, how every evasion ultimately fails, how every violation reveals itself under examination, how every rationalization collapses when tested for universality. You possess the tool that exposes every excuse. The question is whether you'll use it on yourself as rigorously as you use it on others, whether you'll maintain the same standards for your own behavior that you demand from everyone else. This is the choice that remains. Not whether the categorical imperative is correct. You understand why it is. Not whether dignity deserves respect. You'll recognize that it does. But whether you'll actually align your behavior with what you now understand. This choice cannot be made once and then forgotten. It must be renewed constantly. In every interaction, every decision, every moment when convenience tempts you toward violation, the categorical imperative doesn't make moral life easy. It makes it clear. You now know what you're called to do. Whether you'll do it is up to you. But understand what's at stake. Not just your personal virtue, though that matters. Not just your relationships, though they'll be affected. But your very nature as a rational being. To consistently violate the categorical imperative is to live in contradiction with your own rational nature, to claim dignity while denying it to others, to demand respect while refusing to give it, to assert autonomy while undermining the autonomy that makes your own meaningful. This contradiction corrupts from within, not through external punishment, but through internal incoherence, through the slow erosion of moral clarity, through gradual acceptance of rationalization as reason. But to live by the categorical imperative is to achieve integrity in the deepest sense, to align your behavior with what rational consistency requires, to respect in practice what you affirm in principle, to be whole rather than divided. This wholeness is its own reward. Not the only reason to be moral, should be moral, because dignity deserves respect, regardless of benefits to you, but a natural consequence of rational consistency. When you live by principles, you can universalize. When you treat all rational beings as ends, when you maintain the standards that rational agency requires, you become what you essentially are. A rational being fully realizing its nature through autonomous moral action. This is what Kant offers. Not an impossible ideal, but a clear standard. Not a burden to bear, but a nature to realize. Not a constraint on freedom, but freedom's fullest expression. The question remains. The tool is in your hands. The violations are visible. The principles are clear. The choice is yours. What will you do with what you now understand? This is where philosophy meets life, where understanding demands decision, where knowledge calls for action. The categorical imperative has exposed every justification for evil. It has revealed what rational beings owe each other and themselves. It has shown you what dignity means and why it matters. Absolutely now, you must decide. Will you honor what you've discovered? Will you live by what you know? The question remains, and only you can answer it.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Picture this. A 13-year-old boy stands in a sunlit courtyard in northern Greece, surrounded by gardens that will become his classroom for the next 3 years. His father, the most powerful king in the Greek world, has just introduced him to a middle-aged philosopher with small, penetrating eyes and a slight lisp. The boy is Alexander, destined to conquer an empire stretching from Greece to India. The philosopher is Aristotle, who will conquer something far more enduring. He will map the territory of human excellence itself. Aristotle leans forward and asks the young prince a question that will echo through 23 centuries to reach us tonight. What does it mean to live well? Not how to conquer kingdoms, not how to accumulate wealth or fame or power, but something more fundamental, more urgent, more intimately relevant to each of us preparing for sleep on this quiet evening. What does it mean for a human being to flourish? What is the good life? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and your breathing slows, we will follow Aristotle's answer to this question. We will trace his path from the dusty academies of ancient Athens to his private conversations with history's greatest conqueror. We will discover why this question still matters, why Aristotle's response speaks to our modern anxieties perhaps more powerfully than it did to his contemporaries, and why the ancient Greek word eudaimonia contains a vision of happiness that our culture has largely forgotten. This is not a lecture. Think of it as an evening walk through one of the most beautiful minds in human history, a mind that believed human excellence was not only possible but achievable, that understood virtue as a practical skill we could develop through practice, that saw happiness not as a fleeting emotion, but as a way of being in the world. As you settle deeper into comfort, let Aristotle's measured reasoning guide you. His logic has a way of being unexpectedly captivating, building understanding slowly, stone by careful stone, until suddenly you see the complete architecture of a life well lived. Fair warning, you may find yourself wide awake at the end, mind illuminated by ideas that have guided humanity's greatest achievements. But even if sleep claims you early, these thoughts will settle into your rest like seeds in fertile soil, quietly working their transformation while you dream. So breathe deeply, let the tensions of your day release, and allow yourself to wonder, as that young prince wondered in a garden 2 millennia ago, what would it mean for me to truly flourish? The ancient Greeks had no word for religion as we understand it. They had no word for science as a separate discipline. They had no division between mind and body, no split between reason and emotion, no separation of private ethics from public politics. What they had was philosophy, literally the love of wisdom, and it encompassed everything. To study philosophy in ancient Athens was to ask the most practical question imaginable. How should I live? Into this world, in the year 384 before the Common Era, a boy was born in the small coastal city of Stagira on the Macedonian frontier. His name was Aristotle. His father, Nicomachus, served as court physician to King Amyntas of Macedon, and from his earliest years Aristotle was exposed to the careful observation, the empirical attention to detail that characterized medical practice. While other children learned through myths and stories, young Aristotle watched his father examine symptoms, make diagnoses, test remedies. The lesson would shape everything that followed. Look first at what actually is before theorizing about what might be. Tragedy struck early. Nicomachus died when Aristotle was still a boy, perhaps 10 years old. The young philosopher-to-be was sent to live with a guardian, Proxenus, who recognized something remarkable in his charge's hungry intellect. At 17, Aristotle was dispatched on the long journey to Athens, to the greatest center of learning the world had ever known, Plato's Academy. Imagine the journey. A young man from the provinces carrying whatever scrolls and tablets a traveling student could manage, walking the dusty road southward, past villages and olive groves, over mountain passes where bandits lurked, through landscapes sacred to gods whose temples crowned every prominent hill. And then, finally, Athens herself. The city of Pericles and Socrates, still glorious despite recent defeats in war, her white marble temples catching the Mediterranean sun, her agora buzzing with merchants and philosophers, her theatre where Sophocles had premiered his tragedies, her law courts where citizens argued about justice and the good. The academy stood outside the city walls, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus. Here Plato, already in his 60s, taught a remarkable collection of students how to think. Not what to think, but how, through dialogue and debate, through mathematical precision and logical rigour, through the relentless questioning that his teacher Socrates had pioneered. The method was simple and devastating. Take any claim about reality, any assumption about justice or beauty or truth, and ask, what do you mean by that? How do you know? Could it be otherwise? Question after question after question until either the claim stood on solid foundation or collapsed into incoherence. Aristotle arrived at this intellectual crucible at precisely the right moment. His mind was formed enough to engage seriously with Plato's ideas, but flexible enough to be shaped by them. And for the next 20 years, he remained, studying and eventually teaching, absorbing Plato's vision while slowly developing his own. What was that vision? Plato believed that the world we experience through our senses, this world of stones and trees and flesh, is not fully real. Behind it, or above it, or somehow beyond it, exists a realm of perfect forms. The triangle you draw on paper is always imperfect, but there exists the form of triangle, perfect and eternal. The beautiful person you see is beautiful only by participating in the form of beauty itself. Justice in our world is always approximate, but justice itself exists in this transcendent realm, perfect and unchanging. It was a breathtaking vision, answering profound questions about how knowledge is possible and why we recognize universal concepts despite experiencing only particular instances. But Aristotle found himself increasingly troubled by it. If these forms exist separately from the world of experience, how exactly do particular things participate in them? How does the form of horse make this particular horse here and now? The explanation seemed to push the mystery back one step without really solving it. More fundamentally, Aristotle couldn't shake his physician father's influence. Look at the world, his training insisted. Study what actually exists. The answers aren't in some transcendent realm, but here, in the structures and patterns of nature itself. Don't flee from particulars to universals, but find the universal within the particular. Walking through the Academy's gardens, past the stone colonnades where students debated, beneath olive trees that dappled the sunlight, Aristotle began formulating an alternative. Yes, we need universal concepts to understand reality. Yes, we recognize patterns that transcend individual instances. But perhaps these universals exist in things themselves, not in some separate realm. Perhaps the form of a horse is what makes this particular arrangement of matter a horse rather than a tree. Form and matter together constitute reality, inseparable, interdependent. The disagreement was profound, but never acrimonious. In later writings, Aristotle would criticize his teacher's theory of forms, but always with respect, always acknowledging Plato's brilliance. Plato is dear to me, but truth is dearer. This saying captures Aristotle's spirit. Loyalty to persons matters, but loyalty to truth matters more. The teacher-student relationship need not become adversarial just because the student thinks the teacher wrong about something fundamental. For 20 years, this was Aristotle's life. Study, debate, teach, think, write. The rhythms of academic existence, the slow accumulation of understanding, the gradual refinement of arguments. He was becoming a master of multiple disciplines, logic and rhetoric, biology and physics, politics and ethics, metaphysics and poetry. The breadth of his interests was staggering. While his contemporaries specialized, Aristotle ranged across the entire landscape of human knowledge, finding connections, building systems, constructing a unified vision of reality. Then, in 347 BCE, Plato died. The Academy passed to Plato's nephew Speusippus, and Aristotle chose to leave. The reasons remain debated. Was it disappointment at not being chosen to lead? Was it time for the student to step out of his master's shadow? Or was it simply that Aristotle's intellectual project required independence? Whatever the reason, Aristotle departed Athens. He travelled first to Asia Minor, to the court of Hermias in Atarneus, where he continued his research and married Pythias, Hermias' adopted daughter. He spent time on the island of Lesbos, studying marine biology, wading through tide pools, dissecting sea creatures, observing with the meticulous attention to detail that would characterize all his work. These were years of intellectual wandering, of gathering observations, of letting his systematic approach mature. He studied how baby squids develop inside their eggs. He examined the hearts of different animals, noting structural variations. He watched the migration patterns of birds and wondered what internal mechanism drove them. In all of this, he was developing a method. Observe first, observe carefully, observe repeatedly. Record what you find. Notice patterns. Form hypotheses. Test them. Build explanations from the ground up. This was radically different from the prevailing approach to natural philosophy, which tended towards speculation from first principles. Aristotle was teaching himself to be empirical, to trust experience, to build theory on the foundation of observed fact. The lessons learned watching his father practice medicine were flowering into a comprehensive scientific method. His personal life in these years remains shadowy to us. We know he married Pythias and loved her. We know they had a daughter together. We know that when Pythias died, Aristotle grieved deeply. Later he would form a relationship with her Pillis, with whom he had a son, Nicomachus. But Aristotle rarely wrote about his private emotions. His work focused outward, on the structures of reality, on the patterns of nature, on the principles of living well. Then, around 343 BCE, an invitation arrived that would change everything. King Philip of Macedon, who was transforming his kingdom into the dominant military power in Greece, wanted a tutor for his 13-year-old son. And he wanted that tutor to be Aristotle. Why? Perhaps because Aristotle's father had served Philip's own father as court physician, creating a family connection. Perhaps because Aristotle, though not yet famous, had already acquired a reputation for brilliance. Perhaps because Philip, in his ambition to unite Greece under Macedonian leadership, wanted his heir educated in the finest Greek traditions. Whatever the reason, the offer came with considerable inducements. Philip promised to rebuild Stagira, Aristotle's home city, which he himself had destroyed in an earlier campaign. The payment would be generous, the position would be prestigious, but most importantly, Aristotle would have the opportunity to shape the mind of a future king, to plant ideas of justice and virtue and excellence in a boy who would wield tremendous power, to perhaps create through education a ruler who would govern wisely and well, for a philosopher who believed that ethics and politics were inseparable, that the good life required a good community. This opportunity must have been irresistible. And so Aristotle journeyed north, back to the Macedonian frontier of his youth, to meet the young prince who would become Alexander the Great. The teaching took place at Mieza, a small village in the verdant countryside outside the Macedonian capital. Here, in or near a temple dedicated to the nymphs, surrounded by forests and streams, Aristotle established what amounted to a private academy for Alexander and a select group of other young Macedonian nobles. Among these students were Hephaestion, who would become Alexander's closest companion, and Ptolemy, who would eventually rule Egypt. The future masters of the Hellenistic world all sat at Aristotle's feet, learning how to think. What did they learn? Not a catechism, but a method. Aristotle taught them to observe carefully, to reason systematically, to question assumptions, to distinguish valid arguments from fallacies. He taught them rhetoric, the art of persuasive speech, and politics, the science of organizing communities. He taught them natural philosophy, examining plants and animals, discussing the principles that govern growth and change. He taught them ethics, exploring questions of courage and justice and the nature of the good life, and crucially, he taught them Homer. Alexander developed an intense love for the Iliad, identifying with Achilles, the warrior hero who chose glory over long life. Some accounts say Alexander carried a copy of the Iliad with him throughout his campaigns, annotated by Aristotle himself, keeping it under his pillow alongside his dagger. The fusion of philosophical training and heroic ambition would have profound consequences. The relationship between teacher and student was complex, mixing genuine affection with fundamental disagreements that would only deepen over time. Aristotle saw himself as forming Alexander's character, instilling virtue, teaching moderation and practical wisdom. But Alexander's nature ran to extremes. He was passionate where Aristotle counselled balance, impetuous where Aristotle advised deliberation, hungry for glory where Aristotle emphasized the contemplative life. They walked together through the countryside around Mieza, the middle-aged philosopher and the adolescent prince, discussing the nature of courage, the different forms of government, the relationship between happiness and virtue. Aristotle must have known even then that his student would achieve great things. What he couldn't have known was how completely those achievements would diverge from his own values. For Aristotle believed in Greek superiority. He viewed non-Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, all the peoples who would fall to Alexander's conquests, as barbarians, natural slaves, suited only to serve their Greek masters. This ugly prejudice was common in classical Greece, born from centuries of conflict with Persia, reinforced by cultural chauvinism. When Aristotle advised Alexander on politics, he apparently suggested treating Greeks as free citizens and barbarians, as subjects to be ruled despotically. Alexander would ultimately reject this advice. His great vision, perhaps his greatest, was of a multicultural empire where Greeks and Persians could intermarry, where talent mattered more than ethnicity, where civilization could transcend its Greek origins. In this, the student proved wiser than the teacher. But that lay in the future. For 3 years the education continued. Philosophy in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, discussions of metaphysics and dissections of animals, poetry and mathematics, the young nobles learning not just information but how to think, how to argue, how to analyze. Aristotle was forming minds, planting seeds that would bear fruit in ways he couldn't anticipate. Then, in 340 BCE, Philip summoned his son home. At 16, Alexander would serve as regent while his father campaigned in Thrace. The formal education was over. Teacher and student would never again spend extended time together, though they continued corresponding. Alexander sent back specimens and observations from his conquests, plants and animals unknown to Greek science, reports of distant lands, puzzles for his old teacher to study. But the intellectual relationship was ending, and philosophical differences were hardening into ideological opposition. When Alexander began integrating Persians into his administration, adopting Persian customs, even demanding prostration from Greek visitors, Aristotle was appalled. This violated everything he believed about Greek superiority and proper political order. The student had moved beyond the teacher's wisdom, making his own path through history. There is a poignant tragedy here. Aristotle had tried to form Alexander's character according to philosophical principles, to create a king who would embody virtue and govern with practical wisdom. But character, as Aristotle himself taught, comes from habituation, from repeated practice, from the slow shaping of desires and responses. 3 years of philosophical instruction couldn't overcome Alexander's fundamental nature. Brilliant, passionate, ambitious beyond measure, unable to recognize limits, the greatest philosopher of antiquity and the greatest conqueror of antiquity touched each other's lives profoundly. Each would achieve immortality in his own sphere, but they remained, in the end, fundamentally different kinds of men. One conquered through thought, the other through the sword. One believed in moderation and the contemplative life, the other in glory and endless achievement. One stayed mostly in Athens, thinking and writing. The other marched to the edges of the known world, never content, never stopping. When Alexander departed for his Asian campaigns in 335 BCE, Aristotle was 50 years old. He returned to Athens, to the city of his intellectual formation, ready at last to establish his own school, to develop his own systematic philosophy, to offer his answer to the question he had posed to young Alexander so many years before. What does it mean to live well? Athens in 335 BCE had changed since Aristotle first arrived as a 17-year-old student. Philip's victory at Chaeronea had ended the era of independent Greek city-states. The Macedonian king now dominated Greece, and after Philip's assassination, his son Alexander ruled. For Athenians, who treasured their democratic traditions, this new reality was bitter. They lived under the shadow of Macedonian power. Technically independent, but actually subject. Into this politically complex situation, Aristotle returned. His connections to the Macedonian court made some Athenians suspicious, but his reputation as a philosopher, his years at the academy, and his undeniable brilliance earned him respect. He established his school in the Lyceum, a gymnasium dedicated to Apollo Lysias, located just outside the city walls. The Lyceum became Aristotle's base for the next 12 years, the period of his greatest productivity. Here he developed the systematic philosophy that would influence human thought for 2 millennia. Here he gathered around him the brightest students Athens could offer, and here he perfected his distinctive method of teaching. Unlike Plato's academy, which focused on mathematics and abstract reasoning, the Lyceum was organized around empirical research. Aristotle collected specimens, plants, animals, minerals. He gathered maps and documents. He compiled observations sent by correspondents throughout the Greek world, including, remarkably, from Alexander's campaigns. The Lyceum was part school, part research institute, part museum. It was the first institution of its kind, and it set a pattern that universities would follow for centuries. The physical layout encouraged Aristotle's teaching style. The Lyceum had a covered walkway called a peripatos, where Aristotle liked to walk while lecturing. This habit gave his school its name, the Peripatetics, the walkers. Picture him there, in his 50s now, walking slowly along the colonnade, a small group of advanced students following, discussing the nature of causation or the structure of logical argument or the relationship between soul and body. His lectures came in 2 types. In the morning, he offered esoteric teachings for advanced students, dense technical discussions requiring philosophical background. These were the lectures that would eventually be compiled into the treatises we possess: the physics, the metaphysics, the Nicomachean ethics. In the afternoon, he gave public lectures on more accessible topics: rhetoric, politics, ethics. These were polished presentations, carefully crafted for general audiences. The evenings he spent writing, organizing his thoughts, revising his treatises. By lamplight in his study, scrolls spread around him. Aristotle worked to systematize human knowledge. He was attempting something unprecedented, a comprehensive account of reality, from the principles of logic that govern all reasoning, through the structures of the natural world, to the best way for human beings to live. His method was distinctive. Where Plato had begun with ideal forms and tried to explain how particulars participate in them, Aristotle began with the world of experience and tried to understand its inherent structures. Look first, theorize second. Observe the patterns in nature, then explain what makes those patterns possible. This empirical orientation appeared in all his work. His biological writings describe hundreds of animal species with careful attention to anatomy and behavior. His meteorology examines weather patterns, winds, rain, thunder. His politics analyzes 158 different constitutions of Greek city-states, comparing their structures and outcomes. Even his ethics, as we will see, begins with observed facts about human nature and behavior rather than abstract principles. But Aristotle was no mere compiler of facts. What made him revolutionary was his ability to organize observations into systematic understanding. He developed logic as a formal discipline, creating tools for rigorous reasoning. He pioneered the study of causation, distinguishing 4 different ways we can answer why questions. He analyzed motion, change, time, place, infinity. He investigated language, categorizing different types of statements and studying how meaning works. And running through all of this was a deep conviction that the universe makes sense. Reality is not chaos but cosmos, not random but ordered. Natural things have purposes, built-in tendencies, characteristic activities. Understanding something means grasping its nature, its function, what it's meant to be and do. This teleological vision, the idea that things have inherent purposes, would remain influential until the scientific revolution 2,000 years later. Yet despite this comprehensive intellectual productivity, Aristotle's time at the Lyceum was politically precarious. He was a metic, a resident alien, without citizenship rights. He depended on the tolerance of a city that had reasons to distrust him. When Alexander died suddenly in 323 BCE, everything changed. The death of the conqueror unleashed a wave of anti-Macedonian sentiment across Greece. Athens erupted in rebellion, and Aristotle, known to have been Alexander's tutor, connected to the Macedonian court, suddenly found himself in danger. Charges of impiety were brought against him, the same charges that had led to Socrates' execution 76 years earlier. Aristotle was 62 years old, at the height of his intellectual powers. He had spent 12 years building the Lyceum into one of the ancient world's great centres of learning. His systematic philosophy was substantially complete, but the political situation was untenable. Rather than stand trial, Aristotle chose to leave Athens. He reportedly said he would not let the city sin twice against philosophy, a reference to Socrates' fate. He retired to Chalcis on the island of Euboea, where his mother's family had property. And there, less than a year after leaving Athens, he died of a stomach illness. It was 322 BCE. The greatest systematic philosopher in history was gone, leaving behind an intellectual legacy that would shape Western thought for 2,000 years. But we've spent long enough on biography. We know the man, the context, the journey. Now we must turn to what matters most, his ideas. Specifically, his answer to the question that launched our evening together, the question he posed to young Alexander in that sunlit garden at Mieza. What does it mean to live well? What is the good life for human beings? What should we aim at? These questions drive Aristotle's ethical philosophy, and to understand his answers, we must begin with a single word that captures his vision of human flourishing: eudaimonia. The word sounds strange to modern ears. Eudaimonia. It's usually translated as happiness, but this translation misleads almost as much as it clarifies. When we think of happiness, we typically imagine a feeling, an emotional state, something that comes over us when things go well. I feel happy when I eat delicious food, or succeed at a difficult task, or spend time with people I love. Happiness, in our common usage, is something that happens to us, a pleasant sensation we experience. But this is not what Aristotle means by eudaimonia at all. The word itself gives us a hint. It combines eu, meaning good or well, with daimon, meaning spirit or divinity. Literally, eudaimonia means something like having a good spirit, being well-spirited, having your inner nature in good condition. It suggests not a temporary feeling, but a state of being. Not an episode, but a way of existing. Perhaps the best translation is flourishing, or living well, or faring well. Think of a plant. What does it mean for an oak tree to flourish? Not that it feels happy, plants don't have feelings, but that it's achieving what it's meant to achieve, developing according to its nature, becoming an excellent specimen of oak tree. It has good soil, adequate water, proper sunlight. Its roots run deep, its trunk grows strong, its branches spread wide, its leaves are full and green. The acorns it produces are healthy. This is oak tree eudaimonia, being a thriving, excellent oak. Now ask the parallel question. What does it mean for a human being to flourish? What is human eudaimonia? This is Aristotle's central question, and answering it requires understanding human nature itself. But before we get to Aristotle's answer, we need to understand why he thinks this question matters so much. Here's where his thinking becomes both elegant and persuasive. Every action we take aims at some good, Aristotle observes. When you eat, you aim at satisfying hunger or maintaining health or enjoying flavor. When you work, you aim at earning money or accomplishing something or serving others. When you exercise, you aim at fitness or stress relief or the pleasure of physical exertion. All human action is goal-directed. Notice what follows from this. Some goods are sought for the sake of other goods. We earn money to buy things. We buy things to satisfy needs or wants. We satisfy needs to maintain life. We maintain life to what? Eventually we must reach some final good, something we want for its own sake, not as means to something else. Otherwise we're caught in an infinite regress, each goal pursued for the sake of another, never reaching any ultimate purpose. What is this final good? What do we want for its own sake? Aristotle thinks the answer is obvious. eudaimonia. Everyone, he says, pursues happiness or flourishing. It's what we ultimately aim at in all our activities. We want other things for the sake of happiness, but we don't want happiness for the sake of anything else. Happiness is self-sufficient. Having it, we lack nothing essential. Consider what this means. Honor? Yes, we value honor, but why? Because being honored makes us happy. Pleasure? Yes, we enjoy pleasure, but why do we seek it? Because it contributes to happiness. Wealth? Certainly useful, but obviously not the ultimate good. We want wealth to secure happiness, not happiness to secure wealth. Even virtue, and this is crucial, we value ultimately because virtuous living leads to flourishing. So eudaimonia stands at the top of the hierarchy of goods. It's what everything else aims toward. It's the bull's eye on the target, the destination of all our striving. Get clear about what eudaimonia really is, and you've answered the most important question about how to live. But here's where things get interesting. People agree that eudaimonia is the ultimate good, Aristotle notes, but they disagree profoundly about what eudaimonia actually is. Ask different people what happiness consists in, and you'll get radically different answers. The common people, identify happiness with pleasure. A happy life is a pleasant life, full of good food, drink, sex, comfortable circumstances, agreeable company. This view has intuitive appeal. Who doesn't enjoy pleasure? And misery certainly doesn't seem like flourishing. But Aristotle thinks this view fundamentally mistakes what happiness is. Why? Because pleasure is something we share with animals. A dog experiences pleasure when eating or playing. A pig experiences pleasure in its own way. But surely human flourishing must involve something distinctively human. Moreover, the pursuit of pleasure leads to a slavish life, Aristotle argues, where we're controlled by our appetites, always, chasing the next sensation, never satisfied. The hedonist mistakes a component of happiness for happiness itself. What about the sophisticated, politically ambitious people? They often identify happiness with honor, with being respected and admired, with achieving status. This view seems more elevated than hedonism. Honor recognizes something about character or accomplishment. But Aristotle rejects this view too. Why? Because honor depends on other people. They can bestow it or withdraw it. Your happiness can't depend on something so external to you, so vulnerable to others' opinions. Moreover, we pursue honor because we believe we deserve it, because we've achieved something excellent. So the excellence matters more than the honor that might follow from it. Again, the mistake is identifying a byproduct of flourishing with flourishing itself. What about wealth? Some people devote their lives to accumulating money and possessions, but Aristotle barely pauses to refute this view. Wealth is obviously instrumental, obviously pursued for the sake of something else. The miser who hoards wealth without using it for any purpose hasn't achieved happiness. Wealth is like a tool, valuable for what it enables, worthless as an end in itself. So if happiness isn't pleasure or honor or wealth, what is it? Aristotle's answer emerges from his distinctive method, examining the function of human beings. Here's the reasoning. Everything has a characteristic activity, a function, something it does that makes it the kind of thing it is. The function of the eye is to see. A good eye sees well, a bad eye sees poorly. The function of a knife is to cut. A good knife cuts cleanly and holds its edge. For any tool or organ or creature with a function, excellence consists in performing that function well. Does a human being have a function? Not in the sense of being a tool for some external purpose, but in the sense of having a characteristic activity, something that defines what we distinctively are. Aristotle thinks yes. What is our function? It can't be merely living, growing, and maintaining ourselves. We share that with plants. It can't be sensing and responding to our environment. We share that with all animals. The distinctive human function must involve our unique capacity, reason. This doesn't mean our function is to sit around thinking all day, disconnected from the world. Reason permeates all distinctively human activities. When we deliberate about what to do, we're exercising reason. When we form friendships based on mutual respect rather than mere pleasure or utility, reason guides those relationships. When we appreciate beauty, when we understand truth, when we act courageously in the face of fear, When we judge fairly between competing claims, we're exercising rational capacities that animals lack. Human flourishing, then, consists in exercising these rational capacities excellently. It's not passive, but active. Not a state we fall into, but an activity we perform. Not something that happens to us, but something we do. Aristotle's famous formulation? Eudaimonia is activity of soul in accordance with virtue. Let that sink in for a moment. Happiness is activity. Not feeling but doing, not possessing but acting. The happy person isn't someone who has achieved a comfortable state and now simply maintains it. The happy person is actively engaged in excellent activity. Flourishing is a verb, not a noun, and this activity must be excellent in accordance with virtue. Here we need to understand what Aristotle means by virtue, a topic we'll explore thoroughly. For now, note simply that virtue means excellence of character and intellect, the qualities that enable us to perform our function well. Just as a good knife has the virtues of sharpness and durability, a good human has virtues like courage, wisdom, justice, and temperance. One more crucial qualification: eudaimonia requires a complete life. One swallow doesn't make a spring, Aristotle says, and one day or brief period doesn't make someone happy. Flourishing is assessed over a lifetime. The young can't yet be called happy because their lives remain unfinished. Only from the perspective of a complete life can we judge whether someone achieved eudaimonia. So, here's Aristotle's answer to his own question, the answer that took him decades to develop, that emerged from observing human nature, analysing human action, studying political communities, thinking carefully about what makes human life distinctively human. To flourish, to achieve eudaimonia, to live well, engage in excellent rational activity over a complete life, in accordance with virtue, with adequate external goods to support that activity. Each element matters. Activity, not passive enjoyment. Rational activity, using our distinctive human capacity. Excellent activity, performing it well. In accordance with virtue, the settled dispositions that enable excellence. Over a complete life, not just moments or episodes. With adequate external goods, acknowledging we need certain material conditions. This is what the greatest philosopher in antiquity concluded about how we should live. Not a simple formula, but a rich, nuanced vision of human flourishing. Not telling us to pursue pleasure or honour or wealth, but inviting us to develop excellence of character and intellect, to exercise our distinctively human capacities at their highest level, to make our whole lives expressions of rationality at its best. But this answer immediately raises questions. What are these virtues that enable excellent activity? How do we develop them? Can anyone become virtuous, or only some? What role does luck play, those external goods Aristotle mentions? And most practically, how do I actually live this way? The rest of our evening together explores these questions. We turn now from Aristotle's destination, eudaimonia, to his map of how to get there. And that map begins with a revolutionary idea about the nature of excellence itself. If you've ever tried to improve yourself, you know the frustration. You want to be more patient, but find yourself snapping at small annoyances. You want to be generous, but hesitate when opportunities arise. You know intellectually what the right thing to do is, yet doing it feels unnatural, forced, exhausting. Virtue seems to require constant effort against your inclinations. Aristotle understood this struggle, and his answer to it forms one of the most psychologically sophisticated parts of his philosophy. Virtue, he argued, is not knowledge alone. You can't become courageous simply by understanding what courage is. You can't become just by studying the theory of justice. Virtue is not information in your head, but disposition in your character. The Greek word Aristotle uses is arete, usually translated as virtue or excellence. But notice what the word captures. Not moral goodness as we typically conceive it, but a kind of excellence, a way of being that realizes potential, achieves what something is capable of. The arete of a racehorse is speed and endurance. The arete of a sword is sharpness and strength. What is the arete of a human being? For Aristotle, virtue is a hexis, a stable state or disposition of character. It's not a fleeting decision, but a relatively permanent way of being. The virtuous person doesn't simply perform virtuous acts occasionally through gritted teeth. Rather, they've developed a settled way of responding to situations such that virtuous action flows naturally from who they've become. But how do you develop such dispositions? Here Aristotle makes his most revolutionary claim, one that contradicted his teacher Plato fundamentally. Plato had argued that virtue is knowledge. If you truly know what's good, you'll do it. Vice is just ignorance. Education, then, is the key to virtue. Aristotle disagreed. Virtue requires knowledge, yes, but knowledge isn't sufficient. You also need proper habituation, repeated practice, the formation of emotional responses and action patterns through experience. In the famous formulation, we become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, courageous by doing courageous acts. Think of learning to play an instrument. You can study music theory, understand harmony and rhythm intellectually, but that won't make you a pianist. You must practice, repeating scales and exercises until your fingers move correctly without conscious thought, until the patterns become second nature. Only through habit does knowledge become skill. The same applies to virtue. You must practice acting virtuously until virtuous responses become habitual, until you spontaneously respond with courage to danger, with generosity to need, with justice to competing claims. Eventually, these responses feel natural rather than forced. This is when you've truly become virtuous. But practice according to what pattern? What makes an act courageous rather than cowardly or reckless? What distinguishes generous, giving from wasteful excess, or stingy withholding? Aristotle's answer: virtue is a mean between extremes. This doctrine of the mean, sometimes called the golden mean, represents Aristotle's most distinctive contribution to ethics. Every virtue, he argues, lies between two vices, one of excess and one of deficiency. Think of it as a spectrum with virtue in the middle, though not at the exact mathematical centre. Take courage, the paradigm virtue in Greek culture. What is courage? Not absence of fear. That would be insensibility or foolhardiness. The coward feels appropriate fear but is paralysed by it, unable to act when action is needed. The reckless person either feels no fear or ignores reasonable danger, rushing into situations that call for caution. Courage lies between these extremes, feeling fear appropriately, but acting despite it when the situation demands. The courageous person stands their ground in battle when standing is necessary for a just cause. They speak truth to power when silence would be cowardice. They admit mistakes when pride tempts them to double down, but they don't seek danger for its own sake. They don't take foolish risks to prove their bravery. They recognize when retreat is wise, when compromise is appropriate, when holding firm would be stubbornness rather than courage. Or consider temperance, the virtue concerning bodily pleasures. On one extreme sits the ascetic who denies all pleasure, treats the body as enemy, lives in miserable self-deprivation. On the other extreme sits the glutton or libertine, enslaved to every appetite, incapable of saying no to desire, life organized around the next indulgence. Temperance lies between, enjoying pleasures appropriately, neither denying them entirely, nor being ruled by them. The temperate person eats delicious food with pleasure, but stops when satisfied. They enjoy wine without becoming drunk. They engage in sexual activity within appropriate relationships. They find entertainment refreshing without becoming addicted to constant stimulation. Their pleasures enhance life rather than dominating it. Generosity provides another example. The stingy person hoards resources, gives nothing or gives only reluctantly, values possessions over relationships. They're incapable of sharing, trapped in scarcity mentality, even when they have plenty. On the opposite extreme, the wasteful person gives indiscriminately, spends recklessly, depletes resources that should be conserved. They might enjoy a reputation for generosity, but ultimately can't sustain it. True generosity lies between these, giving appropriately to the right people, at the right time, in the right way, for the right reasons. The generous person gives freely because they recognize resources as means to good ends, not ends in themselves. But they give thoughtfully, considering whether their giving truly helps. They balance present generosity with future capacity. They give neither too much nor too little, but what the situation requires. Each virtue follows this pattern. Patience lies between apathy, caring about nothing, and explosive anger, losing control over trivialities. The patient person feels anger at genuine injustice, but remains calm in the face of minor annoyances. They know when anger is appropriate and when it's destructive. Truthfulness lies between self-deprecation, underselling yourself, and boastfulness, inflating your accomplishments. The truthful person represents themselves accurately, neither falsely modest nor arrogantly exaggerating. Even wit is a virtue for Aristotle. The boorish person has no sense of humour, can't appreciate jokes, makes social situations uncomfortable with their heavy seriousness. The buffoon jokes constantly, unable to be serious when situations demand it, offends others with inappropriate humour. Wittiness lies between having a sense of humour, knowing when levity is appropriate, making others comfortable without descending into mockery or constant joking. Aristotle identifies many virtues, each with its characteristic pattern of mean between extremes. But several things about this doctrine need emphasis. First, the mean is not mathematical. Virtue doesn't lie at the exact midpoint between extremes. Rather, it's relative to the person and circumstances. The amount of food that's moderate for an athlete differs from what's moderate for a sedentary person. The degree of fear that's appropriate facing a mugger differs from what's appropriate facing a bear. Context matters. Second, finding the mean requires judgment. There's no formula you can simply apply. You must understand the situation, consider what's at stake, recognize relevant factors, then determine what response hits the mean. This judgment, practical wisdom or phronesis, we'll explore more deeply. For now, note that virtue requires intelligence, not just good intentions. Third, not every action or emotion has a virtuous mean. Some things are inherently wrong regardless of amount. Murder isn't excessive killing with moderate killing as virtue. Adultery isn't excessive love. Theft isn't excessive taking. Some acts violate virtue by their very nature. Fourth, the mean is difficult to achieve. The extremes are easier. It's relatively simple to never give anything, stinginess, or to give everything away, wastefulness. Finding the generous mean requires sensitivity to circumstances, understanding of consequences, practical wisdom about what's truly helpful. This is why virtue is rare, and why becoming virtuous requires sustained effort. Finally, and most importantly, the doctrine of the mean reveals something profound about human psychology. Most vices aren't entirely evil impulses we must suppress. Rather, they're good impulses taken too far or not far enough. Fear is appropriate, sometimes. Anger has its place, occasionally. Even the desire for pleasure isn't wrong within limits. This means the path to virtue isn't destroying natural responses, but properly ordering them. Not eliminating fear, but feeling it appropriately. Not suppressing anger, but expressing it rightly. Not denying pleasure, but enjoying it well. Virtue cultivates nature rather than fighting it. Develops our capacities rather than destroying them. Achieves harmony rather than conflict within the soul. Think about what this means practically. You're trying to become more patient. The Aristotelian approach isn't to suppress all irritation, to pretend nothing bothers you, to become some sort of unfeeling automaton. Rather, it's to develop the ability to distinguish genuine wrongs, deserving anger, from minor inconveniences deserving forbearance, to feel proportionate responses to situations, to recognize when your irritation serves no good purpose and let it go, or you're trying to be more confident without becoming arrogant. The Aristotelian approach isn't to split the difference mathematically between self-hatred and narcissism. It's to develop an accurate understanding of your genuine abilities, to present yourself truthfully, to claim credit you deserve without exaggerating, to acknowledge limitations without false modesty. It's complex, nuanced, requiring self-knowledge and situational awareness. This is why virtue takes time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it done. You must practice repeatedly in various situations, gradually developing the sensitivity and judgment that enables hitting the mean reliably. Like any skill, it improves with experience and deteriorates without practice. But the doctrine of the mean, elegant as it is, raises a crucial question. How do you develop the judgment to find the mean? How do you know what courage requires in this particular situation? How do you determine where generosity lies between stinginess and wastefulness right now with this person? Aristotle's answer: practical wisdom, phronesis, the intellectual virtue that enables all the moral virtues. If virtue is the destination, practical wisdom is the compass. Without it, even the best intentions lead astray. You might want to be generous, but give in ways that harm rather than help. You might aim at courage, but misjudge what the situation demands. You might pursue the mean, but lack the perception to find it. Practical wisdom is hard to define precisely because it's fundamentally practical rather than theoretical. It's not knowledge of universal principles that can be stated in abstract formulas. It's the ability to see what's required in particular situations, to recognize what action would hit the mean, to understand how general principles apply in specific contexts. Think of an expert chef. They know recipes, understand cooking techniques, can explain why certain ingredients work together. But their expertise goes beyond this theoretical knowledge. When actually cooking, they adjust by taste, compensate for ingredient variations, improvise when something goes wrong. They see what the dish needs, right now, not just what recipes generally recommend. This is practical wisdom applied to cooking. Or consider a skilled therapist. They understand psychological theory, know research about what treatments work. But with any particular client, they must perceive that person's specific needs, recognize what approach will help them, adjust strategies when initial attempts don't work. They exercise judgment that goes beyond applying rules, wisdom that emerges from experience with particulars. Practical wisdom works similarly in ethics. The person with phronesis perceives what situations truly demand. They see that this apparent conflict between friendship and honesty actually requires tactful truth-telling. They recognize that this request for help, though sincere, would enable destructive behavior. They understand that standing firm here would be courage, but standing firm there would be stubbornness. How do they see these things? Through experience, primarily. Practical wisdom develops over time as you face various situations. Try different responses, observe consequences, learn from mistakes. You can't acquire it from books alone, any more than you can become a chef or therapist purely through reading. You must practice repeatedly in the messiness of actual circumstances. But experience alone isn't sufficient. You need to experience situations with the right orientation, paying attention to what's morally relevant, trying to hit the mean, caring about doing the right thing. Bad people accumulate experience without developing practical wisdom because they're paying attention to the wrong things, pursuing the wrong goals, developing skill at vice rather than virtue. This creates a puzzle Aristotle recognizes. You need virtue to develop practical wisdom, because only the virtuous person perceives situations correctly, judges what's truly good, aims at the right target. But you need practical wisdom to exercise virtue, because without it, you can't determine what the virtuous response requires. They seem to depend on each other, creating a circle. Aristotle's answer: they develop together in a spiral. You start with basic good habits instilled in childhood, following rules your parents teach, imitating people you respect. This isn't yet true virtue, because you're following external guidance rather than your own practical wisdom. But it starts forming your character, shaping your emotional responses, giving you some initial grasp of what virtue looks like. As your rational capacities mature, you begin understanding why these rules exist, what purposes they serve, how to apply them in new situations. Your practical wisdom develops as you reason about what to do, learn from experience, refine your judgment. And as your practical wisdom grows, your virtue becomes more complete, more flexible, more reliably excellent. Eventually, you reach the mature state where virtue and practical wisdom fully interpenetrate. You spontaneously perceive what situations demand. You respond appropriately without laborious deliberation. You hit the mean naturally because your character, emotions, and reason are all aligned. This is the person Aristotle calls spoudios, the excellent person, the one who serves as standard for ethical judgment. But what does practical wisdom actually look like in operation? Consider an extended example. A friend asks you to lie for them to protect them from consequences of their own mistake. You care about your friend and want to help, but you also value honesty and worry. about enabling irresponsibility. What should you do? Practical wisdom begins by recognizing the genuine complexity. This isn't simply a conflict between friendship and honesty as abstract principles. It's a situation involving this particular friend, this particular mistake, these particular consequences, this particular relationship history, this particular request. The person with phronesis asks, what kind of help would truly benefit my friend? Sometimes protection from consequences enables continued bad behavior. Sometimes harsh lessons are exactly what someone needs. But sometimes consequences are disproportionate to mistakes, and a friend should offer shelter, which is this. They consider, what does my friend need to hear right now? A refusal to lie might communicate respect for their ability to handle difficulty, or it might feel like abandonment when they're vulnerable. How strong is our friendship? Can it bear the strain of my refusing? Would refusing strengthen or damage it? They weigh. What are the actual stakes? Will this lie enable serious harm to my friend or others? Will the truth lead to catastrophic consequences? Or are the stakes relatively minor, more about comfort than genuine well-being? They think through, what are the alternatives? Maybe there's a way to help without lying, to support while still being honest, to stand beside my friend without endorsing their evasion. Notice what's happening here. Practical wisdom doesn't consult some ethical decision procedure, doesn't apply an algorithm, doesn't reduce the situation to a simple case of conflicting principles. It perceives the situation in all its particularity, brings various considerations to bear, exercises judgment about what would be good here and now. And crucially, it does this quickly. The person with developed phronesis doesn't labour through all these considerations explicitly. They see what's required almost immediately, the way an expert chef tastes a dish and knows what it needs. The deliberation I've spelled out happens rapidly, often non-consciously, leading to a clear sense of the right course of action. This is why practical wisdom is an intellectual virtue, but one closely connected to moral virtue. It's not purely cognitive, not simply a matter of clever reasoning. Your emotions, desires, character all influence how you perceive situations and what responses seem reasonable. The vicious person lacks practical wisdom, not because they're stupid, but because their distorted character makes them perceive situations wrongly, see apparent goods as real goods, miss what's truly important. Take the same situation with someone lacking practical wisdom. They might not even recognize the ethical complexity, might think it's simply about whether they're willing to inconvenience themselves for their friend. Or they might see the ethical dimension but reason poorly about it, either thinking loyalty always trumps honesty, or thinking honesty always requires blunt truth-telling regardless of circumstances. They lack the nuanced perception and judgment that practical wisdom provides. Or consider someone with practical wisdom navigating a different challenge. You're in a meeting where a colleague takes credit for your work. What does virtue require? Practical wisdom helps you see this clearly. First, assess the stakes. Is this a pattern or an isolated incident? Did your colleague do this maliciously or through genuine confusion about contributions? Will this significantly harm your career or reputation, or is it relatively minor? Then consider responses. You could publicly correct the record, but is this the right forum? Would doing so create unnecessary conflict? Or would silence enable ongoing injustice? You could address it privately with your colleague, but will that be effective, or do you need to involve others? Think about your relationship with this colleague. Is there a history of mutual respect that makes a gentle private conversation likely to work? Or is this part of a pattern requiring stronger action? Consider the organizational culture. Will speaking up be respected or seen as petty? Does the organization value truth-telling or smooth relationships? Weigh your own emotional state. Are you angry in a way that will make you respond more harshly than the situation warrants? Or is your anger appropriate, giving you the energy to address genuine injustice? Practical wisdom synthesizes all this into a clear sense of what to do. Maybe it says, address it privately first, calmly but directly, giving your colleague a chance to correct it themselves, but be prepared to escalate if they don't. Or maybe it says, this is minor, let it go, not every battle needs fighting. Or maybe it says, This requires immediate public correction because silence would mislead important people. There's no formula that determines the answer. Two people with practical wisdom might reach different conclusions depending on their particular knowledge of the people and context involved, but both would be exercising genuine practical wisdom in their perception and reasoning. Now notice something important about the relationship between practical wisdom and happiness. Remember, eudaimonia is activity in accordance with virtue, but you can't reliably act in accordance with virtue without practical wisdom. The well-intentioned person who lacks phronesis will frequently choose wrongly, missing the mean, pursuing apparent goods rather than real ones, causing harm despite good intentions. So practical wisdom is essential for flourishing. It's the intellectual virtue that enables all the moral virtues to operate correctly. Without it, courage becomes recklessness or cowardice, generosity becomes wastefulness or stinginess, honesty becomes brutal tactlessness or deceptive flattery. Practical wisdom is what transforms good intentions into good actions, moral principles into ethical life. But Aristotle recognizes something else. Practical wisdom can't be taught directly. You can teach someone geometry by proving theorems, you can teach them physics by explaining laws of nature, but you can't teach them practical wisdom the same way. Why? Because practical wisdom is about particulars, and particulars can't be captured in universal rules. Instead, practical wisdom is cultivated through three methods. First, experience. Face many situations, try various responses, observe what works, learn from mistakes. The person with practical wisdom has seen enough cases to recognize patterns, understand consequences, predict outcomes. Second, imitation. Learn from people who already have practical wisdom. Watch how they handle difficult situations. Ask them for advice. Model your responses on theirs until you develop your own judgment. Just as apprentices learn crafts from masters, moral learners develop phronesis by observing and imitating the spoudios. Third, habituation in virtue. Practical wisdom and moral virtue develop together. As you practice acting virtuously, you gradually see situations more clearly, judge more reliably, understand what virtue requires. Your character formation enhances your perception and reasoning. This long development explains why Aristotle thinks young people can't have practical wisdom. Not because they're stupid, but because they lack experience. They haven't faced enough situations, haven't learned from enough mistakes, haven't had time to develop the perceptual sensitivity that phronesis requires. This is also why the young can be skilled at mathematics or chess, but not at ethical reasoning. The former depend on abilities they already possess. The latter requires experience they haven't yet accumulated. The implication is humbling. You can't shortcut the development of practical wisdom. You can't read a book on ethics and suddenly possess phronesis. You must live, act, experience, reflect, learn, grow. It takes years, decades, a lifetime. The development of practical wisdom is the work of a complete life. But here's the hopeful part. The development is possible. You can become someone with practical wisdom through sustained effort over time. And as you develop it, making good choices becomes easier, more natural, more reliable. Eventually you become the person others turn to for ethical advice, the one who sees clearly when others are confused, who knows what to do when situations are complex. This is moral expertise, and like any expertise, it transforms how you experience the world. The expert musician hears nuances in performances others miss. The expert chef tastes subtleties others overlook. The person with practical wisdom perceives ethical dimensions of situations others don't notice, sees possibilities for action others don't recognize, understands consequences others don't anticipate. And this expertise serves eudaimonia directly. It enables you to act excellently, to exercise virtue reliably, to navigate life's complexities without constantly stumbling. Practical wisdom makes flourishing possible by giving you the tools to live well consistently over time. But how does this development happen? How do we actually become virtuous? This brings us to one of Aristotle's most important psychological insights. We are not born virtuous or vicious. Human infants are born with capacities for virtue, with the raw material, but not with virtue itself. A child can become courageous or cowardly, generous or stingy, just or unjust. Which they become depends on their formation. This formation happens through habituation, through repeated practice, through the gradual shaping of character. We become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, courageous by doing courageous acts. The famous analogy, we learn to play the harp by playing it, we become builders by building, we become good by doing good. But this raises an obvious question, one that puzzled commentators for centuries. If we become virtuous by acting virtuously, how do we perform the first virtuous acts before we're virtuous? It seems impossible, like saying you learn to swim by swimming, but how can you swim before you know how to swim? Aristotle's answer involves distinguishing stages of moral development. In childhood, we act virtuously through external guidance. Parents and teachers tell us what to do. We obey rules we don't yet fully understand. We imitate people we respect. We follow social conventions. At this stage, we're doing virtuous acts without having virtue as a settled disposition. This childhood formation is crucial. Through it, we develop the right emotional responses. We learn to take pleasure in noble actions and pain in shameful ones. Our desires begin aligning with what's genuinely good. We build the foundation on which virtue will eventually stand. As we mature and our rational capacities develop, we begin understanding why these rules exist, what purposes they serve. We internalize the principles rather than just following external commands. We start choosing virtuous acts for their own sake, because we recognize them as good, not merely because authority figures say so. Eventually, for those who successfully develop, virtue becomes a settled hexis, a stable disposition. Now we spontaneously perceive what situations require. We feel appropriate emotions and perform appropriate actions without constant deliberation. The struggle diminishes. Virtuous action flows naturally from who we've become. This is true virtue, choosing virtuous acts for their own sake, from a stable character with the right emotions and motivations. It's qualitatively different from simply performing the same external behaviors out of fear of punishment or hope for reward. But the transition between stages isn't always smooth. Many people get stuck in intermediate states, understanding intellectually what they should do, but finding themselves unable to do it consistently. Aristotle has a name for this frustrating condition, acrasia, usually translated as weakness of will or incontinence. The person with acrasia knows what's right. They genuinely believe they should exercise, control their temper, resist the extra dessert, do the work they've been avoiding. But when the moment comes, they act against their better judgment. They do what they know they shouldn't and immediately regret it. This phenomenon puzzled Greek philosophers. How is acrasia possible? If you truly know what's good, why would you choose what's bad? Socrates had argued that acrasia is impossible. If you choose badly, you must not really know what's good. What looks like choosing bad while knowing good is actually not knowing at all. Aristotle disagrees. Acrasia is real. People genuinely do act against their knowledge. But how? His explanation involves distinguishing different ways of having knowledge. You can know something in an abstract, theoretical way without that knowledge being active and operative in your current situation. Like the drunk person who can recite moral principles but can't apply them to their own behavior right now. When desire overwhelms reason, your knowledge becomes merely potential rather than actual. You have the information stored somewhere but can't access it effectively. Your emotions or appetites override your rational judgment in the moment. Afterwards, when desire subsides, your knowledge becomes active again, and you wonder how you could have acted so foolishly. The person with complete virtue doesn't face this problem because their emotions and reason are aligned. They don't just know intellectually what's good, they desire it emotionally. Their appetites have been shaped through habituation to want what's genuinely worth wanting, so they don't experience the internal conflict that characterizes acrasia. This explains why moral formation must start young, before reason fully develops. If you wait until someone is an adult to start instilling virtue, their emotional responses are already set. They can understand intellectually why virtue matters, but their desires pull in opposite directions. Achieving virtue becomes much harder, maybe impossible. But this raises troubling questions. If character formation depends on childhood habituation, does that mean people who had bad upbringings are doomed? Can someone with vicious character ever reform? Or is virtue available only to those lucky enough to receive proper early training? Aristotle is somewhat pessimistic here. He thinks character change is very difficult once dispositions are set. The person whose appetites were poorly formed in youth will struggle to achieve virtue later. Not impossible, but requiring tremendous sustained effort, working against ingrained patterns, fighting one's own habituated responses. This is one reason why Aristotle emphasizes the importance of good laws and proper education. Society has responsibility to raise children well, to instill virtue in the young, to create conditions that enable character formation. The person with proper upbringing has a massive advantage in achieving eudaimonia. Those denied this advantage face much steeper paths, but even with good upbringing, moral development continues throughout life. You don't achieve complete virtue at age 20 and then simply maintain it. Rather, virtue deepens and matures through continued experience and reflection. The courage of a young soldier differs from the courage of a seasoned leader. The justice of an apprentice judge differs from the justice of a wise elder. Practical wisdom develops gradually as you face new situations, learn from mistakes, refine your judgment. This means moral development is lifelong work. You never reach a point where you can relax, where virtue is so secure you need not attend to it anymore. Until your complete life ends, the project of becoming excellent continues. But here's the encouraging part. Progress is genuinely possible at any stage, even if you start with disadvantages, even if your character formation was poor, even if you've made countless mistakes, you can still move toward virtue. Maybe you won't achieve the complete virtue of someone with every advantage, but you can become better than you were, more virtuous than you are, closer to excellence than you started. The path requires honesty about your current state, clear vision of where you want to go, sustained effort in practicing virtue, patience with setbacks, and perhaps most importantly, surrounding yourself with virtuous people who model excellence and support your development. Because you can't become virtuous alone. We are social creatures, shaped by our communities, influenced by those around us. The company we keep forms our character as surely as our own choices do. This brings us to one of the most beautiful aspects of Aristotle's ethics, his account of friendship. No one, Aristotle says, would choose to live without friends, even if he had all other goods. Not wealth, not honor, not pleasure, not even virtue itself could make a life good without friendship. Friendship is not optional for eudaimonia, but essential, not an extra pleasure, but a necessary component of human flourishing. The Greek word philia, translated as friendship, has broader scope than our English word. It includes family affection, romantic love, civic bonds, collegial relationships, and what we'd call friendship in the narrow sense. Aristotle examines all these forms, but he's most interested in what he calls complete or perfect friendship, the highest form of human relationship. To understand complete friendship, we must distinguish it from two lesser forms. First, friendships of utility. These relationships exist because each person is useful to the other. Business partners, professional networks, neighbors who help each other, colleagues who collaborate, all exemplify friendships of utility. Nothing wrong with such relationships, but they're inherently fragile. When the usefulness ends, the friendship dissolves. Second, friendships of pleasure. These relationships exist because each person enjoys the other's company. Drinking buddies, hobby companions, people you have fun with, romantic relationships based primarily on physical attraction, all exemplify friendships of pleasure. Again, nothing wrong with them, but they're conditional. When you no longer find each other pleasant, when tastes change or circumstances shift, the friendship fades. Both utility friendships and pleasure friendships are real friendships in Aristotle's view. They involve genuine affection, though in a qualified way. But they're incomplete, instrumental, based on what each person gets from the other rather than on who the other person is. Complete friendship is different. It exists between good people who are similar in virtue. Each loves the other for who they are, not for what they provide. Each wishes good for the other's sake, not as means to their own benefit. The foundation is mutual recognition of each other's excellence of character. Such friendship requires several conditions. First, both people must be virtuous. Complete friendship can exist only between good people because only good people can consistently will genuine good for others. The vicious person is too focused on their own gratification to truly care about another's well-being as an end in itself. Second, they must recognize each other's virtue. You can't be friends with someone you don't know well enough to appreciate their character. Complete friendship requires intimacy, time spent together, shared experiences that reveal who each person truly is. Third, they must wish each other well for each other's sake, not for what the friendship does for themselves. This is the hardest condition to understand, because good friends do benefit from friendship. But in complete friendship, you care about your friend's good as an end, not merely as means to your own happiness. This creates an interesting philosophical puzzle. Aristotle says, the friend is another self. In loving your friend, you extend to them the appropriate self-love you have for yourself. But how is this possible? How can I love another person's good as much as my own? Doesn't this violate basic egoism? Aristotle's answer reveals something profound about human identity. We are not atomic individuals sealed off from others, fundamentally separate. Rather, our good is essentially social. When my friend flourishes, my own life is enriched. When they suffer, I am diminished. Not because I'm using them for my benefit, but because our lives are genuinely interconnected. Their eudaimonia becomes part of my eudaimonia. Think of what this means. Complete friendship isn't an addition to an already complete life, a nice bonus if you can get it. It's constitutive of eudaimonia itself. The solitary person, no matter how virtuous or intelligent or accomplished, cannot achieve complete flourishing. We need friends not as instruments for other goods, but as essential components of living well. Why? Several reasons. First, friends enable our own virtue. We become better people through association with good people. Their example inspires us. Their feedback corrects us. Their expectations hold us accountable. Trying to become virtuous alone is extraordinarily difficult. With virtuous friends, the path becomes clearer and more achievable. Second, friends provide the context for exercising many virtues. Justice finds its highest expression in relationships between equals. Generosity manifests most beautifully in giving to friends. Even courage and temperance are strengthened by acting together with others who share our commitment to excellence. Virtue practiced with friends becomes more complete than virtue practiced alone. Third, friends enhance our understanding. Through conversation, we clarify our thoughts, test our ideas, see things from new perspectives. The friend acts as mirror and lens, reflecting back to us aspects of ourselves we might not perceive, focusing our attention on truths we might overlook. Philosophical understanding deepens through dialogue with friends. Fourth, friends multiply our joys and divide our sorrows. Achievements feel more meaningful when celebrated together. Difficulties seem more bearable when faced with support. This isn't merely psychological comfort, though it's that too. It's about the amplification of good and the distribution of burden that complete friendship provides. Fifth, and perhaps most profoundly, friends provide someone to be excellent for. The virtuous person wants to act excellently, but excellence requires context, requires others who recognize and appreciate it, requires shared commitment to what's genuinely good. Friends create the space where virtue can be fully expressed and appropriately valued, but complete friendship is rare. Why? Because it requires virtue in both parties, and virtue itself is rare, because it requires time and intimacy, and most people lack the opportunity for deep connection with many others, because it requires reciprocity of affection and recognition, and finding someone who both appreciates your virtue and whom you appreciate is uncommon. Aristotle thinks you can have only a few complete friendships, not because you should limit them artificially, but because the conditions make having many impossible. You simply don't have time for intimate relationship with dozens of people. You can't share life deeply enough with large numbers to achieve the recognition and reciprocity that complete friendship requires. This doesn't mean you shouldn't have utility friendships or pleasure friendships with many people. Those relationships serve important functions and enrich life. But the deepest form of friendship, the kind that's essential to eudaimonia, can exist with only a handful of people at most. What do friends do together? Share virtuous activities, Aristotle says, not merely spend time in each other's presence, but engage in excellent activity together, study philosophy together, work for justice together, pursue understanding together, raise children together, build communities together. The content matters less than the shared commitment to excellence. This is why Aristotle emphasizes that friends must spend time together. Friendship isn't maintained by goodwill from a distance. You must actually live significant parts of your life with your friends, engaging in shared activity, creating common history. The modern challenge of maintaining friendships across great distances would have seemed to Aristotle to threaten friendship's very possibility. But what about relationships where one person is clearly superior in virtue or wisdom or social position? Can friendship exist between unequals? Aristotle's answer is nuanced. Complete friendship requires equality in the relevant sense. Both people must be virtuous and recognize each other as such. But this doesn't mean equality in every respect. The philosopher can be friends with the student if the student has enough virtue to appreciate excellence and enough wisdom to recognize it in the teacher. The parent can be friends with the adult child if mutual respect and recognition exist. The ruler can be friends with the citizen if both are committed to justice and the common good. What matters is that each receives from the relationship in proportion to what they contribute. Not mathematical equality, but proportionate equality. The student receives more wisdom, the teacher receives more honor, the child receives more care, the parent receives more gratitude, the citizen receives more protection, the ruler receives more support. As long as these proportionate exchanges occur with appropriate reciprocity, friendship can exist even between unequals. This understanding of friendship connects to Aristotle's politics, a topic we'll explore more fully. For now, note that he thinks political communities require something like friendship to function well. Not that all citizens must be close personal friends, but that civic bonds share something with friendship structure: mutual goodwill, shared commitment to common good, recognition of each other as valuable members of the community. The best city-states, Aristotle argues, cultivate this civic friendship or concord. Citizens care about each other's well-being, not just instrumentally, but as ends in themselves. They deliberate together about the common good rather than competing for purely private interests. They create conditions where everyone can flourish rather than some thriving at others' expense. This is one reason why excessive inequality threatens political health. When gaps between rich and poor become too wide, civic friendship becomes impossible. The rich can't see the poor as similar in virtue because the poor lack opportunities to develop virtue. The poor can't recognize themselves in the rich because their lives are too different. Political conflict replaces mutual goodwill, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before exploring politics, we need to complete our understanding of Aristotle's account of eudaimonia. Because there's one more component we haven't yet addressed, one that complicates everything we've said so far. Remember, Aristotle defined eudaimonia as activity of soul in accordance with virtue over a complete life. We've explored virtue extensively, examined practical wisdom, investigated moral development. But there's an intellectual component to eudaimonia we've barely mentioned: the life of contemplation. In Book 10 of the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle makes a surprising claim. The happiest life, he says, is the contemplative life, the life devoted to philosophy and understanding for their own sake, not the life of moral virtue, not the life of political engagement, but the life of theoria, of intellectual contemplation of truth. This seems to contradict everything that came before. After spending 9 books discussing moral virtue, practical wisdom, action in the world, suddenly Aristotle elevates a life of pure thought above everything else. What's going on? The contemplative life deserves its place as highest eudaimonia, Aristotle argues, because it exercises the highest part of human nature, the intellect. While moral virtue involves our emotions, our relationships with others, our bodily nature, contemplation is purely intellectual. It engages reason at its purest, understanding reality for the sake of understanding itself. Think about what happens in contemplation. You study mathematics, working through proofs, understanding necessary relationships. You investigate the structure of reality, examining the causes that explain why things are as they are. You explore philosophical questions about knowledge, being, goodness. In all of this, you're exercising theoretical wisdom, Sophia, the intellectual virtue that grasps fundamental truths. What makes this activity so excellent? Several factors. First, it's the most self-sufficient activity. Moral virtue requires other people. Politics requires a community. Even practical wisdom needs situations to navigate. But contemplation can be pursued alone. Give a philosopher books and time to think, and they can engage in the highest activity human beings are capable of. Second, it's the most continuous activity. You can't be courageous all the time, because danger doesn't always threaten. You can't be generous constantly because opportunities for giving are limited. But you can contemplate for extended periods, hours on end, returning to it day after day. The contemplative life can fill your waking hours in a way the active life cannot. Third, it's the most pleasant activity, at least for those capable of it. The pleasures of understanding, of intellectual discovery, of grasping truth, surpass bodily pleasures in intensity and duration. They don't depend on external circumstances or physical conditions. They don't lead to satiety or regret. Once you've tasted the pleasure of philosophical understanding, other pleasures pale by comparison. Fourth, contemplation is loved for itself, not for any consequence. We contemplate because understanding is intrinsically worthwhile, not because it leads to something else. This makes it the most final activity, the one that best fits the definition of ultimate good pursued for its own sake. Finally, and most importantly, contemplation is the most godlike activity available to humans. The gods, Aristotle argues, engage in eternal contemplation. They think about thinking itself, understanding the highest truths in perfect actuality. They don't need moral virtue because they face no challenges requiring courage, no appetites requiring temperance, no others requiring justice. Their activity is pure contemplation. When we contemplate, we participate in divine activity. We transcend, however briefly, our animal nature. We rise above the bodily and emotional aspects of human life to engage in the purely intellectual activity that constitutes divine existence. In contemplation, we become most truly ourselves precisely by becoming most like God. This vision of the contemplative life raises many questions. Is Aristotle suggesting we should all become philosophers, abandoning practical life for pure study? Is he contradicting his earlier emphasis on moral virtue and political engagement? Or is there a way to integrate contemplation with the active life? Aristotle is aware of these tensions. He acknowledges that the contemplative life is too high for man. We're not pure intellects, but embodied creatures with physical needs, emotional nature, social dependencies. We can't sustain contemplation continuously. We need food, sleep, relationships, engagement with the world. The purely contemplative life is an ideal we can approximate but never fully achieve. Moreover, contemplation requires favorable external conditions. You need leisure, freedom from pressing material concerns, education, books, perhaps colleagues to discuss ideas with. The philosopher needs a supportive community that allows them to withdraw from practical affairs. Not everyone has access to these conditions. The contemplative life, like all forms of eudaimonia, requires good fortune. But here's Aristotle's nuanced position. The contemplative life is the highest form of eudaimonia, the most divine, the most complete expression of human nature at its best. But the life of moral and political virtue constitutes a secondary form of eudaimonia, genuinely excellent, though less perfect than contemplation. Most people will pursue this secondary happiness, engaging in virtuous action in the world, forming friendships, participating in political community, exercising practical wisdom in navigating life's challenges. This is genuinely good, genuinely fulfilling, genuinely a form of flourishing. It's just not the absolute peak of what human beings are capable of. The best life, then, might combine both. Virtuous action providing the foundation and context, contemplation providing moments of highest activity. You engage in politics or profession or family life, exercising moral virtues, developing practical wisdom, forming friendships. But you also make time for study, for understanding, for the intellectual activity that lifts you beyond immediate concerns into timeless truth. This mixed life fits most people better than either pure contemplation or pure action, and it makes sense of the relationship between moral and intellectual virtue. Moral virtue, creates the stable character and organized life that makes sustained contemplation possible. Practical wisdom ensures you exercise moral virtue correctly. Contemplation, in turn, enriches your active life with perspective, meaning, connection to what's eternal. For someone living in the modern world, far from ancient Athens, what does this mean practically? How do we cultivate the contemplative dimension of flourishing alongside the active dimension? Perhaps it means reading philosophy, engaging seriously with ideas, thinking about fundamental questions rather than only immediate concerns. Perhaps it means studying mathematics, science, history, any discipline that expands understanding. Perhaps it means appreciating art, music, literature, the cultural achievements that invite contemplation of beauty and meaning. Perhaps it simply means making space in your life for thinking, for wondering, for pursuing understanding because understanding matters, not because it serves some practical purpose, resisting the constant pressure toward productivity and utility, valuing knowledge for its own sake rather than only for what it enables you to do. The contemplative life in this sense isn't restricted to professional philosophers. Anyone can pursue understanding. Anyone can exercise theoretical reason. Anyone can participate in the intellectual activity that Aristotle sees as highest human activity. The question is whether we make room for it, whether we value it enough to dedicate time and attention to it. And there's something deeply consoling about Aristotle's elevation of the contemplative life. It suggests that human flourishing isn't reducible to success in career, relationships, pleasures, achievements. Even if all those go well, life lacks something essential without the intellectual dimension, without engagement with truth for its own sake, without the activity of understanding. Conversely, even if practical life is frustrating, even if your circumstances limit your ability to exercise moral virtue fully, even if illness or poverty or bad fortune constrain your options, you can still engage in contemplation. You can still think, learn, understand. This highest form of human activity remains available even when others are foreclosed. But contemplation alone isn't enough. We're embodied social creatures, not disembodied minds. We need the full life, moral virtue, giving character, practical wisdom guiding action, friends providing relationship, community creating context, and woven through it all, moments of contemplation lifting us beyond immediate concerns into timeless truth. This complete vision of eudaimonia brings us finally to politics. Because the good life for individuals can't be separated from the good life of communities. We are political animals, Aristotle famously says. Our nature is to live in cities, to participate in collective self-governance, to pursue common goods together. Understanding human flourishing requires understanding political community. The phrase political animal needs careful interpretation. Aristotle doesn't just mean we happen to live in groups, or that political organization is useful. He means we're naturally, essentially, political. Our distinctive human capacity for reason manifests not just in individual thought, but in collective deliberation about justice and the good. Speech isn't merely for indicating pleasure and pain like animal sounds. It's for discussing what's advantageous and just, examining together what we should do and how we should live. The city-state, the polis, exists for the sake of eudaimonia, not merely for survival, though it provides security, not merely for prosperity, though it enables economic exchange. The political community's ultimate purpose is to create conditions where citizens can flourish, where human beings can achieve their proper excellence. This means politics isn't a separate sphere from ethics. The question, how should I live, and the question, how should we organize our community, are intimately connected. My ability to develop virtue depends partly on the laws and institutions of my community. The city's success depends partly on the character of its citizens. Ethics and politics form one continuous inquiry into human good. What makes a political community good? Aristotle's answer, one that promotes the common good rather than serving the private interests of rulers. The good forms of government, whether monarchy or aristocracy or polity, aim at what benefits all citizens. The corrupted forms, whether tyranny or oligarchy or democracy in the negative sense, serve only those who rule. But what is the common good? not just aggregate private goods, not simply the sum of individual interests. The common good is the shared conditions that enable all citizens to flourish, good laws that habituate virtue, just institutions that treat citizens fairly, educational systems that develop character and intellect, economic arrangements that provide necessary material conditions, the entire social architecture that makes eudaimonia possible. This is why Aristotle emphasizes the importance of law. Laws aren't merely coercive restrictions on freedom. Properly crafted, they're instruments of moral education, habituating citizens to virtue from youth. The child who grows up in a well-governed city learns to act justly through following just laws, develops courage through proper military training, cultivates temperance through social norms around pleasure and self-control. Bad laws have the opposite effect. They corrupt character, teach vice, make virtue difficult or impossible. The city with unjust institutions forms unjust citizens. The community organized around private gain breeds selfish individuals. This is why choosing good government matters so much. It determines not just material prosperity, but the character of those who live under it. Aristotle's analysis of constitutions examines how different political arrangements promote or undermine eudaimonia. Monarchy, ruled by one excellent person, can be excellent if that ruler possesses virtue and practical wisdom and genuinely cares about the common good. But it easily corrupts into tyranny when the ruler pursues private interest. Aristocracy, ruled by the few best, works well when those few are truly virtuous and wise, but it degenerates into oligarchy when the few wealthy rule for their own benefit rather than the common good. Polity, ruled by the many, succeeds when citizens are educated, virtuous, and deliberate together about what's just. But it becomes mere democracy in Aristotle's negative sense when the poor many pursue their class interest against the wealthy few. Which constitution is best? Aristotle is pragmatic. The best in theory is ruled by the perfectly virtuous person or persons, but such people are rare. In practice, a mixed constitution that combines elements of oligarchy and democracy, that gives both wealthy and poor a voice while preventing either from dominating, tends to be most stable and most conducive to the common good. This mixed constitution, polity, works best in cities with a large middle class. Why? Because the middle class moderates between extremes. Not so wealthy, they become arrogant and disconnected from common concerns. Not so poor, they become envious and desperate. They have enough to live decently, but not enough to corrupt. They're invested in stability, but open to gradual improvement. The vision is remarkably democratic for its time, though still limited by Greek prejudices. Aristotle thinks citizenship should be relatively widespread, that many should participate in deliberation about the common good, that rotation in offices prevents concentration of power. The good city encourages active participation rather than passive subjection. But his vision remains exclusionary in ways we must reject. He defended slavery as natural, argued that some humans are suited only to serve others, justified exploitation of those he considered inferior. This is morally abhorrent, contradicted by what we now know about human equality and universal dignity. Similarly, Aristotle excluded women from citizenship, considered them naturally subordinate to men, denied them the opportunity for full development of rational capacities. Again, this is indefensible, rooted in the prejudices of his culture rather than sound reasoning. And his view that Greeks were naturally superior to barbarians, that non-Greeks existed to be ruled by Greeks, reflects a cultural chauvinism we must unequivocally reject. These errors matter. They're not incidental features we can ignore while accepting the rest of Aristotle's politics. They reveal how even brilliant philosophers can be limited by their historical circumstances, how unquestioned assumptions can corrupt otherwise sound reasoning, how we must always read critically rather than accepting authority blindly. But we can learn from Aristotle's political insights while rejecting his prejudices. The core idea remains valuable. Political communities exist to enable human flourishing. Good government creates conditions for citizens to develop virtue and exercise it excellently. Justice requires distributing benefits and burdens fairly. Citizens should participate actively in collective self-governance. Applied to contemporary politics, these principles suggest questions we should ask about any society. Do our laws and institutions promote character development? Do economic arrangements enable most people to acquire the education and resources necessary for flourishing? Do political structures encourage active participation or create apathy? Does the distribution of wealth and power allow for civic friendship? Or does excessive inequality fracture community? Aristotle would likely critique contemporary democracies for failing to educate citizens in virtue, for allowing wealth to corrupt political processes, for fragmenting civic identity through excessive individualism. But he would also recognize the expansion of citizenship beyond his limited vision, the rejection of slavery and subjugation, the opportunity for more people to develop their capacities. The task in any era is to structure communities to promote eudaimonia as widely as possible, not to guarantee happiness, which depends partly on individual effort and choice, but to create conditions where pursuing excellence is possible, where virtue is encouraged, where people have genuine opportunities to flourish. This requires attention to multiple dimensions: material, adequate resources, economic opportunity, security from violence and deprivation, educational, schools that develop both moral and intellectual virtues prepare people for active citizenship. Social, institutions that bring people together across differences, create opportunities for civic friendship. Legal, just laws that treat people fairly, habituate virtue, protect rights. No society perfectly achieves these conditions. But the question isn't perfection, but direction. Are we moving toward or away from arrangements that enable widespread flourishing? Are our policies conducive to virtue development or corrosive of character? Do our institutions promote common good or serve only narrow interests? These questions remain as urgent today as in Aristotle's Athens, perhaps more so, given our greater power, our global interconnection, our capacity for both tremendous good and tremendous harm. The ancient philosophers' insistence that politics matters morally, that political arrangements shape character, that communities bear responsibility for creating conditions that enable flourishing, speaks directly to our contemporary challenges. But politics and ethics together don't exhaust Aristotle's philosophy. He developed comprehensive accounts of knowledge, logic, metaphysics, biology. The intellectual virtues he discusses aren't limited to practical wisdom. Understanding his full vision of human excellence requires examining the life of mind in multiple dimensions. Aristotle distinguishes 5 intellectual virtues, 5 excellences of thinking that human beings can develop. We've explored practical wisdom extensively, but there are 4 others, each with its characteristic domain and method. Scientific knowledge, episteme, grasps universal necessary truths through demonstration. It's the knowledge you have when you understand not just that something is so, but why it must be so. Mathematical. Proofs exemplify episteme. You don't just see that the theorem is true, you understand why it couldn't be otherwise, following logical necessity from axioms to conclusion. Intuitive reason, nous, grasps first principles directly. These are the starting points for reasoning, the axioms and assumptions that demonstrations build on. They can't themselves be proven, because all proof depends on them. But they're not arbitrary. No perceives them as self-evident truths, foundations that require no further justification because nothing could be more certain. Together, episteme and nous constitute theoretical wisdom, Sophia. The person with Sophia both grasps first principles through intuitive reason and understands what follows from them through scientific knowledge. They have systematic understanding of reality's fundamental structure. This is the highest intellectual virtue, the one exercised in contemplation, the peak of human cognitive achievement. Practical wisdom, phronesis, we've already examined. Its excellence in deliberating about what conduces to living well, about how to act in particular situations to achieve good ends. Unlike theoretical wisdom, which grasps unchanging truths, practical wisdom deals with contingent matters, things that could be otherwise, situations requiring judgment and choice. Craft knowledge, techne, is excellence in making or producing things. The carpenter has techne regarding construction, the chef regarding cooking, the physician regarding healing. Like practical wisdom, techne deals with variable matters, things that depend on human choice and skill. But unlike practical wisdom, which aims at action itself, techne aims at producing some external product. These 5 intellectual virtues correspond to different ways reason engages with reality. Theoretical wisdom grasps what's necessarily so. Practical wisdom discerns what should be done. Craft knowledge produces what's useful or beautiful. Each is valuable. Each develops different capacities. Each contributes to complete human excellence. But they're not equally valuable. Aristotle ranks them, considering theoretical wisdom highest because it grasps the most important truths, deals with what's most divine, exercises reason at its purest. Practical wisdom comes next, enabling the excellent action that constitutes moral virtue. Craft knowledge is valuable but lower, concerned with mere production rather than action or understanding. This hierarchy reflects Aristotle's metaphysics, his understanding of reality's structure. At the top is the unmoved mover, pure actuality, thought thinking itself, the divine principle that makes all motion and change possible. Human theoretical wisdom participates in this divine intellection, understanding the unchanging principles that govern reality. Below the divine comes the realm of nature, studied by natural philosophy and biology. Here Aristotle spent enormous energy observing animals, categorizing species, investigating life's principles. The natural world has its own structures and purposes, its own wisdom to discover. Further down is the realm of human action, governed by practical wisdom, the sphere of ethics and politics, where we create good lives and communities through choice and habituation. At the bottom is the realm of production, where craft knowledge operates, making useful objects and beautiful artifacts. Each domain requires appropriate intellectual virtue. You can't understand mathematics through practical wisdom or determine ethical action through theoretical wisdom. Each type of knowledge has its proper sphere and method, but all contribute to eudaimonia. The complete life includes all the intellectual virtues operating in their proper domains. Theoretical wisdom in contemplation of truth, practical wisdom in living well, scientific knowledge in systematic understanding, intuitive reason in grasping principles, even craft knowledge in making useful and beautiful things. This comprehensive vision of intellectual excellence reminds us that human flourishing involves the full development of our rational capacities in all directions. Not just moral virtue, not just practical success, not just theoretical understanding, but the complete cultivation of mind in its various operations. For someone reading Aristotle today, this suggests the value of broad education. Learn mathematics to develop scientific reasoning, study philosophy to cultivate theoretical wisdom, engage in ethics to develop practical wisdom, master some craft to develop productive skill, exercise intuitive reason by examining foundational assumptions. Each form of learning develops different capacities, trains different aspects of intellect, contributes distinctively to the life of mind. The educated person isn't narrowly specialized but broadly cultivated, able to think well across multiple domains. But intellectual virtues alone don't constitute eudaimonia. We must return to the complete picture Aristotle paints, integrating all the elements we've explored into a coherent vision of human flourishing. The Aristotelian good life combines multiple components, all necessary, working together. It requires moral virtue, the settled dispositions that enable excellent action. It requires practical wisdom, the judgment that applies virtue appropriately in particular situations. It requires adequate external goods, the material conditions that make sustained excellent activity possible. It requires friendship, the relationships that give life meaning and provide context for virtue. It requires political community, the social structures that enable and support flourishing. And it includes intellectual virtue, especially the contemplative activity that exercises our highest capacities. This is a demanding vision. Flourishing isn't easy, isn't guaranteed, isn't achieved through following simple formulas. It requires sustained effort over a complete life, favorable circumstances, good fortune, proper formation from youth, supportive community, intellectual development, and moral cultivation. But it's also an encouraging vision, because it suggests human beings are capable of genuine excellence, that we can develop noble character, that life can be deeply meaningful when lived well. The possibility of eudaimonia, however difficult to achieve, remains genuinely open to us. What would an Aristotelian life look like in practice? Let's sketch a day in such a life, recognizing that details vary with circumstances, that there's no single correct way to live excellently, but that certain patterns characterize flourishing. You wake with a sense of purpose, not dread. Your life has direction, aims at something genuinely worthwhile, allows you to exercise capacities you've developed through sustained effort. You've habituated yourself to rising at a reasonable hour, neither sleeping excessively nor depriving yourself of necessary rest. Morning offers time for contemplation. Perhaps you read philosophy, engaging seriously with ideas. Perhaps you study something that exercises theoretical reason, mathematics, history, science. Perhaps you simply think, reflecting on fundamental questions, exercising mind for its own sake. This isn't preparation for something else but valuable activity itself. Work occupies much of your day. Not any work, but work that allows exercise of excellence. If you're fortunate, you've found a role that uses your distinctive abilities, contributes to common good, allows you to develop craft or intellectual or leadership skills. If not, you're working to change circumstances, or at least finding ways to exercise virtue within constraints. You approach work with practical wisdom, discerning what each situation requires, finding the mean between extremes, acting virtuously even in difficult circumstances, courage when confronting problems, temperance in managing success, justice in dealing with colleagues, generosity in helping others. Meals are occasions for both nourishment and social connection. You eat with temperance, enjoying food without excess. If possible, you share meals with friends or family, the conversation enriching the physical sustenance. You're present to those you're with, not distracted, not checking devices, but engaged in genuine human interaction. Afternoon continues productive activity, whether work or household responsibilities or civic engagement. You're contributing something, exercising capacities, participating in common life rather than merely consuming or withdrawing. Evening brings relaxation, but not mere passivity. Perhaps physical exercise, maintaining health through appropriate activity, perhaps cultural engagement, attending to art or music or literature, perhaps social time with friends, the complete friendship based on mutual virtue that Aristotle values so highly. Some evenings involve civic participation. You attend community meetings, engage in local politics, contribute to collective deliberation about common good. Not because it's always pleasant, but because political engagement is part of human excellence, part of our nature as political animals. Before sleep, time for reflection. You review the day, considering where you acted well and where you fell short, learning from mistakes, resolving to do better tomorrow. Not harsh self-criticism, but honest assessment aimed at continued growth in virtue. Throughout all this, your emotions are properly ordered. You feel fear when danger genuinely threatens but aren't paralyzed by anxiety. You experience anger at real injustice but aren't ruled by rage. You enjoy pleasures appropriately but aren't enslaved by appetites. Your emotional responses have been shaped through habituation to align with reason. Your relationships are structured appropriately. Family bonds combining natural affection with justice. Friendships of different types. Utility friendships with colleagues. Pleasure friendships with companions. Complete friendships with virtuous equals. All maintained through attention, time, reciprocal goodwill. You live in a community that enables your flourishing. Laws that promote virtue. Institutions that provide opportunities. Economic arrangements that allow for decent material conditions. Political structures that invite participation. Or if your community fails in these ways, you're working for improvement while doing your best under current circumstances. Your character is relatively stable. The virtues you've developed through years of habituation have become second nature. You spontaneously respond appropriately to situations. This doesn't mean you never struggle, never face temptation, never make mistakes. But the overall pattern is one of excellent activity flowing naturally from excellent character. This is what eudaimonia looks like in daily life. Not constant ecstasy, not freedom from all problems, not perfect circumstances, but meaningful activity, virtuous character, genuine relationships, intellectual engagement, political participation, proper emotional responses, all working together over time to constitute a flourishing human life. Of course, Real life is messier than this sketch. External circumstances constrain us. Bad fortune strikes. We face situations where no clearly virtuous response exists. We make mistakes, harm people we care about, fall short of our ideals. We experience periods of despair, doubt, confusion. Aristotle acknowledges all this. His vision of eudaimonia is realistic, not utopian. He knows flourishing is vulnerable to fortune, that tragedy can strike even the virtuous, that maintaining excellence over a complete life is extremely difficult. But the vision remains worth pursuing, even if we never perfectly achieve it, even if circumstances prevent full flourishing, we can still move in that direction. We can still develop virtue, cultivate practical wisdom, form genuine friendships, engage in contemplation, participate in political community. We can still live better than we currently do, more excellently than we have been. And there's something deeply hopeful about Aristotle's insistence that eudaimonia depends primarily on what's within our control. Not entirely, not exclusively, but primarily. We can't control whether we're born into wealth or poverty, whether we're naturally intelligent or beautiful, whether fortune smiles or frowns, but we can control to a significant extent the development of our character. We can practice virtue, we can cultivate practical wisdom, we can choose friends wisely, we can engage seriously with ideas. These choices, repeated over years, compound into character. And character, more than circumstances, determines whether we flourish. The person with excellent character bears misfortune nobly. The person with vicious character squanders good fortune. External goods matter, but character matters more. This is why Aristotle's ethics remains relevant 23 centuries after he first lectured in the Lyceum. The question he posed to young Alexander, what does it mean to live well, remains our question. The answer he developed through decades of observation, analysis and reflection, excellence of character and intellect exercised over a complete life, still illuminates the path toward human flourishing. We can reject his prejudices, update his science, question his metaphysics, but his core psychological insights, his analysis of virtue and practical wisdom, his understanding of friendship and community, his vision of happiness as activity rather than feeling, all remain profoundly true to human experience. And there's something uniquely valuable about Aristotle's approach. Unlike moralists who offer rigid rules, he acknowledges the flexibility required for ethical living. Unlike relativists who claim there are no objective standards, he identifies genuine excellences rooted in human nature. Unlike abstract theorists who ignore psychology, he attends carefully to how character actually forms. Unlike pessimists who see virtue as impossible, he insists it's achievable though difficult. His philosophy is at once demanding and encouraging, realistic and idealistic, rigorous and humane. It challenges us to become better while acknowledging our limitations. It sets a high standard while insisting the standard is achievable. It takes human excellence seriously while recognizing we're complex creatures with bodies, emotions, relationships, not just pure intellects. As you settle into sleep, consider what Aristotle offers you. Not a simple formula for happiness, not a guarantee of success, not an easy path, but a comprehensive vision of human flourishing, a map of the territory you must cross, a companion for the journey toward excellence. He reminds you that happiness is something you do, not something that happens to you. That virtue is achievable through practice, not an inborn trait. That wisdom develops through experience, not just study. That friendship is essential, not optional. That community matters, not just individual achievement. That contemplation enriches life, not just practical success. He invites you to ask, what virtues am I cultivating? What habits am I forming? What is my character becoming through my repeated choices? Do I act courageously when courage is needed? Do I moderate pleasures appropriately? Do I give generously but wisely? Do I develop practical wisdom through attention to experience? He challenges you to examine, who are my friends? Do I have genuine friendships based on mutual recognition of virtue, or only relationships of utility and pleasure? Am I the kind of person capable of complete friendship? Am I someone others would want as a friend? He questions you. How do I spend my time? Is my life filled with excellent activity? Do I exercise my rational capacities? Do I engage in contemplation, pursuing understanding for its own sake? Or do I merely follow pleasures, pursue wealth, seek honours that ring hollow? He asks you, what kind of community do I help create? Do I participate in political life? Do I work for justice and the common good? Do I contribute to conditions that enable others to flourish? Or do I withdraw into private concerns, ignoring civic responsibilities? Most fundamentally, he poses the question that started our evening together. What does it mean for me to live well? What would flourishing look like for someone with my capacities, circumstances, opportunities? How do I move from where I am toward genuine excellence? These are not questions to answer tonight, here in the quiet dark. They're questions for a lifetime. Questions that each day presents anew. Questions that require continuous attention and reflection and choice. But asking them, taking them seriously, letting them guide your decisions, this itself moves you toward the eudaimonia Aristotle describes. The ancient world Aristotle inhabited is long gone. The city-states have fallen. The gods he referenced no longer command worship. The scientific theories he proposed have been superseded. The social structures he took for granted have collapsed. But the questions remain. The capacity for virtue persists. The possibility of practical wisdom endures. The need for friendship continues. The desire for understanding burns as bright. The project of becoming excellent, of living well, of achieving eudaimonia, this remains the human project, as urgent now as when Aristotle walked through the Lyceum's covered pathways discussing it with his students. His answers aren't final. Each generation must adapt his insights to new circumstances, reject his errors, develop his principles in new directions. But his approach, beginning with human nature, examining actual experience, building systematic understanding, connecting ethics to politics, integrating thought and action, this remains a model for thinking seriously about how to live. And his conclusion, that human beings are capable of genuine excellence, that flourishing is possible through cultivation of virtue and wisdom, that happiness consists in excellent rational activity over a complete life. This remains a vision worth pursuing, worth striving toward, worth letting guide our choices even when fully achieving it proves impossible. As sleep approaches, carrying you from conscious thought into the mysterious realm of dreams, let these ideas settle into that deeper part of yourself where wisdom takes root. The questions Aristotle posed, the virtues he described, the vision of flourishing he articulated, these aren't merely theoretical constructs, but invitations to transformation. Tomorrow, when you wake, the same choice will face you that faces everyone every day. What kind of person will I become through my choices today? Will I move toward virtue or away from it? Will I exercise practical wisdom or act thoughtlessly? Will I engage in excellent activity or merely pass time? The Aristotelian path doesn't promise ease. It demands sustained effort, patient practice, honest self-examination, courage to change. But it promises something more valuable than ease, the possibility of living excellently, of developing genuine virtue, of achieving the kind of flourishing that makes life deeply meaningful. You are not doomed to remain as you are. Character can be reformed, though with difficulty. Practical wisdom can be cultivated, though it takes years. Virtue can be achieved, though it requires practice. Eudaimonia is possible, though it demands everything. The philosopher who taught the greatest conqueror, who founded the systematic study of virtue, who mapped the territory of human excellence with unprecedented precision, offers you the same challenge he offered young Alexander in that sunlit garden at Mieza. Choose to live well, develop your capacities, cultivate virtue, exercise practical wisdom, form genuine friendships, engage in contemplation, participate in community, make your life an expression of excellence. This is what it means to flourish as a human being. This is the path to eudaimonia. This is Aristotle's answer to the question of how we should live. And now, as the gentle rhythm of philosophy gives way to the gentle rhythm of sleep, as conscious thought dissolves into dreams, as the day's activities transform into night's rest, remember that even in sleep you participate in the natural rhythms Aristotle studied. the patterns that govern all embodied existence. Your body repairs itself while you rest, following principles Aristotle investigated in his biological works. Your mind processes experience, consolidating memories, preparing for tomorrow's choices. Your character continues its slow formation, shaped by today's decisions, ready to face tomorrow's opportunities for virtue or vice. Sleep well, knowing that the project of becoming excellent continues even in rest, that the possibility of eudaimonia awaits tomorrow, that Aristotle's wisdom remains available whenever you need it, that the question of how to live well is always worth asking. If you found value in this exploration of ancient wisdom, if Aristotle's vision of human flourishing speaks to your own yearning for a meaningful life, please consider subscribing and liking to support this channel. Your presence here helps these ideas reach others who seek to live excellently. Thank you for spending this time exploring the philosophy that has guided humanity's noblest aspirations for 23 centuries. Sweet dreams, fellow traveller, on the path toward virtue. May you wake tomorrow ready to continue the endless, worthwhile work of becoming who you're capable of being. The journey toward eudaimonia continues with your next choice, your next action, your next opportunity to exercise excellent rational activity. Aristotle believed we are made for flourishing. Tonight, as you rest, trust that this is true, and tomorrow, through your choices, prove it.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Tonight, we journey into the life and mind of perhaps the most dangerous philosopher who ever lived. Picture, if you will, a young man standing before the elders of his community. He is 23 years old. The year is 1656. In moments, words will be spoken against him that have never been spoken against anyone before, words so filled with fury and rejection that they will echo across centuries. He will be cursed by day and cursed by night, cursed when he lies down and cursed when he rises up. His name will be blotted out from under heaven. No one will be permitted to speak with him, to be under the same roof, to read anything he writes. And this curse, unlike all the others before it, will never be lifted, not even 350 years later, when scholars and rabbis gather to consider whether it is finally time to forgive. What could this young man have said? What ideas could be so threatening, so fundamentally dangerous, that they required not just exile but eternal damnation? The young man's name was Baruch Spinoza, and his crime was offering humanity a new way to see God, nature, and ourselves. A vision so radical, so breathtaking in its implications, that it would shake the foundations of religion and philosophy itself. A vision that would influence minds from Goethe to Einstein, that would secretly circulate through the Enlightenment like contraband, that would be declared as dangerous as any weapon ever forged. But here is what makes Spinoza's story so remarkable. He did not respond to his excommunication with bitterness or revenge. He did not recant or beg forgiveness. He simply walked away from everything he had known, picked up the tools of a lens grinder, and set about thinking his way to truths that would outlast empires. In the quiet of his workshop, between the careful grinding of glass that would help others see more clearly, he constructed a philosophy of such serene power that even those who condemned him could not ultimately ignore it. Tonight, as you settle into rest, we will follow Spinoza's extraordinary journey. We will stand in the Amsterdam synagogue as the curse is pronounced. We will follow him into exile and watch as he transforms rejection into revelation. We will explore his audacious claim that God and nature are one and the same. We will discover his revolutionary understanding of emotions, freedom, and what it means to be human. And perhaps, in the gentle unfolding of these ideas, you will find the same strange peace that Spinoza himself discovered in the face of absolute rejection, the peace that comes from seeing yourself not as separate from the universe, but as a wave in an infinite ocean, temporary in form, but eternal in substance. So let your breathing slow. allow the concerns of the day to settle like dust, and prepare to meet a mind that refused to accept easy answers, a heart that found divinity in everything, and a spirit that discovered freedom in the very necessity that seems to bind us all. The world Spinoza was born into was one of fear and precarious hope. To understand what would happen to him, we must first understand the community that both nurtured and ultimately rejected him. Amsterdam in the early 17th century was unlike any other place in Europe. While the Inquisition raged across Spain and Portugal, while Jews were expelled, forcibly converted, or worse, the Dutch Republic offered something precious and rare. Not full acceptance, perhaps, but tolerance, room to breathe, permission to worship according to conscience, as long as one did not disturb the public peace. And so they came. The Portuguese Jews who had lived for generations as conversos, forced Christians who practiced their ancestral faith in secret cellars and locked rooms, always one whispered accusation away from the dungeons of the Inquisition. They came to Amsterdam, this city of canals and commerce, this haven at the edge of Europe, and they began to rebuild not just their homes and businesses, but their very identities. They learned again how to be Jewish openly, to gather in synagogues instead of hiding in shadows, to speak Hebrew without fear of being overheard. But their freedom was conditional, and they knew it. The Dutch were tolerant, yes, but tolerance had its limits. Disturb the social order, cause scandal, give the Christian authorities reason to question whether Jews could truly be trusted as citizens, and that precious tolerance might evaporate like morning mist. The Portuguese Jewish community of Amsterdam lived with this knowledge every day. They policed themselves rigorously. They watched one another for signs of deviation, not out of cruelty, but out of survival. One person's heresy could endanger everyone. Into this world, on the 24th of November, 1632, a boy was born. His parents named him Baruch, which in Hebrew means blessed. The Portuguese form of the name was Bento. Later, he would adopt the Latin version, Benedict. 3 names, all meaning blessed, for a child who would grow up to challenge every traditional understanding of what blessing might mean. His father, Michael de Spinoza, was a merchant of moderate success, respected in the community, involved in the synagogue's affairs. His mother, Hannah Deborah, was a woman history has largely forgotten, leaving us only the bare facts of her existence. She died when Baruch was 5 years old, a loss that would haunt the boy in ways we can only imagine. To lose a mother at such an age is to lose the very ground beneath your feet. Perhaps it taught him early that nothing is permanent, that even the most fundamental relationships can dissolve without warning. Perhaps it planted the first seeds of the philosophy he would later develop, a philosophy that would insist we must find our peace not in the temporary, but in the eternal. The boy grew up in a household where books were valued, where Hebrew learning was taken seriously, where the great questions of theology and law were discussed around the table. He attended the Talmud Torah school, the community's center of learning, and from the beginning his brilliance was obvious. He absorbed Hebrew, he mastered the Torah and Talmud, he excelled at the intricate logical arguments that Talmudic study required. His teachers must have looked at him with pride, seeing perhaps a future rabbi, a scholar who would bring honor to the community that had suffered so much. But something was stirring in the boy's mind that his teachers did not see or chose not to see. Questions without easy answers, contradictions in the texts he was studying, claims about God that seemed to make God small, petty, almost human in weakness. If God was truly infinite, truly perfect, how could he be moved by prayers or sacrifices? How could he make mistakes, change his mind, feel jealousy or anger? These were the emotions of humans, not of anything that could be called divine. As he entered his late teens, Baruch began to seek learning beyond the synagogue. He found his way to Franciscus van den Enden, a former Jesuit who had become something quite different. An atheist, some whispered. A radical, certainly. A man who taught Latin and introduced his students to the new philosophy flowering across Europe. Descartes, who had dared to doubt everything until he found something certain. Hobbes, who had looked at human society with cold, clear eyes and seen not divine ordination, but natural force. These men were rebuilding philosophy from the ground up, sweeping away centuries of scholastic cobwebs, insisting that reason alone must be the guide. For Baruch, it must have felt like emerging from a dim room into sunlight. Here was a way of thinking that did not start with scripture and twist logic to fit predetermined conclusions. Here was a method that asked only, what is true? What can we know with certainty? What follows necessarily from clear principles? The young man who had memorized so much rabbinic commentary, who knew the Torah so thoroughly, began to see these texts differently, not as eternal revelation, but as human documents shaped by their times, full of contradictions because humans are contradictory. And once you see text that way, once you begin to question whether these words truly came from God, everything else begins to unravel. If the Torah is not literally divine, then the laws it contains are not binding. If Moses did not receive the commandments on Sinai, then why observe them? If the soul is not immortal, then why worry about divine reward and punishment? If God does not intervene in human affairs, then why pray? These thoughts were dangerous beyond measure. In a community still traumatized by persecution, still desperate to maintain its fragile security, such ideas were not just wrong, they were threatening. They threatened the very cohesion that kept the community safe. If young people started thinking this way, what would become of the religion their parents had risked everything to preserve? Baruch's father died in 1654 when the young man was 21. Michael de Spinoza left behind a failing business and substantial debts. Baruch and his brother Gabriel inherited not wealth, but obligations. The young philosopher, brilliant as he was, found himself responsible for an import business he had no interest in, dealing with merchants and contracts when his mind wanted to grapple with substance and infinity. The business struggled, creditors circled, and Baruch, in a move that would enrage the community's leaders, appealed to Dutch civil courts rather than the Jewish community's internal arbitration to resolve his father's debts. This was not just a practical matter, it was a statement. By going to Dutch authorities, Baruch was effectively saying that he did not consider himself bound by the community's jurisdiction. He was asserting his rights as a Dutch citizen over his obligations as a Jew. The community's leaders saw this clearly. Here was a young man who had already been heard expressing heretical views, who was now publicly defying community authority. They could not allow this to continue. They tried first to bring him back quietly. There were meetings, conversations, arguments. Some sources suggest they even offered him money, a stipend, to keep quiet about his views, to at least maintain the appearance of conformity. Imagine that scene. Baruch, perhaps in his early 20s, sitting across from the community elders, men he had known his whole life, men who had known his father. They are trying to help him in their way, trying to save him from himself. Can he not see the danger? Can he not understand that some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud? But Baruch could not, would not conform. The truth, as he had come to see it, was too important. More important than money, than community, than belonging. He had glimpsed something vast, something that made the small rituals and rules seem like children's games. How could he go back to pretending? And so they were left with no choice, or so they believed. In July of 1656, the community's leaders made a decision that would echo through centuries. They would issue a herem, a ban of excommunication. But not an ordinary herem. This would be the harshest punishment they had ever pronounced, a curse so comprehensive that it would leave no room for ambiguity, no possibility of reconciliation. Picture the scene. The 27th of July, 1656. The synagogue of Talmud Torah, the magnificent building that represented all the community had built in Amsterdam. The scrolls of Torah are brought out. The ark is open. The community has gathered, though whether Baruch himself was present, we do not know. Perhaps he stood in the back, watching calmly as his fate was sealed. Perhaps he stayed away, having already accepted what was coming. One of the elders begins to read. The document is in Portuguese, the language the community uses for official matters. The words roll out with terrible formality. By decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinosa. The voice continues, gathering force. With the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls, with the 613 precepts which are written therein. Then come the curses themselves, pulled from every corner of Jewish tradition, piled one upon another like stones, meant to crush utterly. Cursed be he with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law. The list goes on. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. No aspect of existence is left uncursed. The ban extends to everything. The Lord will not spare him, but the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And finally, the practical implications. No one should communicate with him neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor come within 4 cubits in his vicinity, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. It was comprehensive, total, final. The community that had nurtured him, that held his family history, that connected him to generations of ancestors, was cutting him off completely. He was to become as one dead. His name, which meant blessed, was to be erased from the book of life. He was to wander the world alone, without community, without the support system that had defined Jewish survival for millennia. How did Baruch receive this? We have no record of his immediate reaction. He left no letter describing his feelings in that moment. But we know what he did next. He left Amsterdam's Jewish quarter. He moved first to the outskirts, then to other towns, Leiden, Rensburg, finally The Hague. He took up the trade of lens grinding, a skilled craft that required steady hands and precise measurements that would provide him enough income to live simply while giving him hours each day for the work he really cared about. The work of thinking. There is a story impossible to verify, but telling in what it reveals, that shortly after the excommunication, Baruch was leaving the synagogue when a young man approached him with a knife, perhaps a fanatic who thought he was defending God's honor, perhaps someone looking to prove his loyalty to the community. The attack failed. Baruch was not seriously injured, but he kept the cloak he had been wearing, slashed by the knife, and would later point to it as a reminder, not of bitterness, but of something else, perhaps of the cost of truth, perhaps of the violence that fear and dogma can inspire. And now, alone, rejected, cursed by day and by night, the young man who had been called blessed, began the work that would make his name immortal. He began to write down the vision that had cost him everything, the vision of a universe so ordered, so necessary, so beautiful in its iron laws that it would transform how humans understood their place in existence. At the heart of Spinoza's philosophy lies an idea so simple in expression and so revolutionary in implication that it would shake Western thought to its foundations. 3 Latin words that would be whispered in philosophical circles like a secret too dangerous to speak aloud: Deus sive natura, God or nature. God or nature, as if they were interchangeable, as if there were no difference between the divine being who supposedly created the universe and the natural world itself. To understand how radical this was, you must understand what people believed about God in the 17th century. God was understood as a being separate from creation, existing before the universe began, choosing to create it through an act of will, then remaining apart from it, intervening occasionally through miracles, judging humans, rewarding the righteous, and punishing the wicked. God was like a king on a throne, infinitely powerful, but also separate, distant, other. You prayed to this God, you pleased or displeased him through your actions. You hoped for his mercy because his justice was terrifying. Spinoza looked at this picture of God and saw nothing but projection. Humans imagining the divine as a magnified version of themselves, a cosmic father figure, a supernatural emperor. And what Spinoza proposed instead was not quite atheism, though many called it that, but something stranger and in some ways more profound. He proposed that we drop the distinction entirely, that we stop imagining God as separate from the universe and recognize that God is the universe, that the universe is God, that there is nothing but this one infinite reality expressing itself in endless modes. In his magnum opus, The Ethics, which he spent years writing, and which would only be published after his death, Spinoza laid this out with geometric precision. He began with definitions, as Euclid had done with geometry. What do we mean by substance, by attribute, by mode? And then, step by step, proposition by proposition, he built his argument. There can be only one substance, infinite and eternal. This substance is what we call God. This substance is what we call nature. They are not two things, but one thing seen from different perspectives. Think of it this way. When you look at the ocean, you see waves. Each wave seems distinct, separate, with its own identity, its own moment of rising and falling, but no wave is truly separate from the ocean. Each is a temporary form that the ocean takes. The wave is not something other than the ocean. It is the ocean, expressing itself in that particular way at that particular moment. And so Spinoza would say, with all of existence, you are not separate from God. You are a mode of God, a temporary form that the infinite substance takes. Everything you see around you, every tree and stone, every person and animal, every thought and feeling, all of it is God expressing itself, nature in its infinite creativity. Now this might sound beautiful and perhaps mystical, and indeed many later thinkers, particularly the Romantics, would embrace Spinoza for this apparent unity with nature. But Spinoza meant something more rigorous and more challenging than mystical union. He meant that everything that happens follows from the nature of God with the same necessity that the properties of a triangle follow from its definition. There is no room for chance, no room for divine whim, no room for miracles that violate natural law, because natural law is divine law, is simply how God necessarily acts. This means that when terrible things happen, when children die and earthquakes destroy cities, these events are not punishments from an angry deity. They are not even mysterious workings of divine providence that we cannot understand. They are simply the necessary unfolding of natural causes and effects. God does not intervene because God is not separate enough from the universe to intervene. God is the system of natural law itself. You can perhaps see why this philosophy terrified religious authorities. If there are no miracles, then the foundation stories of every religion become suspect. If God does not judge and reward and punish, then what is the point of religious law? If everything happens by natural necessity, then what becomes of sin and salvation? Spinoza's philosophy seemed to drain away all the meaning that traditional religion provided, but Spinoza himself did not see it this way. He saw his philosophy as liberating us from fear of divine punishment, from the need to appease an angry God, from superstition and ritual that claimed to manipulate supernatural forces. Instead, we could study nature, understand its laws, work with them rather than against them. We could find our peace, not in begging favors from a cosmic tyrant, but in understanding our place in the eternal order of things. And yes, there was still room for something he called the intellectual love of God, but this was not the fearful love of a servant for a master. It was the joyful understanding of how we fit into the infinite whole. It was the pleasure of seeing clearly, of knowing things as they truly are. When you understand that you are not a lonely, isolated ego, but a wave in an infinite ocean, when you grasp that your existence is necessary and eternal in its essence, even if temporary in its current form, then you can rest in a peace that religious anxiety never provided. The great physicist Albert Einstein, centuries later, would declare that he believed in Spinoza's God. Einstein understood, as Spinoza had, that the natural laws themselves were so elegant, so beautiful in their mathematical precision, that they inspired something like religious awe. Not awe at a being separate from nature, but awe at the magnificent order that nature itself displays. The fact that we can understand these laws, that our minds can grasp the structure of reality, this itself is a kind of miracle, though not the kind that violates natural law. Spinoza's God does not love you back. This was one of his most shocking propositions. The God of tradition loves humans, cares about their suffering, responds to their prayers. Spinoza's God cannot do any of these things because God, being infinite and eternal, cannot be affected by anything finite and temporary. To expect God to care about your particular troubles would be like expecting the ocean to have feelings about one particular wave. The ocean does not hate the wave, but neither does it love it. It simply is, and the wave is a temporary expression of what it is. This might seem cold, even cruel, but Spinoza thought it was actually more comforting than the traditional view. Better to live in a universe that operates by consistent laws than to live at the mercy of a cosmic personality who might be pleased with you today and angry tomorrow. Better to seek understanding than to spend your life trying to please an unpleasable deity. And there was still room for joy, for love, for all the fullness of human experience. These things did not require supernatural sanction. They were natural expressions of what it means to be human, to be this particular mode of the infinite substance. As you lie here tonight, consider this vision. Not the God who watches and judges, but reality itself in all its lawful necessity. The same principles that move planets in their orbits also move thoughts through your mind. You are not separate from nature, but woven into it at every level. The boundary between you and the world is less solid than it seems. You are an eddy in the great flow, a note in an infinite symphony, a word in a book that has no beginning or end. And this, Spinoza would say, is not a diminishment but a strange enhancement. To know yourself as part of God is to know yourself as necessary, as eternal in your essence, as having always belonged to the infinite whole. But Spinoza was not content simply to describe the metaphysical structure of reality. He wanted to understand what it meant to be human within this structure. And central to his understanding of human existence was a concept drawn from medieval philosophy but transformed into something new, the concept of conatus. This Latin word means striving, endeavor, an innate drive to continue existing. Everything that exists, Spinoza argued, strives to persist in its own existence. The stone, if it could be imagined to have consciousness, would want to remain a stone. The tree strives upward towards sunlight, sends roots down seeking water, produces seeds to continue itself. The animal flees danger, seeks food, reproduces. And humans? We too, beneath all our complex thoughts and elaborate cultures, are fundamentally driven by this same principle. We strive to go on existing, we seek what enhances our power of existing and avoid what diminishes it. But Spinoza made an even stronger claim. He argued that this striving is not just something each thing does, it is what each thing is. The essence of any being is its conatus, its striving to persist and enhance itself. You are at your deepest level this drive to continue to flourish, to extend your being into the future. Everything you desire, every goal you pursue, every fear you flee, can be traced back to this fundamental striving. This might sound like a bleak reduction of human complexity to mere survival instinct, but Spinoza drew from this principle a rich psychology and ethics. Consider how he defined emotions. There are, he claimed, three primary affects from which all others derive. First is desire itself, the conatus made conscious. You want things because you are, in your essence, a striving being. Second is joy, which Spinoza defined as a passage to greater perfection, an increase in your power to act and think. When something aids your striving, when it enhances your capacity to exist and flourish, you experience joy. Third is sadness, the opposite, a passage to lesser perfection, a decrease in your power. When something hinders your striving, diminishes your capacity, you experience sadness. All other emotions are variations or combinations of these three. Love is joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause. You love what brings you joy. Hate is sadness accompanied by the idea of an external cause. You hate what brings you sadness. Hope is inconstant joy arising from the idea of a future thing whose outcome we doubt. Fear is inconstant sadness from the same source. Jealousy, pride, envy, compassion, Spinoza traced them all back to these fundamental patterns of striving, of passing to greater or lesser power. But here is what makes this analysis so profound. These emotions are not arbitrary. They are not mysterious forces that descend upon us from outside. They are natural expressions of our conatus encountering a world that sometimes aids and sometimes hinders our striving. To understand your emotions is to understand how your being is interacting with the world, where you are gaining power and where you are losing it. And this understanding, Spinoza argued, is the key to freedom. We feel most enslaved when we are tossed by emotions we do not understand, when anger seizes us, or fear paralyzes us, or desire drives us toward things that ultimately harm us. These states of being ruled by emotion, Spinoza called bondage. We are in bondage when external things determine our internal states, when we react rather than act, when we are passive rather than active. But we can move toward freedom by understanding our emotions. When you feel anger rising, you can ask why. What striving of yours has been blocked? What diminishment of power are you experiencing? And in asking these questions, in understanding the anger as a natural response to a natural situation, something shifts. The anger does not necessarily disappear, but it loses some of its compulsive power. You are no longer simply anger happening. You become someone who understands that anger is happening and why.
Spinoza worked out this psychology in extraordinary detail in Part 3 of the Ethics, cataloguing dozens of emotions, showing how they relate to one another, tracing their origins back to the fundamental principles of striving and the passages to greater or lesser power. He approached emotions with the same geometric precision he brought to metaphysics. And his goal was not to make us emotionless, not to turn us into cold, rational calculators, but to help us move from passive to active, from being controlled by emotions to understanding and thereby gaining some measure of control over them. The free person, in Spinoza's vision, is not someone who never feels emotion. That would be to cease being human. The free person is someone who feels emotions clearly, understands their origins, and acts from adequate ideas rather than confused ones. Joy is still possible, indeed more purely possible, when you understand what truly brings you joy and what is merely a temporary pleasure that will ultimately decrease your power. Love is still possible, indeed more deeply possible, when you love from understanding rather than from need or fear. Here, as you settle deeper into rest, you might consider your own striving. What is it that your being most deeply seeks? Not the surface wants that change from day to day, but the fundamental orientation of your existence. To flourish, yes, but what does flourishing mean for you? To understand more, to create, to connect with others. And what emotions have you felt today that pointed toward either enhancement or diminishment of this fundamental striving? Can you see them clearly, without judgment, simply as information about how your being is navigating the world? Spinoza would say that the very act of asking these questions, of turning the light of understanding on your own internal states, is an act of freedom. Not freedom in the sense of being uncaused, for nothing is uncaused, but freedom in the sense of being self-caused, of acting from your own nature, rather than merely reacting to external pressures. This is the freedom available to finite beings in an infinite, deterministic universe. The freedom that comes from understanding necessity rather than fighting against it. And this brings us to one of Spinoza's most paradoxical and powerful insights. In a universe where everything is determined by prior causes, where nothing could be other than it is, where even our choices are the necessary result of our nature and circumstances, what room is there for ethics? If you could not have acted differently than you did, how can you be called good or evil? Spinoza's answer revolutionized ethics. He argued that good and evil are not absolute properties that things possess. They are not judgments handed down by a deity. They are simply shorthand for what aids or hinders our striving. Good is what increases our power to act and think. Evil is what decreases it. And since different things have different natures, what is good? For one might be evil for another. What helps a plant flourish might kill an animal. What enhances one person's power might diminish another's. But for rational beings, for humans who can think clearly and understand their own nature, there is a convergence. Because we all share the same fundamental nature, because we are all instances of the same human essence, what is truly good for me is, in large measure, good for you as well. Spinoza was not advocating a crude selfishness. He was advocating rational self-interest, which turns out to require cooperation, community, mutual support. Why? Because humans are not self-sufficient. We need each other to flourish. A person alone even a person of great talent, can accomplish far less than people working together. And more subtly, we are social creatures by nature. Our striving is not just for physical survival, but for understanding, for connection, for the joy that comes from shared existence. The person who harms others, who takes pleasure in cruelty, who sees other people as mere obstacles or tools, has not understood their own nature. They have not grasped that their deepest good requires the good of others. This led Spinoza to a remarkable conclusion about virtue. Virtue is not obedience to divine commands. It is not the suppression of natural desires. Virtue is power. To be virtuous is to be fully yourself, to act from adequate understanding of your own nature, to enhance rather than diminish your conatus. The virtuous person is not the one who grimly restrains themselves from pleasure, but the one who has learned to find joy in what truly enhances their being. And the highest virtue, the summit of human existence, is understanding. To know things as they truly are, to grasp the necessary connections between causes and effects, to see yourself and the world clearly. This is the greatest power a human can achieve. This is what Spinoza meant by the intellectual love of God. It is the joy that comes from understanding your place in the infinite whole, from seeing the world sub specie aeternitatis, from the perspective of eternity. This eternal perspective does not mean escaping time or denying the reality of change. It means seeing the necessary pattern within change, understanding how each moment follows from what came before according to eternal laws. It means recognizing that while your individual existence is temporary, what you are in your essence participates in the eternal. Your body will die, yes, but the principles that organize your being, the patterns of thinking and striving that make you who you are, these are eternal truths about the infinite substance expressing itself through you. Spinoza was clear about death. The individual perishes. There is no personal immortality in the sense of your ego continuing forever. But neither is death the absolute end some fear it to be. What you are most deeply, the essence of your being, the patterns of understanding you have achieved, these remain as eternal modifications of the infinite substance. You return to the ocean, but the wave you were has left its mark on the whole. This might seem like cold comfort if what you want is to continue as this specific person forever. But Spinoza thought it was the only honest comfort available, and there was something in it that could bring genuine peace. To know that you are not an accident, that your existence is necessary, that you are an eternal part of an eternal whole, even if your current form is temporary, this can ease the anxiety that comes from feeling isolated and contingent. As sleep approaches, bringing its own small rehearsal of death, you might find some rest in this perspective. Your conscious mind will fade, thoughts will become dreams, then nothing you can remember. But you will wake, and the you that wakes will be continuous with the you that sleeps. The pattern persists through the discontinuity, and so perhaps with the greater sleep. What you are most deeply persists in the infinite pattern, even as this particular configuration of matter and mind dissolves back into the elements. Spinoza was not building a philosophy in isolation from the world. He lived in turbulent political times, and his ideas had profound implications for how societies should be organized, how religious and civil authorities should relate, how freedom should be understood and protected. And these implications would nearly get his books banned and destroyed. In the Dutch Republic of the 17th century, there was more freedom than in most of Europe. But that freedom was under constant threat. The Republican government that had thrown off Spanish rule was engaged in an ongoing power struggle with the House of Orange and with the Dutch Reformed Church. Different factions wanted different things. The Republicans wanted more openness, more tolerance for different religions and philosophies. The Orthodox Calvinists wanted tighter control over what could be thought and said, and the House of Orange played both sides, seeking whatever path would enhance their own power. Spinoza had been writing the Ethics for years, carefully working out his metaphysical and psychological system. But when he saw religious authorities gaining power, threatening the tolerant atmosphere that made philosophical inquiry possible, he put the ethics aside and wrote something more immediately political. The Theologico-Political Treatise, published anonymously in 1670. This book was explosive. Spinoza applied his philosophical method to the Bible itself, reading it not as divine revelation, but as a historical document produced by humans for specific purposes in specific times. He showed contradictions, inconsistencies, places where the text had clearly been altered or added to by later hands. He argued that miracles, if they meant violations of natural law, were impossible. He suggested that Moses did not write the Pentateuch, that many books of the Bible were composed centuries after the events they described. That prophecy was not supernatural knowledge, but simply the vivid imagination of certain individuals. For a culture that took the Bible as literally true and divinely authored, this was dynamite. But Spinoza went further. He argued that religious authorities had no right to control philosophical inquiry, that church and state should be separate, that freedom of thought and speech were fundamental rights that governments should protect, not suppress. He made a case for democracy as the most natural form of government, one that best aligned with human nature and best served human flourishing. The reaction was swift and furious. The book was called Forged in Hell by the Devil himself. Even some of Spinoza's friends were disturbed by how far he had gone. The book was banned, but it was too late. Copies circulated, the ideas spread. Young intellectuals across Europe read it secretly and felt their minds opened to possibilities they had not imagined. Spinoza never published the Ethics during his lifetime. He knew it would bring even more condemnation than the Theologico-Political Treatise had. He continued working on it, refining arguments, adding propositions, but he kept it in manuscript. Only after his death would his friends dare to publish it, and even then, it caused scandal. For more than a century, to be called a Spinozist was to be called an atheist, a subversive, someone dangerous to social order. But Spinoza's political philosophy would ultimately triumph. His arguments for freedom of thought, for separation of church and state, for democratic government, would influence the Enlightenment and, through it, modern liberal democracy. When American founders spoke of self-evident truths and unalienable rights, they were drawing on a tradition that ran through Locke back to Spinoza. When European nations gradually separated religious and civil authority, they were following a path Spinoza had helped clear. He did not live to see any of this. He died in 1677, 44 years old, of consumption, probably made worse by the glass dust he had inhaled during years of grinding lenses. He died quietly in The Hague, working on his political treatise which remained unfinished. His landlord found him one morning, dead in his room, surrounded by his books and papers. His friends gathered what he had written and published it all: the ethics, the political treatise, letters, even a Hebrew grammar he had been working on. And slowly, gradually, the world began to recognize what had been lost when this quiet lens grinder died so young. Imagine the life Spinoza lived in those final years in The Hague. A simple room, a workshop where he ground lenses, a desk covered with papers where he wrestled with the hardest questions humans can ask. He received visitors, engaged in correspondence with thinkers across Europe,
was offered positions at universities that he politely declined. He preferred his
independence, his quiet. He needed nothing but time to think, paper to write on, glass to work with, enough food to keep body alive while mind soared through infinite spaces. There is something almost monastically pure about how he lived. No family, no wealth, no status, no security beyond what his skilled hands could earn. Just the life of the mind, pursued with total dedication. But this was not world denial or ascetic punishment. Spinoza enjoyed moderate pleasures. He would walk, smoke a pipe, engage in friendly conversation. He simply did not need the things most people chase. Fame meant nothing to him. Wealth would only have been a distraction. He had found what he wanted, which was to understand, and everything else was secondary. His friends remembered him as gentle, good-humoured, patient, not the grim determinist you might expect from someone who denied free will, not the cold rationalist who cared nothing for emotion. He felt things deeply but was not ruled by them. He had achieved something of the freedom he described in the Ethics, the freedom that comes from adequate understanding. And he was not bitter about his excommunication, not still nursing wounds from his rejection by the community that had raised him. He had moved beyond that. He bore no grudge against the rabbis who had cursed him. They had acted from their nature and circumstances as all things do. To resent them would be like resenting a stone for falling. They could not have done otherwise, given what they were and what they believed. And in any case, their curse had freed him to become who he needed to become. There is a story about Spinoza and death. As his illness worsened, friends urged him to prepare himself, to think about his soul's salvation, to make his peace with God in whatever way he could. And Spinoza would smile and shake his head. He was already at peace. He understood that what he was would continue in the infinite substance, that his individual existence ending was no more tragic than a wave returning to the ocean. He had seen things from the perspective of eternity, and from that perspective there was nothing to fear. When he died, he left behind almost nothing. Some clothes, some books, a few guilders, his philosophical manuscripts. No children to carry on his name, no wealth to endow institutions. Just ideas. Ideas that had been too dangerous to publish during his life, that would remain dangerous for generations after his death, but that would ultimately change how humanity thinks about God, nature, freedom, and what it means to be human. The immediate aftermath of Spinoza's death was chaotic. His books were condemned, banned, burned. To own the Ethics was dangerous. To be known as a Spinozist was social and professional suicide. The word itself became an accusation. Spinozist, atheist, subversive, materialist. All these terms were thrown around as epithets, meant to mark someone as beyond the pale of acceptable thought. And yet, the ideas spread.
They spread precisely because they had been banned, because they were forbidden. Young intellectuals across Europe read Spinoza in secret, met in private to discuss his propositions,
felt the foundations of their inherited worldviews cracking open. Here was a way of thinking that made sense of so much that traditional philosophy left mysterious. Here was a rigor, a clarity, a willingness to follow arguments wherever they led, regardless of whether the conclusions were comforting. The Enlightenment, that great flowering of rational inquiry and political reform, owed more to Spinoza than many of its proponents wanted to admit. Voltaire read him. Diderot was influenced by him. The great encyclopedia of human knowledge that Enlightenment thinkers compiled drew on his principles even when it did not cite his name. His critique of biblical authority, his insistence on freedom of thought, his vision of a society based on reason rather than revelation, all of this became part of the intellectual atmosphere of the 18th century. But it was the Romantics who really embraced Spinoza, who rescued him from the charge of being cold and mechanistic. Goethe read him and felt he was looking at the universe with new eyes. Here was not a dead machine, but a living whole, God and nature one and the same, divinity flowing through everything. Wordsworth and Coleridge, though they never mentioned Spinoza by name, were breathing Spinozistic air when they celebrated nature as the dwelling place of the divine. And in Germany, the philosophers who rebuilt metaphysics in the wake of Kant's critical philosophy, thinkers like Hegel and Schelling, they saw in Spinoza a precursor, someone who had glimpsed the absolute, even if he had not quite grasped it correctly. They argued with him, revised him, claimed to move beyond him, but they could not ignore him. He had become part of the bedrock of European philosophy. In the 19th century, Spinoza's reputation began to shift from dangerous heretic to honored philosophical ancestor. Universities included him in their curricula. Scholars wrote learned commentaries on the ethics. His metaphysics might be rejected, yes, but he was respected for his rigor, for the purity of his commitment to reason, for his personal integrity in standing by his convictions at such cost. And then, in the 20th century, something remarkable happened. Scientists began to see that Spinoza had been, in some ways, ahead of his time. His determinism, which had seemed so bleak to earlier generations, started to look less like fatalism and more like a recognition of natural law. Einstein's universe, ordered by mathematical principles where everything followed necessarily from the laws of physics, this was Spinozistic. Einstein himself said he believed in Spinoza's God, the God that reveals itself in the orderly harmony of everything that exists. More recently, philosophers of mind and cognitive scientists have found in Spinoza's theory of emotions and his understanding of the mind-body relationship insights that anticipate modern thinking. His idea that mind and body are not two separate substances, but two aspects of one reality. This parallels what neuroscience tells us about the inseparability of mental and physical processes. His analysis of how emotions arise from our evaluation of whether things aid or hinder our striving, this has been revived in theories of affect and motivation. Even his ethical theory has found new defenders. In a world that has largely abandoned belief in divine commands or absolute moral laws, Spinoza's naturalistic ethics, grounded in what actually contributes to human flourishing, seems less radical and more sensible. If there is no God above to tell us what is good, then perhaps good is indeed what enhances our power to live well, and evil what diminishes it. And his excommunication? In 2015, more than 350 years after that terrible curse was pronounced, scholars and rabbis gathered in Amsterdam to debate whether it should finally be lifted. The Portuguese Jewish community, still existing in the same city though vastly changed, considered whether the time had come to acknowledge that they had been wrong, that Spinoza's ideas, however challenging, did not deserve eternal condemnation. The debate was passionate. Some argued that lifting the ban would remove a stain from Judaism's history, would show that the tradition could acknowledge error and embrace one of its most brilliant children, even posthumously. Others, including the chief rabbi, argued that Spinoza's ideas remained incompatible with basic Jewish principles, that to lift the ban would be to suggest the community accepted his pantheism, his rejection of traditional doctrine. In the end, the ban was not lifted. It remains in force, the only harem in the community's history that has never been rescinded. Perhaps that is fitting. Spinoza did not need their forgiveness. He had not asked for it in life, and his ideas do not require it in death. He stands as a figure who chose truth over belonging, understanding over comfort, the infinite perspective over the security of community. His excommunication, far from diminishing him, has become part of what makes his story powerful. Here is someone who paid the full price for his convictions and yet found peace, who was utterly alone and yet connected to everything, who was cursed and yet blessed with insight few humans have achieved. Tonight, as consciousness begins its nightly fading, as the thoughts that seemed so important scatter like dreams, you might hold lightly to something of Spinoza's vision. You are not separate from the universe, but woven into it at every level. Your striving is the universe striving through this particular form. Your consciousness is the infinite substance becoming aware of itself through you. When you disappear into sleep, you return momentarily to something like the ocean from which you arose, and in the morning, you will surge forth again as an individual wave, temporary but necessary, finite but participating in infinity. Spinoza offers no promise of personal immortality, no guarantee that suffering has meaning beyond itself, no assurance that someone is watching over you with love. What he offers instead is perhaps more valuable, the knowledge that you belong, that you are not an accident or an alien in the universe, but an essential expression of what is. That understanding itself is a kind of salvation, not from the world, but within it. That freedom is possible even in a determined universe, the freedom of acting from your own nature rather than being blown about by confused ideas and unexamined emotions. As your breathing slows and deepens, as the boundary between waking and sleeping grows permeable, you are enacting something Spinoza understood well. The self is not as solid as it seems. It is a pattern maintained by continual effort, the conatus asserting itself moment by moment. In sleep, that effort relaxes. The pattern loosens. And you do not cease to exist, but exist differently, in a mode less bounded, less defended, more fluid. And then, in the morning, the pattern reasserts itself. You wake as yourself, memories intact, identity resumed, ready to strive another day. This daily cycle of dissolution and reconstitution might be preparation for the greater dissolution that awaits us all. And if Spinoza is right, that dissolution is not annihilation but transformation, not ending but returning, the wave becoming ocean once more. The individual form releases, but nothing is lost from the total. You are eternal in your essence, even as you are temporary in your existence. You have always been part of the infinite whole and always will be, even when this particular configuration of matter and mind no longer maintains itself as a separate entity. There is peace in this, Not the peace of being saved by an external power, but the peace of understanding where you actually are. You are already home. You have never left. The universe is not a place you inhabit, but what you are, a mode of, a temporary way that infinite being expresses itself. When you understand this fully, when you see from the perspective of eternity, fear dissolves. Not because nothing bad can happen to you, but because you recognize that what you are most deeply cannot be harmed, because it is not separate enough to be harmed, because it is the eternal substance itself looking out through these particular eyes for this particular span of time. This is what Spinoza called blessedness, and it is available in life, not just in death. Available to anyone willing to think clearly and honestly about what they are and what the universe is. Available through understanding, through the patient work of moving from confused to adequate ideas, from passive to active emotions, from being controlled by external things to acting from one's own nature. And now, dear friend, let these
Ideas settle into the background of awareness. You do not need to hold them tightly or figure them all out. They are seeds that can germinate in their own time. For now, simply rest in the knowledge that you are part of something vast and ordered and beautiful, that the same intelligence that moves the stars moves through you, that you are, in your own small way, the universe becoming conscious of itself, that your life, however brief, is necessary and eternal in its essence. Let your eyes close fully now. Let the day's striving subside. You have done what you could with the power available to you, and that is all any finite being can do. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities for joy, for understanding, for the enhancement of your conatus. But for now, rest. Return to the ocean for a few hours. Be wave becoming water, becoming wave again. Participate in the eternal rhythm of assertion and relaxation, form and formlessness, particular and universal. The curse pronounced against Spinoza has not been lifted, but curses are just words, and words cannot touch what is eternal. The young man who walked out of the synagogue into a life of isolation found more in his solitude than most people find in the embrace of community. He found the key to understanding suffering without being destroyed by it, to accepting necessity without becoming passive, to being fully human without needing the approval of any authority but truth itself. And his ideas, banned and burned and condemned for centuries, have outlasted all their opponents. They are part now of how thoughtful people think about the universe, about consciousness, about freedom and ethics. They have been absorbed into the intellectual bloodstream of humanity. The lens grinder's workshop in The Hague became a kind of monastery where a new vision of existence was carefully polished into clarity. And that vision still shines, still guides, still offers the possibility of the intellectual love of God to anyone willing to think deeply enough. Sleep now. Sleep with the blessing that Spinoza's name promised and that his philosophy delivered. The blessing of understanding, the blessing of seeing clearly, the blessing of knowing that you are an eternal mode of the infinite substance, temporarily individuated as this particular person, destined to return to the ocean but never truly separate from it. The blessing of being exactly what you are, where you are, part of the necessary unfolding of everything that is. And may you wake tomorrow with something of the freedom Spinoza described, the freedom that comes not from being uncaused, but from acting according to your own nature, from understanding rather than being confused,
from striving according to adequate ideas, rather than being blown about by every external wind. May you know the joy that comes from increased power, from growing in understanding, from becoming more fully who you are meant to be. The infinite substance expresses itself through countless modes,
And you are one of them. Rest in that knowledge. Rest in the eternal pattern of which you are a temporary but necessary expression. Rest as Spinoza rested, understanding that God and nature are one, that you are never separate from the divine, that understanding itself is the highest form of love, and that even death cannot touch what you are in your essence. Good night, blessed seeker. May the intellectual love of God bring you peace. May adequate ideas replace confused ones. May you pass tonight to greater perfection and wake to a morning full of the power to strive, to understand, and to joy. The universe continues its necessary unfolding, and you are part of that great pattern. Rest now, knowing that all is as it must be, that nothing is separate, that everything is within God, and God is everything. Blessed be the lens grinder who saw so clearly. Blessed be the excommunicated heretic who found his home in infinity. Blessed be the philosophy that transforms curses into understanding and solitude into union with everything that is. Sleep deeply, dream well, and know that you are eternal.
Good evening and welcome back. At this moment, take a deep breath. As you exhale, unwind your body and let go of all the air within and prepare. In today's journey, we'll delve into the paradoxes of ancient Buddhist philosophy. We'll transform how you understand rest, peace, and letting go. Welcome to this exploration of ancient wisdom, a journey into what the Buddha understood about suffering, and how this understanding holds the key to the deep, restorative rest you seek. Tonight, we shall travel together through teachings that have brought peace to countless minds across 25 centuries. These are not mere words to help you sleep. They are truths that transform how you relate to your own mind, your own experience, and ultimately, how you find rest. You see, the Buddha made a remarkable discovery. He found that our inability to rest, our racing thoughts at night, our anxious minds that refuse to settle, these are not random afflictions. They arise from a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence itself. Most sleep guiders tells you to quiet your mind, to push away thoughts, to force relaxation. But the Buddha taught something far more profound. He taught that true rest comes not from suppressing the mind, but from understanding it so deeply that it naturally settles, like mud gradually clearing. From disturbed water, the connection between suffering and sleeplessness is not metaphorical. It is direct, it is causal, and once you understand this connection, once you truly see it, the quality of your rest transforms forever in the hours ahead. We shall explore 3 profound insights from the Buddha's teachings. First, we will examine the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or, as the Buddha called it in Pali, dukkha. But this is not merely about pain or sadness. It is about the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that pervades human existence when we do not see clearly. We will understand why the unexamined mind cannot rest, why it churns endlessly through the night, replaying the past and rehearsing the future. Second, we will explore the origin of this suffering, what the Buddha called tanha, craving or thirst. We will see how our constant reaching, our endless wanting, Our desperate clinging to what we desire and our fierce rejection of what we fear creates the very turbulence that prevents sleep. The mind that grasps cannot settle. The mind that pushes away cannot rest. And third, we will discover the cessation of suffering, the path of letting go. We will understand anicca, impermanence, and how truly seeing the flowing, changing nature of all things allows the mind to release its grip. This is not philosophical theory. This is the direct path to the peace you seek. Throughout this journey, we shall draw upon the Buddha's own words from the ancient Pali Canon, the earliest recorded teachings. We shall explore stories and parables that have guided seekers for millennia, and we shall see how these ancient insights speak directly to the modern mind, struggling to find rest in our turbulent world. So settle yourself comfortably now. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Simply listen and allow these teachings to work upon your understanding. The Buddha taught that right view, correct understanding, is the foundation of all transformation. Tonight, we cultivate that view together. Let us begin with the first great truth that the Buddha proclaimed upon his awakening, the truth that opens the door to all liberation, the recognition of suffering itself. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment was delivered in the deer park at Sarnath to 5 ascetics who had been his former companions. This teaching, known as the Dhammacappapo-Sutta, the discourse on the turning of the wheel of Dharma, begins with a statement so simple yet so profound that it has echoed through the centuries. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. This is the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha now. The word dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this translation, while convenient, does not capture the full depth of what the Buddha meant. Dukkha is not merely pain or obvious distress. It is something far more subtle, far more pervasive. Dukkha means unsatisfactoriness. It means the inherent instability and unreliability of all conditioned phenomena. It means the deep, often unnoticed stress that comes from living in a state of fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality. The Pali word dukkha is actually composed of 2 parts. Du means bad or difficult, and ka originally referred to the axle hole of a wheel. A wheel with a poor axle hole, one that is off-center or misaligned, creates a rough, uncomfortable ride. This is dukkha, the journey of life when we do not understand its nature correctly, when we are out of alignment with reality, becomes unnecessarily difficult and uncomfortable. Consider your own experience as you lie here tonight. Perhaps your body is comfortable, perhaps you are safe, perhaps there is no immediate crisis, yet the mind churns, it worries, it replays conversations from the day, it rehearses scenarios for tomorrow, it judges itself for not sleeping, it fears the consequences of tiredness. This churning, this inability to rest even when all external conditions are favorable. This is dukkha. The Buddha made a radical observation. He saw that even in moments of pleasure, even in experiences we call happiness, there is an undercurrent of dukkha. Why? Because all pleasant experiences are impermanent. They arise and they pass away. And in their passing, there is disappointment, there is loss, there is the subtle ache of wanting them to continue. We cannot hold on to pleasure. We cannot make happiness permanent. And this very fact, this inability to secure lasting satisfaction, creates a background tension in the mind. This tension prevents sleep. The mind that believes it can secure permanent happiness, that believes it can arrange all conditions perfectly, that believes it can control outcomes, this mind can never truly rest. It is always vigilant, always planning, always defending, always reaching. The Buddha identified 3 forms of dukkha, 3 layers of this unsatisfactoriness that we must understand if we are to find peace. The first is dukkha, the suffering of suffering. This is the obvious pain, physical discomfort, emotional distress, grief, fear, anger. This is what we commonly recognize as suffering. When the body aches, when loss strikes, when fear grips the heart, we know we are suffering. This form is unmistakable. The second is viparinamadukkha, the suffering of change. This is more subtle. This is the suffering inherent in the fact that all pleasant experiences must end. The wonderful meal finishes, the holiday concludes, the moment of joy fades. Even as we experience pleasure, if we are attentive, we can feel the shadow of its ending. We tighten around the experience, trying to hold it, trying to make it last. This tightening is itself a form of suffering. Think of a beautiful sunset you once witnessed. In the moment of watching, there was perhaps a sense of awe, of peace, of connection to something larger. But even as you experienced this beauty, was there not also a subtle sadness, a knowing that this moment would pass, a wish that it could last? Perhaps you took a photograph, trying to capture the moment, to make it permanent. But the photograph is not the sunset. It is a memory, a representation, already one step removed from the living experience. This is viparinamadukkha, the suffering that comes from the changing nature of all pleasant experiences. And the third, the most profound, is sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence itself. This is the deepest teaching. The Buddha saw that the very nature of conditioned phenomena, the nature of all things that arise dependent on causes and conditions, is inherently unsatisfactory. Why? Because everything conditioned is impermanent, unreliable, and beyond our ultimate control. We build our sense of self, our sense of security, our sense of meaning upon things that are by nature unstable. This is like building a house upon sand. The structure may stand for a time, but its foundation is unreliable. Your sleeplessness tonight is rooted in this third form of dukkha. The mind is trying to secure itself, trying to establish control, trying to create permanence in a world where everything is flowing and changing. The mind lies awake, reviewing, planning, worrying, because it believes that through mental activity, it can secure what cannot be secured. It believes that through thinking, it can make the impermanent permanent, the unreliable reliable, the uncontrollable controllable. This is the fundamental delusion that the Buddha awakened from. And it is this delusion that keeps you awake. Now, let us be clear about what the Buddha was not saying. He was not saying that life is only suffering, that there is no joy, no beauty, no love, no wonder. This would be a nihilistic misunderstanding of his teaching. The Buddha himself experienced deep peace, profound joy, genuine happiness. What he was pointing to is that if we do not understand the nature of experience correctly, if we cling to pleasure and push away pain, if we try to make permanent what is by nature impermanent, then we create suffering for ourselves. The recognition of dukkha is not meant to make us pessimistic or depressed. Quite the opposite. It is meant to awaken us to reality as it actually is, so that we stop fighting against the nature of things. When we stop fighting, when we stop resisting, when we stop demanding that reality be other than it is, a profound peace becomes possible. In the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses, the Buddha uses a powerful simile to illustrate this point. He compares our usual relationship to experience to being shot by two arrows. The first arrow is the actual experience, the pain, the loss, the difficulty. This arrow is unavoidable. It is part of the nature of conditioned existence. But the second arrow, the Buddha says, we shoot at ourselves. This second arrow is our reaction to the first, our resistance, our anger, our fear, our story about what the pain means, our judgment of ourselves for experiencing it. The first arrow is dukkha in the sense of the inevitable challenges of existence. The second arrow is dukkha in the sense of the suffering we create through our misunderstanding and reactivity. The Buddha's teaching is aimed at helping us avoid shooting that second arrow. We cannot always prevent the first arrow. Life brings pain, loss, change, uncertainty. But we can learn not to compound that pain with our reactivity. As you lie here tonight, unable to sleep, consider this teaching. Perhaps there is a genuine difficulty in your life right now, a challenge at work, a strain in a relationship, a concern about health or finances. This is the first arrow. It is real. It requires your attention and skillful response. But notice how the mind multiplies this difficulty. It worries not just about the actual situation, but about all the terrible things that might happen. It judges you for having the problem. It compares you to others who seem to have it easier. It tells stories about inadequacy or unfairness. This proliferation, this multiplication of the original difficulty, this is the second arrow. And this is where most of our suffering actually lies. Let us examine more deeply how this dukkha manifests in the specific context of sleep and rest. The Buddha taught about the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 bundles of grasping that constitute what we call the self. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. It is through clinging to these aggregates as me and mine that dukkha arises. Consider the aggregate of form, the physical body. As you lie here, perhaps you notice discomfort, a tension in the shoulders, an ache in the back, the body's temperature, feeling not quite right. The mind immediately identifies with this discomfort. This is my pain. My body is not comfortable. I need it to be different. This identification, this claiming of the body's sensations as mine, as something I must fix or control, creates agitation. The body simply has sensations arising and passing. It is the mind's relationship to these sensations, the claiming of them, the resistance to them, that creates suffering. The Buddha taught a practice of observing the body with what he called kyanupasana, contemplation of the body. Not thinking about the body, but directly observing it. Feeling the sensations as they actually are, without the overlay of judgment or story. When you observe the body in this way, you begin to notice something remarkable. The sensations are constantly changing. That ache in the back is not a solid, unchanging thing. It is a flow of sensations, appearing and disappearing, intensifying and softening, moving and shifting. When you stop trying to make it go away, when you simply observe it with clear awareness, often it changes on its own. Not because you controlled it, but because change is its nature, or considered the aggregate of feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that accompanies every experience. A thought arises about tomorrow's responsibilities. An unpleasant feeling accompanies it. Immediately, the mind contracts around this unpleasantness. It tries to push the thought away. It judges itself for having the thought. It worries about the worry. Layer upon layer of reactivity builds upon a simple, unpleasant feeling tone. The original feeling may have lasted only a moment, but the mental proliferation around it continues for hours, preventing sleep. The Buddha taught Vedananupasana, contemplation of feelings. This means observing the feeling tone of experience directly, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That is all. Not the story about the feeling, not the judgment of the feeling, not the reactivity to the feeling, simply the bare feeling tone itself. When you observe feelings in this way, you notice that they too are impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises and passes. An unpleasant feeling arises and passes. Even what seems like a continuous, unpleasant feeling, when observed closely, is actually a series of moments, each slightly different, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. And here is the liberating insight. If you do not grasp at pleasant feelings, trying to make them last, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of clinging. If you do not push away unpleasant feelings, resisting their presence, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of aversion. The feelings themselves are not the problem. Your relationship to them, your grasping and pushing, this is where dukkha is created. The aggregate of perception labels and categorizes experience. This is good, this is bad. This thought means I am anxious. This sensation means something is wrong. These perceptions, these labels, are not reality itself. They are the mind's interpretation of reality, but we take them as absolute truth. We believe our perceptions completely, and this belief keeps us trapped in reactivity. The Buddha taught sana, the understanding that perceptions are constructed, not given. They arise based on past conditioning, past experience, learned patterns. A sound in the night is perceived as threatening or benign based on past association, not on the sound itself. A bodily sensation is perceived as dangerous or harmless, based on learned interpretation. These perceptions happen so quickly, so automatically, that we rarely recognize them as perceptions. We think we are perceiving reality directly, but we are always perceiving through the filter of past conditioning. When you recognize this, when you see that your perceptions are interpretations rather than direct reality, something loosens. You can question your perceptions. You can hold them more lightly. You can recognize that the story your mind is telling about a situation may not be accurate. This creates space between stimulus and response, space where wisdom can operate rather than automatic reactivity. Mental formations. The fourth aggregate include all our habits of mind, our conditioning, our patterns of response. Perhaps you have a habit of reviewing the day before sleep, analyzing what went wrong, planning how to do better. This habit feels productive, feels necessary, but it is simply a conditioned pattern, repeated so many times it has become automatic. The Buddha taught that we can observe these patterns without being controlled by them. We can see them as sankhara-conditioned formations, arising due to past causes, not as essential aspects of who we are. This aggregate is vast. It includes all our volitional activities, all our intentions, all our habitual responses. It includes our tendencies toward anger or fear, our patterns of self-judgment, our default ways of interpreting situations. All of this is conditioned. All of this has been learned. And crucially, all of this can be unlearned, or rather, seen through. When you recognize a mental formation as a mental formation, when you see a habitual pattern as just a pattern, not as truth, not as self, you are no longer completely controlled by it. And consciousness, the fifth aggregate, is awareness itself, the knowing of experience. Even this, the Buddha taught, is impermanent and conditioned. Consciousness arises dependent on contacts between sense organ and sense object. It is not a permanent self, not an unchanging witness. It too comes and goes, appears and disappears. Eye consciousness arises when the eye contacts a visible form. Ear consciousness arises when the ear contacts a sound. Mind consciousness arises when the mind contacts a mental object, a thought or memory. This teaching is subtle and can be difficult to grasp. We tend to think of consciousness as the stable background, the unchanging observer of changing experience. But the Buddha pointed to something more radical. Consciousness itself is part of the flow. It arises and ceases, moment by moment. There is no eternal witness standing apart from experience. There is simply the arising and passing of knowing. Different types of consciousness appearing and disappearing based on conditions. When we cling to any of these aggregates as me or mine, when we identify with them, when we try to control them, dukkha arises. The body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are flowing, changing, unreliable. To grasp at them for security is to grasp at water. To demand that they be other than they are is to fight against the fundamental nature of conditioned existence. This is why ordinary approaches to sleep so often fail. They treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They try to manipulate the aggregates, to force the body to relax, to suppress thoughts, to create pleasant feelings, to control consciousness. But these aggregates cannot ultimately be controlled. They operate according to their own nature, arising and passing based on conditions, not on our will. The Buddha's approach is radically different. Rather than trying to control experience, he taught us to understand it. Rather than fighting against the aggregates, he taught